Good morning, Walnut Wildcats.
Today is National Wear Red Day. Technical difficulties. Sorry. Today is National Wear Red Day.
Unfortunately, we didn't get the memo.
It's okay, though.
Sure, let's go to Mr. Westover's class with the pledge, and Aspen with the weather.
Cue the pledge. Ready? Stand up, gentlemen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will not use my hands or my words for hurting myself or others, and I will stand for the silent. Thank you, 8th graders. It's a little confusing today because it's Friday, and usually Fridays are with Foley, but today we're going to bring you Wardine Wednesdays on a Friday because I was gone on Wednesday, and Mr. Foley is out of the building this morning today. So here's my message for you. Be kind. Is that simple? Be kind? Yeah. Everything you say can affect the people that are listening. And all too often we say things or we text things or we snap things that we think are funny and they hurt. And nobody may tell you that what you said hurt, but they hurt. So if I could have any message for you today, it is just simply to be kind. Because everybody's got something going on in their life that you don't know about. So just be kind today. Have a great weekend. And happy Wardine Wednesday on Fridays with Full.
Fine! Hi, Walnut Wildcats! Right now it's 29 degrees. After school it'll be it feels like 21 degrees.
With 12-mile-per-hour wind.
And after school today it'll be 52 degrees. It's practically summer! Woo! But Walnut Wildcats, that's been the weather. And it's not summer! Yes, it is! Oh.
We're back!
And Miss Emma, won't you please read what is for lunch?
Why, of course, Hannah. For lunch today, there is Crispitos, a corn dog, deli or PB&J sandwich, or a chef's salad. Please, when coming through the lunch line, remember to scan your name badges to enter your lunch number. Once you have gone through the line, please do not go back through. Now, Hannah, won't you please tell us who the Power of the Paw winner is?
Why, of course, Emma. The Power of the Paw winner is Yuvia Fierro, awarded by Miss Moyers. Also, don't forget that today is another odd day.
Well, that's all for today, folks.
What do you mean?
What?
It's World Read Aloud Day.
Meaning?
Meaning, today on this website, Mr. Martin is going to be reading aloud the whole day. And we shall now attempt at reading the hardest type of book to read.
Well, for a middle schooler, that's like any type of book.
Shh. I mean, Dr. Seuss.
Oh no, that is horrible.
Yes. We're going to read page by page.
Until the end.
Oh, Say Can You Say by Dr. Seuss. That was my page.
Said a book reading parrot named Huey. The words in this book are all phooey. When you say them, your lips will make slips and backflips, and your tongue may end up in St. Louis.
Do you like fresh fish? It's just fine at Finney's diner. Finney also has some fresher fish that's fresher and much finer. But his best fish is his freshest fish, and Finney says with pride, "The finest fish at Finney's is my freshest fish French fried." So, don't order the fresh or the fresher fish. At Finney's, if you're wise, you'll say, "Fetch me the finest French fried, freshest fish that Finney fries."
We have a dinosaur named Din. Din's very thin. Din doesn't have much skin, and the bones fall out of his left front shin. Then we have to call in Pin or Blin, who comes with his handy pin bin, and with a thin Blin shin bone pin, Blin pins Din's shin bones right back in.
Bed spreaders spread spreads on beds. Bread spreaders spread butters on breads. And that bed spreader better watch out how he's spreading, or that bread spreader's sure going to butter his bedding.
As he gobbled the cakes on his plate, the greedy ape said as he ate, "The greener grapes are, the keen apes are, to gobble green grape cakes. They're great." Are you having trouble in saying this stuff? It's really quite easy for me. I just look in the mirror and see what I say, and then I just say what I see.
Now let's talk about money. You should leave your groks home when you travel by air. If you take him along, they charge double the fare, and your groks must be packed and locked up in a groks box, which costs much, much more than a little old fox box. So it's heaps a lot cheaper to fly with your foxes and then waste all that money on boxes for grokses. And what do you think costs more? A simple thimble or a single shingle? A simple thimble could cost less than a single shingle would, I guess. So I think that the single shingle should cost more than the simple thimble would.
If you like to eat potato chips and chew pork chops on clipper ships, I suggest that you chew a few chips and a chop at Skipper Zip's Chipper Ship Chip Chop Shop. And if your tongue is getting queasy, don't give up. The next one's easy.
There are so many things that you really should know, and that's why I'm bothering telling you so. You should know the first names of the Fudnuddler brothers, who like to pile each on their heads of the others. If you start at the top, there are Bipper and Bud, and Skipper and Jipper, and Jeffrey and Judd. Horatio, Horace, and Hendrix and Hud. Then come Dinwoody and Dinty and Dud. Also Fitzsimmon and Frederick and Fudd, and Slinky and Stinky and Stewart and Stud, and down at the bottom is poor little Lud. But if Lud ever sneezes, his name will be Mud.
We have 2 ducks, one blue, one black, and when our blue duck goes quack, quack, our black duck quickly quack, quacks back. The quack's blue quacks make her quite a quacker, but black is a quicker quacker backer. And, speaking of quacks, reminds me of cracks and stacks and shacks and schnacks. So, oh say, can you say, I have cracks in my shack, and I have smoke in my stack, and I think there's a schnack in the sack on my back.
Upon an island hard to reach, the east beast sits upon his beach. Upon the west beach sits the west beast. Each beach beast thinks he's the best beast. Which beast is best? Well, I thought at first that the east was best and the west was worst. Then I looked again from the west to the east, and I liked the beast on the east beach least.
Pete Pat's pigs. Pete Briggs Pat's pigs. Briggs Pat's pink pigs. Briggs Pat's big pigs. Don't ask me why, it doesn't matter. Pete Briggs is a pink pig. Big pig patter. Pete Briggs pats his pink pigs all day. Don't ask me why, I cannot say. Then Pete puts his patted pigs away, and Pete Briggs pink pigs big pigs pig pen.
Fritz needs Fred and Fred needs Fritz. Fritz feeds Fred and Fred feeds Fritz. Fred feeds Fritz with Ritzy Fred food. Fritz feeds Fred with Ritzy Fritz food. And Fritz, when fed, has often said, I'm a Fred fed Fritz. Fred's a Fritz fed Fredder. Wait, that's just Fred.
How to tell a klotz from a glotz? Well, the glotz, you will notice, has lots of black spots. The klotz is quite different, with lots of black dots. But the big problem is that the spots on the glotz are about the same size as the dots on the klotz. So, you first have to spot who the one with the dots is. Then it's easy to tell who the klotz or the dots, the klotz or the glotz is.
What would you rather be when you grow up? A cop in a cop's cap, or a cupcake cook in a cupcake cook's cap, or a fat flapjack flapper in a flat flapped jack cap? Or, if you think you don't like cop's cap, flapjacks, flappers, or cupcake cook's caps, maybe you're one of those choosy chaps who likes kooky captain's caps, perhaps.
More about Blinn. When Blinn comes home tired from his work pinning shins, the happiest hour of old Blinn's day begins. Mr. Blinn is the father of musical twins who, tucking twin instruments under twin chins, lull their daddy to sleep with twin Blinn violins. And, oh say can you say, far away in Berlin, a musical urchin named Gretchen von Schwinn has a blue-footed, true-footed, trick-fingered, slick-fingered, six-fingered, six-stringed tin Schwinn mandolin.
Rope, soap, hoop, soap. If you hope to wash soup off a rope, simply scrub it with scrope. Scrope is so strong that no rope is too long. But if you should wish to wash soup off a hoop, I suggest that it's best to let your whole silly souped up hoop soak in a soapy Cooper's super soup off hoops soak suds.
Merry Christmas mush. One year, we had a Christmas brunch with Merry Christmas mush to munch. But I don't think you'd care for such. We didn't like to munch on mush. Oh my gosh.
And speaking of Christmas, here are some great gifts to give your daddy. If your daddy's name is Jim, and if Jim swims, and if Jim's slim, the perfect Christmas gift for him is a set of Slim Jim swim fins. But if your daddy's name is Dwight, and he likes to look for birds at night, the gift for Dwight that might be right is a bright Dwight bird flight night sight light.
But never give your daddy a walrus. A walrus with whiskers is not a good pet, and a walrus which whispers is worse even yet. When a walrus whispers through tough, rough, wet whiskers, your poor daddy's ear will get blisters and bliskers. And that's almost enough of such for one day. One more and you're finished. Oh, say, can you say?
The storm starts when the drops start dropping. When the drops stop dropping, then the storm starts stopping.
The end. I hope you enjoyed watching us suffer. Bye.
Hello, and welcome to World Read Aloud 2019. For anybody who's new to it, World Read Aloud Day is just a day started by Lit World, and they are trying to help advocate for reading out loud. And this could be to anybody, for any book, anywhere, anytime, just reading out loud. And we're doing this stream so that anybody who wants to be read aloud to today can just log in at any time during the day here. We'll be ending at about 4 p.m. Central Time. Can log in and have somebody read out loud to them. So, I mean, there's not much to say beyond that, because what we want to do is we want to be reading out loud. So the first book that I have for you is Golden Sower Award, and this is the Nebraska, well, it's not an award, it's a nominee. And this, I was really impressed by this book by Leslie Connor. And I think part of it was because it's from Nebraska, and we're from Nebraska. That makes it really convenient. But it's this very interesting story about this boy who's grown up in a prison. He's not a prisoner, but his mom is, and they made special arrangements for him to come and live at the prison with his mom, but then he also goes to school. So he leaves the prison and he goes to school, and there's all sorts of complications that come about because of that. So I'm just going to get started with it. I was pretty much hooked from the first little bit, but this is All Rise for the Honorable Perry T. Cook by Leslie Connor. Chapter 1. Teeny Tiny Surprise, Nebraska. Big Ed is about to tell it again. He greets all the new ones. He sits them down, tells them about the place, and gets to know them as quick as he can. Being a welcomer is part of his work at Blue River, which is the biggest thing you'll find in the teeny tiny town of Surprise, Nebraska. Big Ed asks, "Are you from around here?" The new resident shakes his head no. He sets his dinner tray down across from us. The answer is almost always no, because Surprise is a long ways away from most places. "You know why they call it Surprise?" Big Ed asks. "It's because this little nowhere Nebraska town gets an impressive amount of snow. But the snow is not the surprise. What you find after it melts, now, that's the surprise. Things you never knew you lost. Of course, I'm talking mostly about folks on the outside. Here on the inside, well, most of us have nothing left to lose, or it can feel that way." Big Ed laughs. He sounds like a harmonica. Then comes his coughing. He has to pull himself together before he can go on. "But spring comes, and on the outside, they find all sorts of things. Baseballs and dog bones. That favorite pair of garden gloves all flattened down to the mud and grass. Maybe even a set of keys. And don't we all wish we had the keys around here, huh, Barry?" Big Ed gives me such a nudge I almost spill my milk. The new res, that's short for resident, listens nicely enough. I wonder how long he's going to be here. Maybe not so long. Depends on what he did. Depends on what's been decided. Sometimes I hear. Sometimes they tell me. I never ask. Big Ed tells the new guy, "You'll see so much snow outside these windows it'll make you forget that grass is green." He pauses for several seconds right here. Then he says, "Unless, of course, you're doing a catnap." A catnap means a short stay. Big Ed leaves a little airtime, waits to see if the new res feels like talking. He might tell him about his sentencings. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. This guy dips his head like he's talking to the bowl of turkey chili on his dinner tray. "I got 8 months, he says. He doesn't say what he's in for. Meanwhile, he keeps eyeing me. Big Ed claps a hand on my shoulder and tells the guy, "This here is Perry T. Cook." I put my hand out. The guy waits. He looks to the right and left where the supervisors are standing. He knows he's being watched, and he's trying to figure out what is allowed There are rules about contact. Handshaking is okay, I tell him, as long as it's brief. Big Ed says, You can listen to Perry. He knows it all. I push my hand closer to the new res. Last try. Finally, we shake. Name's Wendell, he says. And I don't know if he means that's his first name, last name, or only name. Mom's rule is I can call the adults whatever they tell me to call them, but she wants me to add Mr. or Mrs. or Miss to the front end. For Big Ed, well, I just added Big, and I guess nobody ever corrected me. It was such a long time ago. He's the only res at Blue River who's been here longer than Mom and me. What's a kid doing here outside visiting hours? The new guy wants to know. I call him my morning sun, says Big Ed. It's an old story. Barry makes sure we all wake up on time. The kid will be here in the morning? Mr. Wendell looks confused. New ones always do until it dawns on them that I live at the Blue River Co-ed Correctional Facility here in teeny tiny Surprise, Nebraska. From behind the serving counter in the kitchen, we hear Eggmon dishing up the last trays of supper for the evening. He thinks all food deserves poetry. Tonight he calls, Get your goblin good order from south of the border with a hunk of cornbread or white rice instead. Mom comes by with her tray in her hands. Perry, down the hatch with that milk, pal. She sounds impatient, and she has more than half her supper. She has left more than half her supper. It's strange because she doesn't waste food, and the turkey chili is not that bad. I take my milk carton in both hands and gulp it back so fast my throat aches. Bad manners. But Mom needs me to move along tonight. Something's up with her, and I don't want to add to her trouble. Neither does Big Ed. He gives me a pat on the back and says, Good man, Perry. Earlier today, Warden Daughtry called Mom into her office for a conversation. Whatever that was about, it put Mom on tilt. Now it's one of those weird days when everybody knows something's going on. Everybody but me. I want to have one more look at that map of the middle school. with you before lockdown, Mom says. She glances at the gray clock on the wall, and so do I. I have to pay attention to the time at Blue River. At 9 p.m., I have to be in my bedroom next to the warden's office off the Upper East Lounge. Mom has to be in her room down at the end of the hall on cell block C. Chapter 2. All Rise. It's 6:23 a.m. I scoot forward and put my lips close to the microphone of the prison PA system. I always begin quietly. Warden Daughtry comes to wake me every day, and she's gentle about it. So I do the same for all the residents at Blue River. Good morning, I say in my slow, low voice. This is Perry at sunrise. It is Tuesday, the 6th of September. If you need a reason to bother getting up today, well, it's probably not the weather. Tut tut, looks like rain. That's the quote of the day. Comes from Christopher Robin, by the way. And if you don't know who he is, then maybe it's time for you to get some literature in your life. Mrs. Buckmuller and the Bucking Blue Bookmobile will be here to restock the leisure library from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And don't forget, she takes requests. I glance at Warden Daughtry. She smiles as she leafs through a stack of papers. She likes it when I give literacy a plug. The clock on the wall above her desk reads 6:26. I lean towards the mic again. News on the outside is it's the first day of school in Butler County. That means I'll be gone all day. Don't miss me too much. The good news for all of you is waffles are popping out of the toasters down in the caf. Scrams are in the pan. They're even letting some fruit cocktail out of the jar. Choice of beverage as usual. Remember, there are no knives in the flatware trays at Blue River, so get used to that spork for however long you'll be with us. I lean away from the mic and whisper to Warden Daughtry. That last part is for the new intake, Mr. Wendell. She whispers back at me. I'm sure he'll feel most welcome now. She points to the clock without looking at it. She doesn't need to. The warden is so precise you can almost hear her ticking. 6:29 and a half a.m. Time for me to get louder. I grip the mic in my hand like I'm about to fly a plane. Okay, residents of Blue River, if you're not up by now, time to get up. The finish has to be big. It's the same every day. I take a deep breath and bellow, all rise! I turn off the mic and hustle toward the door. I stick my head into the hallway and listen for morning release. 6:30 a.m., locks, disengage, doors, click and creak, toilets, flush, and the residents yawn themselves awake. Foreman Joe is coming up the hall from Block A, which is one of the men's wings. Good morning, Fojo. I started calling him that when I was little. R's tripped me up when I was first learning to talk. I used to call myself Pee-wee. Pee-wee. How's things? I ask. But I don't really want to know, not right now, and Fojo knows it. Things? He says slowly. Well, let me see. I chew the inside of my lip and wait. He's being slow on purpose. Things are fine, but I'm wondering what they fed you all for dinner last night. Was it burritos? Because... He stops, pinches his nose, and fans the air. That morning release had some fire on it. Turkey chili, I tell him, with beans. Then before he can go on about that, I remind him, Hey, Fojo, it's the first day of school. Oh, yeah, he says. Thus, the new sneakers, eh? I look at my feet. Can I go? I ask. To school? Fojo! He knows what I want. I'm already facing Block C. I'm crouched into a runner's stance, but I have to wait for permission. It's one of the rules. Fojo, please! Perry? He says. Yeah? Are you still here? I'm not. I'm off like a flash, sprinting towards Mom's room at the end of the hallway on Block C. Chapter 3. Jessica. Jessica Cook liked to be out of her room before Perry reached her in the morning. Maybe it was silly. Her boy knew that his mom was locked in at night. He knew that she had to wait in her room for morning release, just like any other resident at Blue River. Release. The word ricocheted between her ears. Not morning release. Get out of prison for good release. Jessica shook her head. She tried to will herself not to think about it until there was something definite. Trouble was, she couldn't think of anything else. She had been awake most of the night, and the thought stuck while she did her morning push-ups, crunches, and hamstring stretches on the person-sized patch of floor beside her bed. Jessica had coached at least 100 residents before the release process at Blue River. That was her work here, and it was a little bit twisted considering she had not had the pleasure herself. But that day should be coming. She had served nearly 12 years of a 15-year sentence. She could apply for parole in just a few more weeks. Finally. There would be a process. But up until yesterday, she had every reason to think, every reason to hope that comes from the frost of late October, she'd be a free woman. She'd been coaching Perry for the day they'd leave the only home he'd known. But now, this glitch. The warden had received word that there was a wrench in the works. No details just yet. Do not lose hope, she thought. She propped her door open while she brushed her teeth. Foreman Joe usually let Perry head down immediately after the all rise. Her boy would be sprinting, and he was fast and getting faster. Minimum security meant that she stayed in a narrow dorm-like room, not a cell behind bars. This was not a crusted prison from a late-night movie. In fact, Blue River was a campus with natural light in some of the common areas and not so horrible colors on the walls. Those were the good things she had told herself about this place. She was locked up. Hard fact. But being assigned to the facility in Surprise had been a little spot of good inside a blurry nightmare of bad. The years had been bearable because her boy had lived with her for 11 of them. Such arrangements were unheard of. So lucky. Still, she longed to get him out of here and begin that new life on the outside when her time and Perry's time would be their own. Jessica spat toothpaste into the saucepan-sized sink at the back of her toilet. She ran the faucet to wash her hands, then quickly pulled her hair into a high ponytail. She checked her bed again, though she'd already tucked it tight as a springboard. A surprise room inspection could come at any time, and if there was one thing she hated, it was being reprimanded in front of Perry. Jessica towed the line. She heard her son's sneakers slapping along the low-pile carpeting, pounding his way toward her. She broke into a grin as she jumped out into the hallway. Perry was arriving, nostrils flaring like a racer, and blue eyes wide beneath a cap of dark hair. More and more, she looked like another boy she'd once known. He was beautiful, she thought. He was hope in a pair of new cross-trainers. Jessica opened her arms. Her boy leapt, and she caught him for the swing-around, which she was pleased she could still manage. So far. Then, with Perry back on his feet again, the two exchanged good mornings and started down for breakfast. How are you feeling about school? She asked. Nervous, excited? Perry rocked his head side to side as he spoke. Jessica tucked her fingers into his hair just for a moment. I'm feeling the same way for you, she said, but some things won't change. Miss Maya will still pick you up here. Now that you're in middle school, you'll see her during the day. Yep, he said, and Jessica felt her son give a little shrug beside her. They'd already gone over it. Perry was his quieter self this morning. She should let him be. I'm glad Zoe's on Team 3 with me, Perry offered. Same homeroom. I'm glad too, Jessica said. And she was. This was where Perry's not-so-ordinary upbringing had worried her. There was the stigma of the prison, but also, for a kid, he had a strangely adult social circle, a nearly impossible mix of ragtag and colorful, half-lost and fate-tossed non-violent residents at Blue River. Meanwhile, she, his mother, had never been able to meet the one girl he called his best friend on the outside. When Perry had first mentioned Zoe Samuels, Jessica had pulled Maya Rubin aside and said, Please tell me she's not imaginary. Maya, Warden Daughtry's niece and Perry's main escort on the outside, had promised that yes, Zoe was real. She also remarked that Perry was as good a friend to the girl as she was to him. Jessica felt relieved to know he had a friend. That part hadn't been easy. A lot of questions might be asked. Rumors might be whispered behind the slender back of a boy who called a correctional facility home. Well, the day was coming, or was supposed to be coming, that she and Perry would both leave Blue River. Mom? What? Is something wrong? Something you can tell me? No, I'm just never going to be a yay September mother, Jessica said as they passed the warden's office. I'm only lending you to that school because I'm nice. I'm really going to miss you today. I've got the camera. I'll bring you pictures. Boy, that was the best gift ever, she said, and not for the first time. The camera was a hand-me-down. The benefactress was Zoe Samuels, who had somehow ended up with two. The camera had been a boon for a locked-in mother who ached not to be locked out of those hours her son spent on the outside. Jessica and Perry accidentally brushed hands as they walked. He looked up and gave her a comforting half-smile. The boy had not seen her in her tiny locking room this morning. She noted it as a win. It was one of the ways Jessica preserved hope. You do a lot of that when you have 15 years to serve. Parole after 12, if everything goes right. Chapter 4. Welcome. The middle school is 3 times the size of the elementary Zoe and I went to. Miss Maya brought me to the open house last week. The hallways were jammed with kids and their parents. But Mom pointed out that the school building is much smaller than the Blue River campus. I started finding my way around that place as soon as I could walk. I figure I won't get too lost in a school. It's a good thought to be having as Miss Maya turns into the parking lot. The schoolyard is already busy, even though she has brought me here teacher early. I see a lot of the new faces. We stand under the clock in the foyer. Miss Maya shifts her tote on her shoulder. I tuck my thumbs under the straps of my pack. Okay, Perry, I'm off to my classroom, she says. You have plenty of time before you have to be in yours. You remember where you're going, right? Room 208, second floor. Okay, I'll see you for language arts in my room this afternoon and here in the lobby at the end of the day. Actually, I bet we'll cross paths a few times. I'll wave to you, she says. She turns and all her ropey rows of hair swing and follow her like a curtain. I'll wave back, I say. I turn around and there is Zoe Samuels. Her hair is pale and her skin is tanned. She was away all summer. Perry, she says. Hey, Perry, come on. I want to show you something. I follow Zoe up the wide stairs to the second floor. Hello. Hope you had a nice summer. I use an undermumble like Big Ed's. It's for when you don't expect an answer. When we reach the landing, Zoe stops and turns. She points to a set of high windows where a whole lot of morning light is streaming in. Sun, I say. Huh. It was supposed to rain all day. I'm thinking about the report I gave during the All Rise. That's why I rushed up here. Check it out. Zoe is pointing upward. Someone has stuck colored cellophane letters to all the windows. Welcome. Zoe shuffles backward and presents the floor to me with both hands. Look! The colors from the windows are being suncast on the floor at our feet. Welcome is spelled upside down and backward. Zoe sticks her leg out and a purple M curves over her shin. Is that cool or what? It's cool, I say. I start to haul my pack off my shoulder. I should get a picture of the welcome message for my mom. The landing darkens. Welcome disappears. Zoe and I look up at the window. Large spatters hit the panes. Ah, rats, she says. Well, maybe the weather will clear later this week. You can get the shot then. She tags my shoulder. So, listen, I found out that we don't get seated alphabetically. She says this like it's the best news in the world. Even though you're a C for Cook and I'm an S for Samuels, we sit together. We can sit together. But we better get in there before it fills up. Come on. Zoe is quick, weaving around kids in the hall. She is through the door to the classroom. I'm caught in a bottleneck, but I can see between shoulders. She lands her backpack onto the top of one desk and sits down at another right beside it. Claims 2 with 1 blow. When I finally get to her, she pulls out the chair with her foot and waves me into it. Zoe Samuels is always on a mission. Chapter 5. A Tale of Surprise. Zoe Samuels was mad when she moved here. Mad about her parents' divorce and mad that her stepdad was trying too hard with her and coming off like a big fake. She was mad about the house she had to leave and mad about having to start at a new school in the middle of the year. She was mad that it was snowing. I never would have found out all of it if it hadn't been for Big Ed. Zoe sat by herself at lunch. That's pretty much what I did, too. Not because I don't like people. I do. But a lot of things changed right around 4th grade. Kids started talking about karate and music lessons, soccer teams, and playing for the ice hockey club in David City. Those were all things I couldn't do. 4th grade is also when the trouble with Brian Morris began. And it was all because of the 1-mile run. That's the first year they timed us in gym class. Brian didn't like the way that turned out. He's one of those kids who other kids magically follow. So if you get in trouble with him, it sticks on you. Brian is also the boy who started calling Zoe Samuels Mad Zoe. That stuck to her. I watched Zoe sitting alone for a few days. Then I went over and stood beside her with my lunch tray in my hands and said, Welcome to Butler County. I'm Perry Cook. I live in Surprise. It's a tiny place. Isn't everything tiny? She said. Well, it's a tiny place and it has a funny name. I'm guessing you're not from around here. Not at all, she said. She rocked her head and rolled her eyes. She probably wanted me to go away. Do you know why they call it Surprise? I asked. Zoe Samuels looked right at me. Her mouth twisted to the side. She pointed to the seat across the table, so I sat down. Okay, tell me, why is it called surprise? I could have told her the real story. I had written a report about it in the 3rd grade, but I liked Big Ed's story better. It's because of the snow, I said. We both looked out the cafeteria windows at the January whiteness. But the snow is not the surprise. It's what you find when the snow is gone. All the stuff you never even knew you lost, like a mitten you dropped, or a dollar bill, or a letter that you meant to mail. You look down at the ground and things are flattened, Zoe said. She smacked her palms together. Stuck to the driveway, or frozen to a rock under a bush. She said, and so you should give yourself the dollar bill because you're the one who found it, and you should just open the letter and pretend it's from you to you because it's been there so long that you'll have forgotten what you wrote, and when you read it... Surprise, I said. Zoe Samuels cracked up. She's been my best friend ever since. I've never been to her house, and she can't come with me after school, but Zoe knows exactly where I live. She knows why, too. She never said a bad thing about it. All right, this is the last chapter I'm going to read for this one. This one's kind of the kicker here. Chapter 6. Swipe. It is lunchtime in the new school. My meal card won't swipe. The cashier tries again and again. Her name pin says, Miss Jenrick. She's not very old. In fact, she looks like she should be down the block at the high school. She has pink, spiky hair and long earrings with feathers at the ends. She's wearing rings on every finger. Each time my card fails, she shakes her head and something on her jiggles. Did you activate this? She asks. She gives my card a hard look. Yes, I say. Did it go through the washing machine? Not yet, I tell her. Zoe is right behind me. She laughs. Miss Jenrick laughs too as she squints at the display on the machine and wiggles all her rings at it. I don't know why this thing is asking me for a code, she mumbles. I'm new on the job, but I haven't seen this all day. She punches a few buttons. She tries the card again. The line is backing up behind us. I tell Zoe, you should have gone first. You could be eating by now. Zoe leans around me to speak to the cashier. Hey, what if we swipe my card twice, just for today? It's not going to let us do that. Jingle, jingle. The line is pressing on Zoe now. I'm pretty sure the edge of someone's lunch tray is in her back. She plants her feet like she's holding our ground. What gives? Someone asks from the back of the line. I look and see a tall boy with his empty tray clamped in one hand. He points to himself with the other. Starving here. Well, look who's holding things up. I know that voice. It's Brian Morris, and he's leaning out of the line to sneer at me. Not so fast today, are you? He says, as if I ever sprint through a lunch line. Miss Jenrick asks me, Did you pick up this card here in the school office? I lean forward and tell her, it was mailed to me from the state. Oh, the state. Oh, this is an assistance card. She seems to get louder with each word. You're on assistance. That's why it wants a code. Zoe lets a puff through her lips and shakes her head. Brian Morris makes a duck call with his hand from behind us. It's Perry Crook, he squawks. Escaped from surprise. Miss Jenrick's head snaps up when she hears that. Her face turns 5 shades of red beneath her pink hair. I'm sorry, she says. She's very quiet now. My fault. Totally my fault. She puts in a code. My card goes through. Zoe and I sit across from each other at the very end of a long table. We both lean into the cranny where the table folds out from the wall. Zoe is giving her hot macaroni a cold stare. She's mad about the card. I'm thinking that the harder one a lunch is, the more I want to eat it. I'm also thinking that soon I won't have a card from the state. When Mom is paroled, my card will be like everyone else's. She didn't mean it, I tell Zoe. I pick up a fork full of noodles. She was loud, Perry. Megaphone loud. but she was just glad she figured it out. Tomorrow will be a breeze. She could have done it better, Zoe says. Way better. Hey, Zoe, I say, where did you get that ring? Trying to change the subject? She twirls the ring as she speaks. Yeah, I say. I can't hide much from Zoe. Stepdad Tom gave it to me, she says. He bought it in the gift shop at the bed and breakfast we stayed in this summer. Cool, I say. I suppose, she says. But it's like I've told you before. He gets me things that I don't really want or need. Like the camera, she says, leaning up a little. I'm glad he got you the camera, I say with a shrug and a grin. It's not just the gifts with Tom. It's that he has to talk about why he gave them. This ring is to celebrate the vacation we took as a family, Zoe grumbles. She starts to imitate Tom. Isn't it so great how far we've come, Zoe? You and your mom and I, we have made ourselves into a family. And then there he is this morning asking, are you going to wear your new ring to school today, Zoe? Huh? I felt bad because I didn't even think about putting on the ring this morning, Perry. But I pretended that I did, mostly to make my mom happy. I've met Zoe's mom a couple of times, just to say hello at the window of her car in the parking lot, but I've never met Stepdad Tom. I don't always understand exactly how Zoe feels about him, but I know that he is her biggest thing to need to talk about. It's been 2 years, Perry, Zoe goes on. He still does it. He still talks about how great we're doing. You want to know what? She's going to tell me. The best times are when he says normal things like, please pass the rice. That's when I feel like we're a family. I nod my head. I think I get the part about Tom trying too hard. Zoe says, it is a very cool ring, though. She props her elbow on the table and tilts her fist toward me. Put your face up to the stone, Perry. Don't put your chest into the macaroni, she warns. Get real close. See your reflection? It's like a mirror in a funhouse. Your nose gets really big. See? Oh, yeah, I say. She's right. I'm one giant nose face with tiny eyes way up high. I crack a smile and see giant horse teeth in Zoe's ring. It's too funny. I drop my ridiculous face into my hands. Made you laugh. Zoe is triumphant. Zoe says that I never laugh. I say I'm just quiet about it. 4 boys come to sit at our table, including the loud, tall, hungry one. I shift over and slide my tray back in front of me like I'm making more room. But I am stuffed into the wall already. They are talking about what team everyone is on and about which school they came from. There's some whispering, and they keep looking at me. Then up comes Brian Morris to sit with them. He knows where I live. He probably told. Hey, said the tall boy, how about tomorrow you take your assistance car to the back of the line, Blue River boy? Yup, Brian told. I wonder what else he said, because he makes stuff up. He told the 4th grade that I sleep in a cell with no mattress, that I only get white bread and water for supper. The boys are staring. Joey's jaw is set off center. She doesn't like it when people are into my business. She looks at me. She jabs her straw into the table and pushes the wrapper down into a tight accordion. She slides the paper across the table right in front of Brian Morris. She uses her straw to wet it with a dot of milk. It grows. She looks up at Brian and says, Worm. All right, so the story goes on from here, and it turns out that Stepdad Tom, is actually a district attorney. So he's the one that's responsible to prosecute criminals. And when he finds out that Perry has this special arrangement in the prison, he gets involved, and he wants to get Perry out of the prison because he wants to help Perry. But Perry's all freaked out about it because he's never lived anywhere else besides the prison, and he's going to be away from his mom. So the story goes on from there about all the things that he has to deal with now in this new situation, and then the complications with his mom of getting parole. And of course, we still don't know why mom is in prison in the first place, but just an absolutely fun character in Perry T. Cook. This is All Rise for the Honorable Perry T. Cook by Leslie Connor. So, all right, next book. All right, next book is totally different. Let me make that a little bit bigger here. See if I can grab it there. Face glass, there you go. This book is, I don't know, I consider it more of a fantasy, but you got, I guess, technically call it science fiction. But this is about a world underground that is kind of a magical world. But the magic comes in the way of preparing food. So there's all sorts of foods there, but the ones that get the most attention here are wines and cheeses. And these wines and cheeses have these amazing magical properties. Like with wine, it's usually about memory. You can erase people's memory, or you can add memories to people's lives, or get back memories that you lost. And then cheeses are the same way. There's these amazing experiences that you can have eating special kinds of cheeses. But the other thing about this society that's a little bit strange is that everybody's face, it doesn't change with their emotions. It can't change with their emotions. So if they smile, it's not because they're happy, it's because they're choosing to smile. And everybody's worried about people messing up their business. They're always worried about people, plotting and scheming to take stuff away from them. So I'm going to read. I think it's the first. Two chapters or something like that. But this one I found in actually the Scholastic Book Fair. I don't like horror books, so when I saw this book, or the cover here, A Face Like Glass, I was like, oh man, that looks freaky. But then when I read the back and I kind of was reading what it was about, I'm like, wow, that sounds actually super cool. And it's this whole different society. They're underground in this special place, and they keep themselves apart from the rest of the world, but they still export all of their stuff to other parts of the world. So this is A Face Like Glass by Frances Hardinge. And I hope I'm saying that Hardinge. I don't remember exactly. I'm sorry, but super good. Her prose is actually amazing. I'm sorry if I bust out laughing here, because some of the things that she writes in here are just too funny. And I wasn't expecting that from the cover. It was a great find. So, prologue. A Face Like Glass by Frances Hardinge. The Child in the Curds. One dark season, Grandable became certain that there was something living in his domain within the cheese tunnels. To judge by the scuffles, it was larger than a rat and smaller than a horse. That's why that part always cracks me up. On nights when hard rain beat the mountainside high above and filled Caverna's vast labyrinth of tunnels with the music of ticks and trickles and drips, the intruding creature sang to itself, perhaps thinking that nobody could hear. Grandable immediately suspected foul play. His private tunnels were protected from the rest of the underground city by dozens of locks and bars. It should have been impossible for anything to get in. However, his cheesemaker rivals were diabolical and ingenious. No doubt one of them had managed to snuggle in some malignant animal to destroy him, or worse still, his cheeses. Or perhaps this was some ploy of the notorious and mysterious kleptomancer who always seemed determined to steal whatever would cause the most chaos, regardless of any personal gain. Grandable painted the cold ceiling pipes with Maring's peril, thinking that the unseen creature must be licking the condensation off the metal to stay alive. Every day he patrolled his tunnels, expecting to find some animal curled comatose beneath the pipes, with froth in its whiskers. Every day he was disappointed. He laid traps with sugared wire and scorpion barbs, but the creature was too cunning for them. Grandable knew that the beast would not last long in the tunnels, for nothing did, but the animal's presence gnawed at his thoughts, just as its teeth gnawed at his precious cheeses. He was not accustomed to the presence of another living thing, nor did he welcome it. Most of those who lived in the sunless city of Caverna had given up on the outside world. But Grandable had given up on the rest of Caverna. Over his 50 years of life, he had grown ever more reclusive, and now he barely ventured out of his private tunnels or saw a human face. These cheeses were Grandable's only friends and family, their scents and textures taking the place of conversation. They were his children, waiting moon-faced on their shelves for him to bathe them, turn them, and tend them. Nonetheless, there came a day when Grandable found something that made him sigh deeply and clear away all his traps and poisons. A broad wheel of withercream had been left to ripen, the pockmarked skin of the cheese painted with wax to protect it. This soft wax had been broken, letting the air into the secret heart of the cheese and spoiling it. Yet it was not the ruined cheese that weighed Grandable's spirits to the ground. The mark set in the wax was a print from the foot of a human child. A human child it was, therefore, that was trying to subsist entirely on the extraordinary cheeses produced by Grandable's refined and peculiar arts. Even nobility risked only the most delicate slivers of such dangerous richness. Without as much as a morsel of bread or a splash of water to protect its tender stomach from the onslaught of such luxury, the unknown child might as well have been crunching on rubies and washing them down with molten gold. Grandable took to leaving out bowls of water and half loaves of bread, but they were never touched. Clearly, his traps had taught the child to be suspicious. Weeks passed. There were periods during which Grandable could find no trace of the child and would conclude with a ruffled brow that it must have perished. But then, a few days later, he would find a little heap of nibbled rinds in another under-alley and realize that the child had just roamed to a new hiding place. Eventually, the impossible fact dawned upon him. The child was not dying. The child was not sickening. The child was thriving on the perilous splendors of the cheese kingdom. At night, Grandable would sometimes wake from superstitious dreams in which a whey-colored imp with tiny feet pranced ahead of him, leaving tiny weightless footprints in the Stiltons and the sage creams. Another month of this, and Grandable would have declared himself bewitched. However, before he could do so, the child proved itself quite mortal by falling into a vat of curdling, never-fell milk. Grandable had heard nothing untoward, for the creamy junket was already set enough to muffle the sound of the splash. Even when he was stooping over the vast vat, admiring the fine, slight gloss on the settling curds, and the way they split cleanly like cream caramel. When he pushed his finger into the knuckle, he noticed nothing. Only when he was leaning over with his long curd knife, ready to start slicing the soft curds, did Grandable suddenly see a long, ragged rupture in their surface, filling with cloudy, greenish whey. It was roughly the shape of a small, spread-eagled human figure, and a row of thick, fat bubbles was squirming to the surface and bursting with a sag. He blinked at this strange phenomenon for several seconds before realizing what it had to mean. He cast aside his knife, snatched up a great wooden paddle, and pushed it deep into the pale ooze, then scooped and slopped the curds and whey this way and that until he felt a weight on the end. Bracing his knees against the vat, he heaved back on the handle like a fisherman hauling in a baby whale. The weight strained every joint in his body, but at last A figure appeared above the surface, shapeless and clotted with curds, and clinging to the paddle with all the limbs at its disposal. It tumbled out, sneezing, spluttering, and coughing a fine, milky spray, while he collapsed beside it with a huff, breathless with the unexpected exertion. 6 or 7 years old, to judge by the height, but skinny as a whip. "How did you get in here?" he growled, once he had recovered his breath. It did not answer, but sat quivering like a guilty blank mage, and staring from under pale, soupy eyelashes. It was alarming enough sight for any child, he supposed. Grandable had long since abandoned any attempt to make himself fair and presentable in a way of which the court would approve. In fact, he had rebelled. He had deliberately forgotten most of the 200 faces he had been taught in infancy with everybody else. In his stubborn solitude, he wore the same expression day in and day out, like a slovenly overall, and never bothered to change it. Face number 41, the badger in hibernation, a look of gruff interest that suited most situations well enough. He had worn that one expression so long that it had carved its lines into his features. His hair was grizzled and ragged. The hands that gripped the paddle were darkened and toughened by wax and oils, as if he were growing his own rind. Yes, there was a reason enough for a child to look at him with fear, and perhaps it really was afraid. But this was probably nothing but an act. It had decided that terror was more likely to win him around. It would have chosen a suitable face from its supply, like a card from a deck. In Caverna, lies were an art, and everybody was an artist, even young children. "I wonder what face it will be," Grandable thought, reaching for a bucket of water. "Number 29, uncomprehending fawn beforehand. Number 64, violet trembling in sudden shower." "Let's see, then," he muttered, and before the curled figure could react, he had thrown the water across its face to wash away the worst of the curds. Long, braided hair showed through the ooze. A girl, then? She had made a panicky attempt to bite him, showing a full set of teeth with no gaps. Younger than he had thought at first, then. 5 years old at most, but tall for her age. When she sneezed, spluttered, and coughed, he grabbed her small chin and with a heavy rind brush began clearing the rest of the clogging Neverfell curds from her features. Then he snatched up a trap lantern and held it close to the small face. However, it was Grandable, not the child, who gave a noise of fear when at last he saw the countenance of his captive. He released her chin abruptly and recoiled until his back halted with a clunk against the vat from which he had saved her. The hand holding up his trap lantern shook violently, causing the little glowing fly trap within the lamp to snap its fine teeth fretfully. There was a silence, but for the tallowy drip of curds from the child's long, clogged braids, and her muted snuffles. He had forgotten how to look surprised. He was out of practice in changing his expression, but he could still feel that emotion, he discovered. Surprise, incredulity, a sort of horrified fascination, and then the heavy onslaught of pity. "Thunder above," he muttered under his breath. For a moment more, he could only stare at the face his brush had revealed. Then he cleared his throat and tried to speak gently, or at least softly. "What is your name?" The child sucked her fingers warily and said nothing. "Where is your family? Father? Mother?" His words had as much effect as coins dropped in mud. She stared, and stared, and shivered, and stared. "Where did you come from?" Only when he asked her 100 such questions did she offer a whispered, hesitant response that was almost a sob. I don't know." And that was the only answer he could get from her. "How did you get in? Who sent you? Who did you belong to?" "I don't know." He believed her. She was alone, this child, this odd and terrible child. She was alone as he was, More so than he, in fact, despite his attempts to hide away, more so than a child that age could possibly realize. Suddenly, it came to Grandable that he would adopt her. The decision seemed to make itself without asking him. For long years he had refused to take an apprentice, knowing that any underling would only seek to betray him and replace him. This child was a different matter. Tomorrow he would organize a ceremony of apprenticeship with his strange young captive. He would invent a parentage for her. He would explain that she had been scarred during a cheese baking and had to keep her face bandaged. He would hide her pen to enter her name. He would guide her pen to enter her name as Neverfell Grandable on the documents. But today, before anything else, he would send out for a small velvet mask. These chapters don't have numbers, so it's chapter 1, but it's defaced. On a certain murky hour, about 7 years after that fateful day, a skinny figure could be seen capering sideways beside Grandable as he growled and slouched his way through the tunnels with a great white hoop of braided rope cheese over one shoulder and a ring of keys bristling in his fist. She was no longer the little cheese-clotted scrap of life that blinked white lashes at Cheese Master Grandable and so terrified him, nor was she like her master, grim-jowled, solemn, and taciturn, dogged and careful in word and action. No, despite her best efforts, she was a skinny, long-boned tangle of fidget and frisk, with feet that would not stay still, elbows made to knock things off shelves. Her hair was twisted into a mass of short, twiggy red pigtails to keep it out of her face, the cheese, and everything else. 7 years had passed. 7 years in the cheese tunnels, struggling after Grandable's round-shouldered rolling gait with pails of milk or pots of hot wax. 7 years turning cheeses onto their bellies, cheddaring, clambering up the wide wooden shelves like a monkey, sniffing scoops of cheese paste for ripeness. 7 years learning to follow her nose through the darkened tunnels. For Cheese Master Grandable was stingy with trap lanterns. 7 years of sleeping in a hammock strung between the shelves. Her only lullaby, the fluting of the wit whistle cheese as its emerald rind heaved and settled. 7 years of helping Grandable defend his territory from the murderous attempts of other cheesemakers. 7 years of tinkering and taking things apart to fill the unyielding hours, inventing curd shredders and triple whisks and learning the pleasures of seeing cog obey cog. 7 years in which Grandable never permitted her to step out of his private tunnels, even for a moment, and never let her meet anybody without wearing a mask. And what of those 5 years that had been hers before she was apprenticed? She could recall almost nothing of them. She had tried 1,000 times, but for the greater part, that section of her memory was as featureless and numb as scar tissue. Sometimes, just sometimes, she convinced herself that she could remember stray images or impressions, but she could not describe them properly or make sense of them. Darkness, a luminous coil of purple smoke rising around her and upward, a bitterness on her tongue. These were her only memories of her lost past, if memories they truly were. Nobody's mind ever remains a blank page, however carefully they are locked away from the world. In the case of Neverfell, she had made her mind into a scrapbook, busy filling it with the fragments, stories, rumors, and reports she could scavenge from talking to the delivery boys who came to pick up cheeses or drop off milk and supplies, and failing that, the wild scribblings of her own imagination. By the time she had reached the giddy age of 12, probably, she knew everything about Caverna that could be learned through nothing more than sharp ears, a good memory, tireless questioning, and an overactive imagination. She knew of the glittering court, teetering always on the tightrope of Grand Steward's whims. She knew of the great ceaseless camel trains that crossed the desert to bring wagon loads of provisions to Caverna and carry away tiny portions of luxuries created by Caverna's master craftsmen, each worth more than its weight in diamonds. The overground had its own makers of delicacies, but only in Caverna were there masters of the craft, capable of making wines that rewrote the subtle book of memory, cheeses that brought visions, spices that sharpened the senses, perfumes that ensnared the mind, and balms that slowed aging to a crawl. Hearsay, however, was no substitute for a real live visitor. "When is she coming? Can I make the tea? Did you see I swept the floors and fed grubs to all the lanterns? I can serve the tea, can't I? Shall I fetch the dates?" Questions were too big and wild for Neverfell's mind to rein, and they always escaped her, usually in packs of 6. Questions annoyed Master Grandable, and she could feel them annoying him, but somehow she could never help it. Even with his grim, warning silences just filled her with a desperate urge to fill them. "Can I—" "No!" Neverfell flinched back. She lived in a quiet, pragmatic terror of those rare times when her persistence or puppy clumsiness pushed Master Grandable into true anger. Though she had developed something of an instinct for his moods, nothing ever showed in his face, which remained grimly static and weather-worn like a door-knocker. When his temper snapped, it did so in an instant and did not right itself for days. "Not for this visitor. I want you hidden away in the lofts until she is gone." The news hit Neverfell like a physical blow. In the drab and pungent calendar of her life, a visitor was more than a holiday. It was a blessed intrusion of light, life, air, color, and news. For days before such a visit, her excitement would be almost painful, her mind a hornet's nest of anticipation. For days afterward, her lungs filled more easily, and her mind had new memories and thoughts to turn over and play with, like a child with freshly wrapped gifts. To find herself denied contact with any guest at the last moment was agony. But to be denied a chance to meet this particular visitor was beyond bearing. I swept all the floors." It came out as a pathetic broken little mule. Neverfell had spent the last 2 days taking special care to fulfill all her duties and find yet more to complete so that Master Grandable would have no reason to lock her out of sight before the visitor arrived. She felt her throat tighten and had to blink back the burr of tears. Master Grandable stared at her, and nothing changed in his face. No light moved in his eyes. Perhaps he was going to strike her. Or, for all she knew, perhaps he was thinking of Cheddar. "Go and put your mask on, then," he growled, and scowled away down the corridor. "And no gabbing when she arrives." Neverfell did not waste an instant wondering at his change of heart, but scampered away to extricate her black mask from the heap of tools, ragged catalogs, and disemboweled clocks under her hammock. The pile of the velvet was now rough and flattened by years of greasy handling. It was a full-face mask with silver brows and silver mouth closed in a polite smile. It had painted eyes, each with a little hole in the center for her to peer through. She pushed her pigtails back and tied the mask in place with its frayed black ribbon. Once, many years before, she had dared to ask why she had to wear a mask when visitors came. Grandable's response had been blunt and searing. "For the same reason that a sore wears a scab." In that moment, she had realized that she must be hideous. She had never asked again. From then on, she had lived in dread of her own blurry reflection in the copper pots, flinched from the pale and wobbly visage that greeted her indistinctly in the way pails. She was a horror. She must be. She was too horrible to be allowed out of Grandable's tunnels. However, deep in Neverfell's tangle of a mind, there was a curious little knot of stubbornness. In truth, she had never resigned herself to the idea of a life spent cloistered away among Stiltons. Thus, when she had discovered the identity of the woman who had so confidently invited herself to tea, a small bubble of hope had formed in Neverfell's mind. Neverfell flung off her leather apron and hurried on the jacket with all the buttons, or near enough. She had barely had time to make herself presentable when she heard the door's string of bells ring to announce the arrival of Madame Vesperta Appeline, the celebrated face-smith. Face-smiths could only be found in Caverna. The outer world had no need of them. It was only in the labyrinthine underground city of Caverna that babies did not smile. In the overground world, babies who stared up at their mothers' faces gradually started to work out that the two bright stars they could see above them were eyes like their own, and that the broad curve of a mouth was a mouth like theirs. Without even thinking about it, they would curve their mouths the same way, mirroring their mother's smiles in miniature. When they were frightened or unhappy, they would know at once how to screw up their faces and bawl. Caverna babies never did this, and nobody knew why. They looked solemnly at the face above them and saw eyes, nose, mouth, but they did not copy its expressions. There was nothing wrong with their features, but somehow one of the tiny silver links in the chain of their souls was missing. They had to be forced to learn expressions one at a time, slowly and painfully. Otherwise, they remained blank as eggs. These carefully taught expressions were the faces. Those at the cheapest creches learned only a handful of faces, all suitable for their station. For what need had they of more? Richer families sent their children to better nurseries where they would learn 200 or 300 faces. Most Cavernans spent their life making do with the faces they had learned in infancy, but the affluent sometimes hired face-smiths, specialist face designers, to teach them new expressions. Among the fashionable elite, a new, beautiful, or interesting face could cause more of a stir than a string of black pearls or a daring hat. This was Neverfell's first opportunity to meet a face-smith, and her heart was punching against her ribs with excitement as she sprinted back to her master. "Can I be the one to unlock the door?" she asked, aware that she might be pushing her luck. Cheese Master Grandable was always careful to hide his front door keys away from Neverfell's curious grasp, and dug them out only when a visitor was imminent. On this occasion, he tossed her the great ring without a word, and she ran back to the door, her fingers thrilled by the cold weight of the keys. "Only let her in if she's alone, and take a sniff before you open that door," barked Grandable from down the corridor. Cheese Master Grandable always responded to any outside intrusion as a potential invasion, even when the visitors were nothing but delivery boys. Her fingers clumsy with excitement, Neverfell pulled out the wax cloth that plugged each of the locks to keep out poison gas and glisser blinds, the tiny sightless snakes that sometimes slithered through rocky fissures, using their uncanny sense of smell to search for something to bite. She unlocked the 7 locks, pulled back 34 of the 35 bolts, then obediently halted and stood on tiptoe to look through the goggle-eyed spy hole set in the door. In the little passageway beyond was the figure of a solitary woman. Her waist was so slender it looked as though it might snap. She was dressed in a dark green gown with a silver-beaded stomacher and a lace-adorned standing collar. Her mahogany-colored hair was all but lost amid a forest of feathers, most iridescent green and black, which made her look taller than she was. Neverfell's first thought was that the lady must have come straight from some wonderful party. A black silk kerchief was wrapped round Madame Appeline's throat, so that her pale face was thrown into relief. Neverfell decided instantly that it was the most beautiful face she had ever seen. It was heart-shaped and perfectly smooth. As the lady waited, various expressions twinkled in and out of existence, a strange and charming change from Grandable's perpetual glower. Her eyes were long, slanted, and green. her brows utterly black. Only a little cleft in the chin prevented her face from being perfectly regular. Remembering Grandable's instructions, Neverfell opened a small hidden latch and took a quick, careful sniff of the air. Her sharp cheesemaker's nose picked up only hair powder, haste, and a hint of violets. The lady was wearing perfume, but not perfume. A pleasing scent, but not one that could be used to enslave minds. Neverfell dragged back the last bolt, heaved on the great iron ring, and pulled the door open. Upon seeing her, the woman hesitated, and then softly slided into a look of politely amused surprise, tinged with kindness. "Can I speak to Cheesemaster Mormoth Grandable? I believe he is expecting me." Neverfell had never been looked at quite so gently before, and her mouth dried up instantly. "Yes, he's in the reception room." This was her golden moment to steal a few words with the face-smith, and apparently she had forgotten how to form sentences. She felt her face grow hot under the mask as she glanced furtively about her. I wanted to ask you something." "Neverfell!" came the gruff bark from the reception room. Neverfell abruptly remembered her master's instructions. No gabbing. That probably meant he did not want her talking at all. She hesitated, then bent a neat little bow and stepped back, miming an invitation to enter. No friendly chatter today. This was a guest to treat well and attentively, but not one to make too comfortable or welcome. So Neverfell waited for Madame Appeline to enter, fastened the door behind her, and then showed her toward the reception room, a dapper little mannequin with white eyes and a silver smile. The light in the passage was dim, a sure sign of a shortage of people, just as people counted upon the little cavernous fly traps in the trap lanterns to draw in stale, breathed air and turn it into fresh, breathable air. So the traps needed people to provide a supply of stale air for them to breathe. If there were not enough people around, they ran out of stale air, turned off their glow, and went to sleep. The little fly traps themselves had the blind, dappled, placid look of toadstools, and seemed to be yawning their blind mouths out of boredom rather than the hope of luring in fat cave moths with their murky yellowish light. Fortunately, Madame Appeline followed neatly behind Neverfell without showing any temptation to wander off or to touch anything. Grandable distrusted visitors, so by now all his booby traps would have been set. Doors would be locked and their handles smeared with a paralyzing veneer of pork hair Stilton, just in case. Besides such precautions, there was also the ordinary hazards of a cheesemaker's domain. Open the wrong door, and you might find yourself faced with the shelves of spitting jesses, rattling on their dove-feathered beds and sending up a fine spray of acid through the pores in their rinds. Or some great mossy round of croak speckle, the very fumes of which could melt a man's brain like so much butter. The cozy antechamber that Grandable used as a reception room was the only place into which visitors were ever permitted. Here, at least, the reek of cheese was slightly fainter than the rest of Grandable's domain. As Neverfell showed her in, the face-smith drew herself up and changed manner completely. Suddenly, she was grandiose and glittering, and seemed to have gained a few inches in height. "Cheesemaster, I had heard rumors that you were still alive. How delightful to be able to confirm them." The face-smith swept delicately into the room, the longest feathers of her headdress kissing the roof of the antechamber. Peeling off her yellow gloves, she settled herself on the appointed guest chair, a carefully judged 8 sword lengths from Grandable's great wooden seat. "After such a dramatic and complete disappearance, half my friends were convinced you had despaired of life and done something ghastly to yourself." Grandable examined the cutoff of his long, gray greeting visitor's coat. His expression did not change, but perhaps for a second it deepened a little. "Tea," was all he said. The cuffs did not respond, but presumably they knew the instruction was meant for Neverfell. It was an agony leaving the conversation for such a moment, just as it seemed Neverfell might finally learn something of Grandible's reasons for withdrawing from court. The only aristocracy of Caverna were the craft, the makers of true delicacies that crossed the invisible line between the mind-blowing and the miraculous. As a maker of true cheeses, Grandible was a member of the craft class, but he had never told Neverfell why he chose not to take up his rightful place at court. In their rocky little kitchen, Neverfell hauled on a wall lever to summon hot water. Somewhere far above in the furnace caverns, a little bell would be ringing. After a minute or two, the water pipe started to hum, whine, and judder. Neverfell tugged on her protective gloves and turned the gray and scaly tap, releasing a torrent of steaming water into the teapot. Neverfell made tea, scalding herself in her haste, and by the time she re-emerged, guest and host were mid-conversation. When Neverfell placed a cup of peppermint tea and a paste of dates on the table beside Madame Appeline, the latter paused mid-flow to flash Neverfell a small, sweet, thank-you smile. An extremely good customer, the face-smith went on, but also a close friend, which is why I promised to try to help him. You can understand his worry, surely. This is such an important diplomatic occasion, and the poor young man does not want to disgrace himself in front of the Grand Steward and the rest of the court. Can you blame my friend for wanting to make sure that he has all the right faces prepared? Yes! Grandible's blunt nails tapped at the arms of his chair, nearing the catch for the hidden compartment. I can! Fools like that keep the face market running, even though everybody knows that 200 faces are enough for anybody. 10 would do. Or 2? Madame Appeline narrowed her long, slanting eyes. Her smile was knowing, but there was a hint of warmth and sympathy beneath the mockery. Cheese master, I know that it is almost a matter of principle with you, but you should actually be careful wearing the same face day in and day out. It marks the countenance. Some day you may want to use one of your other faces and suddenly realize that your face muscles can no longer remember them. Grandible stared at her, his face dour as a gibbet. I find this one very suitable for most situations and people I encounter, he sighed. I fail to see why you want to talk to me, Face-Smith. If this whelp wants 100 new expressions so he can react differently to every shade of green he sees, then go ahead and sell them to him. If it were a matter of shades of green, then yes, that would be an easy matter. Mock all you like, but in contemplation of Vidurgus and an apprehension of apple boughs are very popular right now. No, the problem is the banquet. If he wants to prove he is a true judge of all that is fine, he must be able to react the right way to every dish. Are you getting a glimmer of my motives now, dear cheese master? More of a glint. I already have him primed with the right faces for all 4 wines. The songbird jelly, the soup, the pie, the cordial, the ices, and each of the sugared fruits. But your stack falter certain will be making its debut. How can I devise the right face for something that I have never experienced? That particular cheese was commissioned by the Grand Steward. It is his property. But there are always broken cheeses, persisted Madame Appeline. Failed cheeses, scraps, spills, crumbs. My friend would only need the tiniest crumb. Would you not be willing to spare even that? He would be most grateful. No. The answer was very soft and final, like a candle dying. Madame Appeline was quiet for a long time, and when she spoke again, she sounded very serious. Her smile was melancholy. Dear cheese master, has it never occurred to you that someday, however improbable it may seem to you, you might wish to return to court? That you might need to come back to court? Hiding out here may feel safe, but it is not. It offers your enemies 1,000 chances to move against you, whispers in the right ears. It makes you vulnerable. And if you lose your standing some dark hour, you will not be safe even here. And you have posterity. She directed a fleeting glance at Neverfell to consider. I'm sure you mean something by that. Grandel's hands were fidgeting on the arms of his chair, and Neverfell suddenly realized that he was nervous. More nervous than she had ever seen him. I mean that sooner or later you and your protege are going to need allies. And for years you have been doing your best to push away everybody who tries to make friendly overtures. What if you have to deal with the court again? How will you manage with no friends and 2 faces? I survived last time, muttered Grandable. And perhaps you could again, Madame Appeline continued quite calmly. Or you could let me help you. I know a lot of people and could make introductions. I could even make a new look for you to make the whole thing easier. She put her heart-shaped head on one side and scrutinized Grandable through her long green eyes. Yes, I think a touch of twinkle or wry charm would suit you very well. Or perhaps world-weary with a hint of sadness and a core of basic integrity. Perhaps even amused shrewdness with a well of deeper wisdom. Cheese Master, I know that you have a prejudice against my trade, but the truth is I can be a good friend, and I am really quite a useful person to know. Biscuits, said Grandable with venom. In the kitchen, Neverfell's haste tripped her on a rug edge, sprawled her over a chair, and forced her to spend maddening extra minutes picking up the spilled biscuits from the floor and flicking the specks off of them. She arrived back in the antechamber just in time to see that the conversation was over. With a sting of desperation, she observed the faysmith gliding back toward the great door with its 35 bolts. Her expression a mild glow of wry amusement, regret, sympathy, and resolution. Breathless, Neverfell ran to catch up with her, then dropped her deepest bow. She felt the faysmith's smile trickle over her as gently and iridescently as the headdress feathers had touched the ceiling. Neverfell's heart lurched at the thought of breaking her orders from Master Grandable, but there would never be another chance to speak with the faysmith, and this chance was slipping away. My lady, she whispered urgently, wait, please, you said you could make faces that would make Grandabel look good, and I just wanted to know. She took a deep breath and asked the question that had been buzzing around in her mind for months. Could you make a face for somebody who has none worth the name? I mean, someone so ugly they must be hid? For a few seconds, the faysmith regarded Neverfell's mask, her expression perfectly motionless. Then it softened into a gleaming sweetness, like a droplet welling at the tip of a thawing icicle. She reached out a hand toward the mask, apparently intending to remove it, but Neverfell flinched back. She was not yet ready for this beautiful woman to see whatever lay beneath. You really won't let me see? Whispered Madame Appeline. Very well, then, I have no intention of upsetting you. She glanced up the corridor, then leaned forward to whisper. I have had many people come to me who were called ugly, and every single time I have been able to design them a face that makes them pleasant to the eye. It is never hopeless. Whatever you may have been told, nobody needs to be ugly. Neverfell felt her eyes tingle and had to swallow hard. I'm sorry Master Grandable was so rude. If it had been up to me. Thank you. There were peacock-colored flecks in Madame Appeline's eyes, as if 2 green gems had been carefully fractured 100 times. I believe you. What was your name again? Did Master Grandable call you Neverfell? Neverfell nodded. Good to meet you, Neverfell. Well, I shall remember that I may have one young friend in these cheese tunnels, even if your master is determined to distrust everyone who belongs to the court. Madame Appeline glanced back toward the reception room. Look after him well. He is more vulnerable than he thinks. It is dangerous to lock oneself away and lose track of what is happening outside. I wish I could go out into the city and discover things for him, whispered Neverfell. Her reasons were not completely unselfish, though, and she knew the yearning in her voice had betrayed her. Do you never leave your master's tunnels? Madame Appeline's black eyebrows rose gracefully as Neverfell shook her head. Her tone was slightly scandalized. Never? But why on earth not? Neverfell's hands moved defensively back to her mask and the unloved face it hid. Oh, Madame Appeline gave a soft sigh of realization. Do you really mean to say that he keeps you locked up in here because of your looks? But that is terrible. No wonder you want a new face. She reached out with one gloved hand and gently stroked the cheek of Neverfell's mask with a faint rasp of velvet. Poor child. Well, do not despair. Perhaps you and I will turn out to be friends, and if so, perhaps someday I will have a chance to make a face for you. Would that make you happy? Neverfell nodded mutely, her chest full to bursting. In the meanwhile, the face smith went on, you can always send a message to me. My tunnels are not far from the Samfair district, where the Tethman's slink meets the hurdles. The bell rang in the reception room, and Neverfell knew that Grandabel was becoming impatient. Reluctantly, she unbolted the door again and heaved it open, so that Madame Appeline could drift out. Goodbye, Neverfell. In the fleeting second before the door closed between them, Neverfell glimpsed something that made her heart stumble in its pace. Madame Appeline was watching her with a face she had never seen before. It was unlike anything from the many face-smith catalogues Neverfell had treasured over the years, nor was it smooth and beautiful like the other faces Madame Appeline had worn during her visit. It contained a smile, but one with a world of weariness behind the brightness, and sadness beyond the kindness. There was something a little haggard around the eyes as well that spoke of sleeplessness, patience, and pain. The next instant the image was gone, and Neverfell was left staring at the door as it clicked to. Her mind was crazed with color and jumbled thoughts. It took her a moment or two before she remembered that she should be throwing all the bolts. The last extraordinary face had sent a throb through her very soul, like a breeze shivering the string of a harp, and she could not account for it. Something in her heart cried out that it was familiar. Without knowing why, Neverfell had come very close to flinging the door open again, throwing her arms around the visitor, and bursting into tears. So, that was A Face Like Glass by Frances Hardinge. And so the story goes on from there. So what the face smith wanted was it wanted a sample of one of the cheeses. And Grandable, of course, is not going to give it. But Neverfell ends up trying to get a little tiny, tiny piece of cheese to her because she wants to help out Madame Appeline. But when Grandable discovers what she's done and she realizes how terrible of a thing this might be for him, she ventures outside to try to get it back. And in doing so, she sets in a whole range of things that happen both within Converna as well as in herself, right? We don't know who she's from. We don't know who her parents are. And she's lost all of her memories. And a lot of it has to do with getting those back, realizing who she is, and why maybe that face is familiar to her is a big trick in the story. But it just gets better and better from that fantastic beginning. But I love the world that she created. This amazing world where the magic is in the foods that these master craftsmen make and the complexity of the court. But it doesn't take long to realize that Master Grandable is down here in these tunnels for a reason. Like there are some terrible things happening out in the rest of Caverna that she doesn't know about. So, Face Like Glass by Frances Hardinge. Fantastic, fantastic book. All right. Next, let's go to this one. All right. This one, I just read a little bit of this preparing for today's Read Aloud. And so this is a book. My Life is a Book by Janet Tashjian. Man, 2 times in a row, I can't get it. Tashjian? John? I don't. But I started this, and it was absolutely hilarious. The way that she's describing this this kid and what they have to go through. I thought it really captured a great part of like what it's like to be a kid. If you like Diary of a Wimpy Kid or what's the other one? Dork Diaries, right? It's written very similar to that kind of stream of consciousness, kind of almost journal-like. And there's not a lot, but they have little drawings in here. So not like a comic strip, but just like little pictures in there. And the pictures are by Jake Tashjian. I'm sorry. I'm messing that up. Okay. So let's find out about what kind of kid this is and about why he might be dreading this year's summer break. We start the story kind of at the last little bit of school. These chapters aren't numbered, but this is chapter 1. Help. I don't want to read this book. Ever since my teacher said I was a reluctant reader, I spend every waking minute avoiding my mother and her latest idea of how I should use my time. Waste my time is more like it. The librarian said you'd love this book. My mom vaults over a basket of laundry, but I'm too fast for her. I dive out my bedroom window onto the roof of the garage. 1 chocolate chip per page, she calls. That's the old rate. My price has gone up. As soon as my mother starts to climb out after me, I hoist myself through the open attic window. A few minutes later, I hear her at the bottom of the attic stairs. 2 chocolate chips per page, but that's as high as I'll go, Derek. While my mother tries to bribe me down from the attic with chocolate, I rummage through the cardboard boxes to see if there's a stick I can use to shoot my way out. Instead, I find a stack of letters my father wrote to my mother when they were dating. Ugh. And some old newspapers. When I open one of them, the headline reads, Local girl found dead on beach. The newspaper is from Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts, and dated 10 years ago. I have to do the math in the dust with my finger. I open the attic door and hang down by my feet. I'm facing my mother upside down, like Peter Parker and Mary Jane in the first Spider-Man movie, except we don't kiss. Obviously. I asked Mom about a dead 17-year-old girl on an island we've never been to, but she doesn't know what I'm talking about. So I toss down the newspaper. When she picks it up, her expression changes. This has nothing to do with you, she says. No kidding, I answer. I just want to know why we have it. She yanks me down by the waistband of my jeans and catches me before I hit the floor. Instead of making up a story, you're going to read one. She tucks the newspaper article into her back pocket, then shoves the library book into my hands. The thing is, I like to read. If everyone just left me alone with Calvin, Hobbes, Garfield, Bucky, and Satchel, I could read all day. But forcing a kid to do something as private as reading? My teacher, my mother, and the reading tutor, a nice woman named Satan, came up with a new reading system for me this year. They had me keep a list of all the vocabulary words I didn't know. Because I like to draw, my father is a professional illustrator, I took their idea and made it my own. So instead of writing the vocabulary words, now I draw them. Anything to get out of reading. Right, and you can see what he's drawing here. Right, he's writing every once in a while some of the words. They just have like little assassin and adventure. He just has a little picture that he draws on them. My parents insist I use this system all the time, so I usually pretend I'm a spy being tortured by super evildoers who force me to practice active reading or be killed by a foreign assassin. But if everyone thinks I'm spending my summer doing this, they are wrong, wrong, wrong. If my life were a book, I'd have my own cool adventures instead of reading about someone else's. If I were the main character in an exciting story rather than some kid who had to sit around and read all day, I'd spend the summer trying to find out how that girl in the newspaper ended up dead. Next chapter. Torture in the classroom. The next morning, Miss Williams picks up where my mother left off. She passes out the summer reading list, wearing a demented smile and acting as if she's tossing out free candy. I pretend to smash my head on my desk. Miss Williams ignores me. You'll read 3 books from this list and write a report on one of them. The way our principal shifted assignments next year, I'm happy to say I'll be your teacher again in September. I swear I'm not a troublemaker, but it's like an alien life form has landed in the classroom wielding assault weapons in each hand. Somebody has to stop the madness. Are you saying we have you again next year? And we have a report due on the first day of school? I ask. That's reading and writing homework for the summer. It's just not doable on my schedule. I find my friend Matt thinks this is funny, but I know he'll enjoy the show from the sidelines without backing me up. The teacher's voice has that same weary tone as my mother's. Please tell us about all these summer activities. I can't wait to hear. That's the whole thing, I say. You can't plan when you're going to pelt the UPS truck with water balloons, or when you'll dig up worms and put them in Miss Parker's mail slot, or when you'll dip your action figures in paint and flick them at your friend with a lacrosse stick until you're both covered in painty stripes. Summer's like a pajama and cereal day. If you try to plan it out ahead of time, you wreck it. Matt waves his fist in the air as if he's the one giving Miss Williams a hard time. The teacher places the reading list squarely in front of me. I'm afraid you'll have to try and fit in 3 of these books during all that fun. I like Miss Williams, but I wouldn't complain if she was kidnapped by crazed bank robbers in need of a getaway car. The reading list, unfortunately, isn't going anywhere either. I stare at it and wonder what I've gotten myself into. One of the books is about a kid and his dog over summer vacation and all the exciting things they do together and the lessons the boy learns. I have a dog, and trust me, that stuff only happens in books. Here's a good one about pelt. And then this one is kidnapped. You can see the little hand. It's hard to see. You can see the little hand sticking out of the bag that he's got him wrapped up in. Help. Next chapter. Playing James Bond. Matt and I are at the mall looking at DVDs and comic books. His mother is trying on shoes a few stores down. But we imagine she isn't with us and that we came here on our own. My favorite clerk, Jamie, wraps DVDs in plastic, then seals them with a blow dryer. When his boss isn't looking, Jamie pretends to stick his finger in the electrical outlet while he aims the blow dryer at his head so that his hair flies around like he's been shocked. I laugh more than Matt does, but that's because Jamie is Matt's older brother, and he never thinks anything Jamie does is funny. As we scan the new action comedies, I tell Matt about the newspaper article I found in the attic. I want to find more about the girl who drowned, I say. Do you think Jamie can help? He's more interested in girls that are alive. Matt points to Jamie blowing the hair of 2 high school girls giggling by the cash register. Jamie's boss coughs with disapproval and said he's going down the hall for a coffee. That's all Matt and I need to hear. Come on, Jamie. Your boss won't be back for at least 10 minutes, I say. Matt starts to hum the James Bond theme song. Jamie tries to impress the girls by being a good brother, so he presses the button that lowers the store's gate. The metal bars come slowly down from the ceiling while Matt and I run through the store as if we're spies being chased by bad guys. Then when the gate's just a few feet from the ground, we roll under it and escape at the last second. Jamie waves to us from the other side of the bars and tells us we look like monkeys at the zoo. Very funny, Matt says. Raise the gate so we can do it again. Instead, Jamie takes packing peanuts from the box of DVDs and starts throwing them as if we're monkeys and it's feeding time. Don't be a knucklehead, I say. Let's do it again before your boss comes back. But Jamie is focused on the girls and has blocked us out completely. Just where you two belong, behind bars. I turn around and see Carly Rodriguez, the smartest girl in our class. I tell her we're in the middle of reenacting a James Bond movie, and if she doesn't get out of the way, we can't be responsible for her safety. She waves a green plastic bag in our faces like she's got the secret code we spies are searching for. I just picked out my summer reading books. I got 2 extra ones in case I finish the others early. Teacher's pet, as usual. I tell Jamie his boss is coming back with the coffee, and he immediately hits the button to raise the gate. When it's a foot off the floor, Matt and I roll back into the store. Carly almost looks a little envious of our game. Jamie peeks down the hall. You liar, he's not coming. I know. I take a handful of change from the have a penny, leave a penny tray on the counter, then run down to meet Matt in the poster section. I see Carly at the other end of the store, smiling as she pages through one of her new books. This time, I'm the one who's envious. Next chapter. Why call her a babysitter if I'm not a baby? When my parents leave for their Thursday night date, I offer my babysitter Amy a truce. Usually, I torture her by locking myself in the bathroom, running the water, and overflowing the bathtub, or taking my old bike from the basement and riding it down the front hall stairs. Last time I did, I skidded into my father's work table, and his markers ended up all over the house. I'll make a deal with you, I say. If you help me do some research, I'll go to bed on time with no fuss. I swear. She stops texting her friends and looks at me suspiciously. Is this for a school project? Kind of. Since my mother grabbed the newspaper article away from me the other day, I searched every wastebasket in the house with no luck. All I can remember about the news story is the date. When Amy goes back to texting, I stick my face between her and the phone and ask if she can find more information on the computer. She jumps at any chance to use my father's super fast laptop and types in Martha's Vineyard drowning, as well as the year. Several articles pop up, but I finally spot the short piece I found in the attic. The girl's name is Susan James. I ask Amy if there's anything else. Why are you asking me? I tell Amy I've cornered Mom twice, but she gets angrier each time I ask. I even heard her talking to Dad about it in the den with the door shut. You can always write to the newspaper if you're that desperate, you know. But then I'd have to write. I decide I don't like Amy's attitude. So I break our truce, grab my dog, Bodie, and lock us in my mother's car. After a few minutes of trying to coax me out, Amy gives up and goes inside. I scrunch down in the back seat and think about a girl Amy's age who died. I bury my head into Bodhi's chocolate fur and wonder what that must have been like for her parents, her brothers, her sisters, and if she had any, or even her dog. As if she knows what I'm thinking, Bodhi moves in closer and puts his head on my leg. I imagine waves crashing on an island I've never been to, but then am startled by bright lights behind me. Mom and Dad, home early. When I jump out of the car, Bodhi does too. We were just cleaning it. What a mess. Amy meets us in the driveway and holds out her hand to get paid. He locked them in again. Plus, he was obsessed with an article about some girl who drowned, Miss Fallon. I tried my best. I really did. My mother gives her a 20, and Amy is back on her cell before my father can offer to walk her home. I yell across the street for Bodhi to stop eating the food Mr. Jennings leaves out for his cat. My mother holds open the back door. I have no idea why I saved that article, she says. I must have been interested in something on the back. There was an ad for a furniture store. See, I was probably looking at couches. On Martha's Vineyard? Mom tries hard not to get annoyed. I know you have a curious mind, but maybe you can focus on something else. Tomorrow's the last day of school. Let's have a great summer, okay? She shoots me that smile she wears when she'd give everything she owns to get me to behave for more than just a few minutes. I tell her we won't be doing anything in school tomorrow besides watching a DVD, so it's fine if I stay home, but she's not buying it and sends me up to brush my teeth. Later, I didn't brush my teeth. I traced the letters SUSANJAMES on the wall. Susan James. Bodhi looks up from his spot at the foot of my bed and watches as if he can read. Maybe he could. The summer reading list wouldn't be such a chore. I tell myself to stop thinking about bad stuff. After all, tomorrow is the start of vacation and the start of sleeping late. The end of being prodded every day by teachers with their mental tasers to learn, learn, learn. Tomorrow is also the day I start to investigate what my mother is trying to hide. Investigate. So, you can imagine what that book is about, him trying to figure out a little bit more about that, trying to deal with summer vacation and that whole adventure. My life as a book. I like some of the ways he describes it. He's like, I like my teacher, but I wouldn't mind if she got kidnapped by somebody. You're like, what? That's really funny. Okay. Excellent. We're right on schedule. Okay. Let's take that off there. All right, this next one I really, really like, but it's also a little bit freaky. All right, so The Girl in the Well is Me. So this is a story about this girl, and there are these really popular girls in school, and she's trying to be part of the popular group, and so she's going through this initiation, and she falls down into this well. And for those of you who might not know what a well is, right, which is basically this big hole in the ground. It's not very large, and it usually goes fairly deep. A long time ago, so wells now are not holes in the ground. They just have a pipe that runs down to where the well is. But a long time ago, they didn't have big pumps and electric motors and things like that. So they just have this big hole in the ground, and you'd throw a bucket down there, and then you'd get water on the end of it, and then you would haul it up. You just have to pull it up. Sometimes it had like a pulley and a crank or something like that. So just this big, huge hole in the ground. And what I like both the mentality of the girl who's down in the well, and it's crazy the people who are, how do I say it, not down in the well with her. That's maybe a different way to put it. But this is written by was it Karen Rivers? Yeah, by Karen Rivers. So give me just a second here and we will start. Okay. The Girl in the Well is Me by Karen Rivers. Chapter 1, Fallen. The whole thing feels like a prank at first, like something they planned, a joke with a punchline. Maybe before I know it, one of the girls will tell me it's meant to be funny and then get me out of here. But then again, maybe not. I have a bad feeling about this. I try not to panic. The first thing everyone says to do in emergencies, earthquakes or house fires, or if, say, you fall down an abandoned well out in the wasteland behind town, is to stay calm. Stay calm, Cammy, I tell myself. My voice echoes up the dusty shaft to where the girls are, safe on high ground. I kind of think of them as the girls, with capital letters like that. I think that's how they think of themselves. Help! I scream. Mandy! Candy! Sandy! I'm thoroughly wedged, arms pinned against my side. No one answers me, but I know they're up there. I can hear my own breathing. I'm panicking. No, I'm not panicking. I won't. My feet are dangling over nothing. I can feel all that emptiness underneath me, cold and bottomless. I try to breathe slow, in and out. In and out. In and out. My heart beats. Nothing is broken. At least, I don't think so. So, I guess I'm okay. I am okay. I will be okay. Okay? I'm not actually okay, and it hurts to breathe. It hurts to be. I scream, help! Again, but it hurts even more to scream, so I stop. Guys? I call. This isn't funny. Why aren't they answering? I know they're there. I hear gravel crunching under their feet and the sound of voices low and too quiet to understand. Whispers that float by in the sky above the well's now open mouth. Candy! I scream. Help! Candy is in charge. Candy is the one to ask. She is the queen of them all. I stare up at the perfectly round hole of sky and hot Texas air and wait. And then finally, there they are, 3 shadowy faces peering down at me from the top of the well, filling up all that blue. Mandy, Candy, and Sandy, the most popular girls in the 6th grade at Nowhereville's middle school. Their mouths are open like it might help them to see me better. Wow, Sandy says. You fell in. I guess Sandy is in charge of stating obvious things. I fell in. I'm crying now. I fell in. I repeat. This isn't funny. Get me out. The sun is angled, so there is just one ribbon of light on the wall in front of me. There's not much else to look at except the blue hole up there, and craning my neck is starting to hurt. The wall is yellowish, brown, dusty brick, or maybe it's ancient clay. The dust makes me think of old people's skin crumbling and dry. Help me, please. Help me, please. I whimper, pulling my face back as far from the wall as I can. I don't want to be breathing in old person's skin dust. I cough. Why aren't they getting me out of here? Help me now! I yell, please! Wait, a voice answers. Just hang on. And stop shouting, another one says. I don't know them well enough to be able to tell without looking whose voice is whose. I look up. A foot is dangling over the edge, like the owner of the foot is just sitting there casually. The foot is wearing blue nail polish. My mom would kill me before she'd let me wear that color on my nails. That's for sure. She's old-fashioned, she says. She doesn't think nail polish is appropriate for kids. Even though she used to wear it all the time, back when she used to get pedicures. Probably the same color even. I stick my tongue out at the foot. Not that it can see me, and it vanishes back out of sight. The owner of the foot is probably thinking, what if it gets dirty? Gross. I am covered with dirt, so I guess that I am gross. I sneeze 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. And little clouds of dust float between me and the sun, hovering like filthy fairies. This, as my grandma would say if she wasn't dead, is a fine kettle of fish. Luckily for me, there are no fish in this well. Or water, thank goodness. I hate fish with their puckered mouths that look like they're going to suck the flesh clean off your bones. Teeny bite by teeny bite, like little sea vampires. I may be 11 years old, but I am very small for my age. If I wasn't so small, I wouldn't have been able to slip so easily into the bricks and mortar and whatever else hold well walls together when the old dirt-covered board I was standing on gave way and let me drop into the hole like a whack-a-mole. Except I can't pop back up. If I was a normal size, this wouldn't be happening. If this was a wishing well and I had a coin, I would wish to be bigger. I'd wish to be huge. I'd wish to be the tallest girl in the 6th grade, the tallest girl in the world. I hate being small. It's just not fair. The only time being small pays off was when you're trying to get a discount on movie tickets. And even then, it's not worth it because getting away with that is the same as lying. Lying turns your soul into something small and dry and hard, like an old raisin you find in your book bag squashed under a book you on purpose forgot to return to your old school library because you loved it too much to leave it behind. I hereby declare that I, Cammie Summers, age 11, am not a liar, which is a miracle if you consider where I come from. My parents are the biggest liars of all. If there was a prize for lying, they would win it by a mile. Their souls are worse than raisins. They are tiny lumps of coal, squashed so hard that maybe they're turning into diamonds, sharp and glittery. My soul? Well, it's still basically a grape, sweet and juicy and delicious, and frankly, kind of awesome. Which doesn't even matter because my juicy and amazing soul is stuck in a well. Candy! I yell. Get me out now! Candy Proctor's face appears above me. Cammie! She drawls, sing-songy and slow like, what's the rush? Candy is also 11, but is not small for her age. Her head starts slowly moving lower and lower into the hole. Someone must be holding on to her legs to stop her from falling. Candy Proctor is not the kind of girl who falls into wells. From this angle, her chin looks like it's made of silly putty, pulling stringily away from her neck. Holy cow, she says. You're far. She stretches her arm down the well, but can't even reach the tip of my nose, which is my highest point right now. Her fingernails are blue, and those blue nails, they aren't anywhere near close enough to touch me. Panic bubbles up in my throat. I swallow it like hot soap, and it hurts and burns. She waves her arm around. So, grab on, I guess, she says. There's something about the way that Candy moves that makes me think of a giraffe, long and bony. She's too far away. I can't reach up, I shout. I'm mad now. My arms are stuck. How can I grab on? How am I going to get out? Are you dying? She asks, ignoring the question. Like, are you broken? No, I yell. No, I don't know. It hurts. I hurt. Why did you let me fall in the well? Specifically, what Candy had said was, stand on that square right there. She pointed at a square of dirt that was slightly higher than the dirt around it, the thing that was covering the well, and sing a song, a loud song, but not a Christmas song because I really hate those. Sing something good, and you have to get all the words right or you have to start over. I did it, just what she said, or at least I tried to. I had gotten as far as the dawn's early light when the wood under me snapped in two, like someone had given it a kung fu punch. And I went, and down I went. I thought I was winning. I mean, I knew all the words, and no one is going to say that the national anthem isn't cool. There's no way. Candy says now, I kind of don't know why you didn't test the board before you stood on it. Her hair, which was in a braid, swings like a rope. If this was a real working well, it would have had a bucket tied to it. The bucket would land on my head and she'd probably laugh. I hate you, I whisper. Then louder I go, I don't know, but you have to get me out. Cammy, she says, stay calm, girl. OMG. The blood is totally rushing to my head. I feel sick. Are you going to grab me or not? I think she's a little bit in love with how caring she's trying to sound. But her OMGs and her concerned voice make me feel like I'm watching her audition for the school play. From the bottom of the well, that is. I can't reach, I yell. OMG, Candy, I mimic her. Just get me out. I don't know how. She says, I'm seeing stars, like in a cartoon. Sorry, I'll be back in a sec. Her hand and her braid and her face all disappear in an upwards flush of swirling candy drama. I hear a giggle and a thump. I try to stop breathing so fast. I try to stop being so mad at Candy and Mandy and Sandy, which is kind of impossible, but I try. I also try to think about what to do, but all I can think of, help! I'm going to die! And also, OMG, OMG, OMG! I guess Candy is rubbing off on me after all. Back in my old life, I'd never say OMG. I wasn't one of those girls. I was different. I used bigger words. But now I'm here, and I'm just a small worder. I'm someone who says LOL or I want a BFF. I don't even know who I am anymore, to tell you the truth. And it doesn't matter because I'm in a well. I try to pretend like I'm playing the part of a kid in a public service announcement about dangerous wells. Except if I was, then the camera would stop rolling and someone would get me out. And or I'd know how to get myself out because someone would tell me how. That's the great thing about acting. Someone always tells you how to be and what to do. I love acting. Drama is my favorite, or at least it was. There's no drama club here in Nowheresville, Texas. There are sports and more sports, and stupid cheerleading classes. So maybe if you try real hard, you can be a cheerleader for all those sports in high school. No, thank you. I'd rather do the sports, even though I hate sports. But maybe if I was sportier, I could climb out of here. Maybe if I was more muscly, I wouldn't have fallen down here in the first place. Maybe if I was someone else, I wouldn't have been gullible enough to stand on a well in the first place. Hurry! I yell. Hurry, hurry, hurry! I can hear the rise and fall of the girls' voices, the scuffling of shoes in the gravel crunchy dirt, the giggling, the pauses while they try to think of something. They could easily walk away. They could go and not come back. My stomach does a twist. I swallow hard, dust in my throat, trying not to be sick. Let's face it. There's nowhere for throw up to go in here except a puddle on my chest, which would basically be the worst. Like, this could get worse. The blue sky, which is no longer blocked by Candy Proctor's head, or anyone else's for that matter, is as round as a coin up there. The sun, which has edged into view, is burning a shadow in my vision. "There's a light at the end of the tunnel," I yell, "but I can't reach it." I'm trying to be funny. Gallows humor, Mom would call it. We have a lot of that around our house lately. "Don't go to the light," shouts Sandra Fishburne, suddenly appearing, blinking above me. Sandy's dad is a preacher. She's kind of both too dumb and too serious for that joke to work. "Don't go to the light. If you go, you won't come back. People don't." "I'm stuck," I say. "I can't go anywhere. And the light is the sun, not like the light of heaven. I was kidding. But come on, Sandy, come on. What are you guys doing up there? Help me." "Cammy," Amanda Fassbender says, her face now in the gap next to Sandy. "This is getting boring. Just get out of there." "I can't get out," I shout. "I can't move." Candy appears alongside the others, and all three girls stare down at me. It's hard to tell what their faces are doing. "Get help," I add, helpfully. "Please." I don't want to be crying, but I can't stop it. There's snot and tears all over my face, mixing with the dust. I must look disgusting. It's like my face is pouring tears out all over the place without my say-so. "I don't know what you're doing," I hiccup. "Help me. I don't like it in here." "No one likes wells," Mandy says, "except maybe snakes or lizards and stuff like that." "What?" I yell. "What?" "Calm down. I was joking," Mandy says. "Sort of. I mean, there probably aren't any snakes in there." Candy snort laughs. "There aren't," she says. "Don't let Mandy freak you out." "I'm already freaked out," I yell. I hope there aren't any snakes down here. A well actually does seem like a place where a snake would like to live. Do snakes like to be cold? I can't remember. Maybe I never knew. I don't know much about snakes. They are either warm-blooded or cold-blooded, which means they're either like to be cold or hate it. I shiver and pull my arms and legs tighter into my body, and I slip down again, further, deeper. No! The little patch of light that was on the wall is gone now. There's nothing in front of me but shadows and darkness. "Stop!" I yell at myself, and somehow I do. I cross my feet at the ankles, then uncross them. My feet wish they had something to stand on. My feet are desperate to stop my fall. I could fall forever. I could fall out the other side of the world. "Don't go deeper," yells Candy, like it's a choice that I can make. "Candy," says Sandy in a whisper so loud it echoes down to my ears and rubs up against them, styrofoam sinister. What if we can't get her out?" "I can hear you," I say. My arms prickle with goosebumps. Whispering makes me think of wool that you're rubbing on your tongue. I want to spit, but I can't because it would just land on me. Okay, Candy says, "We've got to go." She says it like she's leaving a conversation, as if it's yesterday afternoon and we're talking on the phone and I'm just going to sit here with the telephone pressed against my ear, waiting for her to come back. We have a landline now. Mom gave up on her cell phone. It's like we didn't just move. We traveled back through time to 1975. In the kitchen, there's a patterned, squishy floor with gold flecks. There's a spot where you can sit where the sun comes in the window and makes a rectangle of sparkling light on the floor. That's where I was sitting yesterday, tracing patterns on the gold bits, when Candy called to say that I could join her club if I passed an initiation. This is the initiation. I guess I'm not going to pass. The heads disappear again. My own head hurts. My own head wants to disappear into the warm sunshininess of the Texan blue sky, to melt in the heat like a candle in a flame. But instead, my head's an ice cube, shivering and clattering away on top of my neck, my teeth rattling from the cold. My ears are ringing like they did after the Rory Devon concert that Maria Potts' parents took 10 of us to for her birthday last May. Rory was so amazing. We were in the front row and we could see the sweat on his face. We could even feel it freckling down our own faces like a creepy but awesome drizzle when he danced. It was basically the last time in my life that I was truly happy, even if for 3 days afterwards my ears wouldn't stop ringing. I didn't shower for a week. I swallowed down some more crying and nearly choked to death on my own spit, which could actually be sort of ironic way to die in a well, if ironic means what I think it means, which is so pathetic that it's almost funny, but is actually tragic. A bunch of pebbles and loose dirt come raining down onto my face and shoulders. Mandy's face appears. "Oh, you're still there," she deadpans, like maybe while they were gone, I just climbed out and went home. "Yes, I am," I say. "Where else would I be?" I sneeze 3 more times. I can't not sneeze in groups of 3. It's a thing of mine. But there's not enough room in here to both breathe and sneeze. My eyes hurt. My nose hurts. My throat hurts. And my lungs hurt like I'm really for sure going to have an asthma attack and die. We've been talking and we've decided that, well, just get out of there, says Mandy. Like, that's it. Like, it's up to me. How? I yell. I don't know how. I can't. I can't. Wiggle, Mandy says impatiently, leaning in so far that I can smell the perfume that she says she stole from Walgreens. I bet she just took it from her mom's bathroom. It smells like something too sweet combined with cough medicine. Then her gum falls out of her mouth and lands in my hair. In my hair. I can't reach it for obvious reasons. My gum. Whoopsies, she laughs. So, wiggle back up now. Wiggle up, says Sandy, and then she giggles. Did you just spit your gum on her? The gum smells like spearmint and drool. I can see it out of the corner of my eye, sitting there above my left eye on a crooked overhang of bangs. Mandy yelps with laughter. Then I hear, "What?" And then I hear, "In her hair." Then I hear Candy's manic bellow of laughter. She roars like nothing has ever been funnier before, and this is the funniest thing that humanity will ever achieve. I'm glad none of them have phones, because if they did, they'd be filming this and turning it into something that goes viral on the internet, and the whole world would be laughing at me at the same time. Gum in her hair, hold me, OMG, so funny, LOL. I tried to ignore them. I'm the one in the snake-filled well with a gob of spitty spearmint gunk in my hair. I wiggle. I hold my breath and squish my arms in even tighter and move my hips back and forth just a bit, because just a bit is all I can do. It turns out wiggling is a bad idea because my body doesn't wiggle up. It slides down and down and down. How deep is this well? I think I'm screaming, but I might not be screaming. I might be holding my breath. I might be dead. I might be sleeping somewhere in New Jersey in my old waterbed, and any second now, I'll wake up and everything will have been a dream. A terrible dream. Texas, Mandy, Candy, and Sandy. The well. All of it. When I come to a stop, I'm shaking all over. I hope I don't shake myself loose and fall farther still. When I first crashed down here, I was close enough to the sky to feel like I could maybe, just about almost possibly, somehow climb out. Now, I'm not even close. The sky hole is so far away, it looks as tiny as a saucer, and I'm way bigger than a teacup. Help, I whimper, even though I know there is no way they can hear me without shouting. Not now. The skin on my elbows and knees has rubbed off on the well walls. I'm raw. I feel as pinkish red as a lump of ground raw meat. All of my skin hurts and burns like a bad sunburn that's been scraped dry by a sandpapery towel. Please help, I say. Are you at the bottom of the well? One of the girls yells. No, I answer. I mean, I don't know. No, I guess not. I wish I could see down. I wish I could see the bottom to know how much further I might go, how much more air is under my feet before they might finally touch down on something solid, something real, something to hold me up. All right, The Girl in the Well is Me by Karen Rivers. Absolutely arresting. Like, it's a terrible, terrible situation, but the way that the main character describes it is so interesting. She seems like such an interesting girl with the way that she handles this, and it's really interesting to see the difference between what's in her head and what she says, which is always a little bit different. And the way that the girls are so callous towards her in the well is just completely evil. So you start learning a little bit more about her through the story, through flashbacks and kind of how she moved and kind of how she got to this place in the first place. But The Girl in the Well is Me. All right, we have now a guest reader for us. This is the amazing Mr. Koch. I'm going to have him introduce himself, so I will be right back.
Hello? You guys hear me? Probably well. Well, let me introduce myself a little bit. I am Peter Koch. I teach here at Walnut as well. I teach students with some disabilities. I love my job, but as many you might hear, I can even hear it through my phone. So this is my first time doing this. I have a little accent, and that is because I'm originally from the Netherlands. And as many you might know is that I think 8th grade is working on it. Veronica Castle showed me that she was working on something about Anne Frank. Anne Frank was a little Dutch girl that kept a diary in World War II that has been famous all over the world. I'm not sure how many languages it has been translated to, but growing up in the Netherlands was something kind of irrelevant to me when I grew up. But when I came to the United States in about, 2005, 2006, this book, everyone kept asking me about this book, Anne Frank. So, I've never really read much of it when growing up, but the more I've lived in the United States, I decided to just kind of, give it a shot once in a while just to kind of see what it is all about. So what I want to do a little bit today is give you guys a little bit of a brief review of what and who Anne Frank was and is. I'll read a little bit in English first, and I'll also read a little bit in Dutch for you guys. The same excerpt, the same day, the same date of her excerpt. So if you see me looking to the left a little bit, I'm just kind of going back and forth between my laptop, so that way you guys can see a little bit. So here's a little bit about the Anne Frank. And if you know a little bit about Anne Frank, she had the original house that she grew up or hid is in Amsterdam, the Netherlands, and people from all over the world come visit that house. That's a pretty special place. It's kind of neat and unique. You can, if you visit that, it kind of gives you a sense of what Anne Frank went through, and also just what kind of circumstances she lived in. I highly recommend you guys if you go over there, visit in Amsterdam, go early. If you go later, it's going to be busy. But also go visit those places where of importance in World War II. It gives you a sense of humanity, as well as we need to be kind to each other, and things like that. Of mass execution should not really happen. Hopefully not ever have to happen anymore because of that World War II situation. So the short life of Anne Frank. Jewish Anne Frank hid from the Nazis for about 2 years before she was discovered. In 1945 she died in Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. Anne's first year. She was born in the German city of Frankfurt in 1929. Anne's sister Margot was 3 years her senior. Unemployment was high, poverty was severe in Germany, and it was the period in which Adolf Hitler and his party were gaining more and more supporters. Hitler hated the Jews and blamed them for the problems in the country. He took advantage of the rampant anti-Semitic sentiments in Germany. The hatred of the Jews and the poor economic situation made Anne's parents, Otto and Edith Frank, decide to move to Amsterdam. There, Otto founded a company that traded in pectin, a gelatin, to make jams. Before long, Anne felt right at home in the Netherlands. She learned the language, made new friends, and went to a Dutch school near her home. Her father worked hard to get his business off the ground, but it wasn't easy. Otto also tried to set up a company in England, but the plan fell through. Things looked up when he started selling herbs and spices, in addition to the pectin. When Anne was 10 years old, Nazi Germany invaded Poland, and not long after that, May 10th, 1940, the Nazis invaded the Netherlands. 5 days later, the Dutch army surrendered. Slowly but surely, the Nazis introduced more and more laws and regulations that made the lives of Jews more difficult. For instance, Jews could not longer visit parks, cinemas, or non-Jewish shops. The rules meant that more and more places became off-limits to Anne. Her father lost his company since Jews were no longer allowed to run their own businesses. All Jewish children, including Anne, had to go to separate Jewish schools. Here's a little bit about Anne goes into hiding in a secret annex. The Nazis took things further, one step at a time. Jews had to start wearing a Star of David on their clothes, and there were rumors that all Jews would have to leave the Netherlands. When Margot received a call up to report a so-called labor camp in Nazi Germany on July 5th, 1942. And here's kind of funny, the Europeans do the 5 July 1942, so that's kind of a little bit different too. But her parents were suspicious. They did not believe the call was about work and decided to go into hiding the next day in order to escape persecution. In the spring of 1942, Anne's father had started furnishing a hiding place in the annex of his business premises at Prinsengracht, soft G, Prinsengracht 263. He received help from his former colleagues. Before long, they were joined by former people. The hiding place was cramped. Anne had to keep very quiet and was often afraid. This is what you guys know about Anne here. On her 13th birthday, just before they went into hiding, Anne was presented with the diary. During the 2 years in hiding, Anne wrote about events in the secret annex, but also about her feelings and thoughts. In addition, she wrote short stories, started on a novel, and copied passages from the book she read in her book of beautiful sentences. Writing helped her pass the time. When the Minister of Education of the Dutch government in England made an appeal on Radio Orange to hold on to war diaries and documents, Anne was inspired to rewrite her individual diaries into one running story titled Her Achterhuis, the Secret Annex. Het Achterhuis, the Secret Annex. Anne started rewriting her diary. Before she was done, she and the other people in hiding were discovered and arrested by police officers on August 4th, 1944. The police also arrested 2 of the helpers. To this day, we do not know the reason for the police's raid. Despite the raid, part of Anne's writing was preserved. 2 other helpers took the documents before the secret annex was emptied by the order of the Nazis. So on, Anne is being deported to Auschwitz. It's a big concentration camp, Eastern Germany, Poland. And then in early November 1944, just before the war was over, she was deported to Bergen-Belsen, and then she died in February 1945. And the war for the Dutch was probably over about May of that same year, 1945. Her father, Otto, survived the war. He was liberated by Auschwitz by the Russians. But those people, even when they were liberated, they had to find their own way back to the Netherlands. So if you imagine walking from, I'd say, Texas back to Nebraska, that's about the same distance you would have walked after being stuck in a concentration camp with no food, no water, poor health, and then have to walk back that distance on foot. But he made it back to the Netherlands, but he figured out, or he realized that his wife Edith and his daughter and Margot were dead. Anne's diary becomes world famous. I think right now, it's kind of funny where the father of Anne found a publishing company to publish Anne's diary. And even already in June 1947, 3,000 copies were already distributed, already out in public. Here it says that 70 other languages have adapted the book, even stage and screen. People from all over the world were introduced to Anne's story, and in 1960, the hiding place became a museum. Otto, her dad, died in 1980. Wanted people to be reminded and be closely involved in the dangers of discrimination, racism, and hate of the Jews. So if you've never read the Diary of a Young Girl, Anne Frank, what I'll do now is I will give you guys a little bit of, I found the book, the diary online, little excerpts, like little small parts. So what I'll do is I will give you guys a little bit of a Dutch version first, and then I'll give you guys the English translation right after that, just so you guys can kind of hear the differences in language. Also just a kind of a fun day, fun to change up the day a little bit. So here's the first start of Anne Frank's diary, and it starts with, I'll give you this a little bit, on Sunday, June 14th, 1942. Even kijken. Zondag 14 juni 1942. Vrijdag 12 juni was ik al om 6 uur wakker. En dat is heel begrijpelijk, daar ik jarig was. Maar om 6 uur mocht ik toch nog niet opstaan. Dus moest ik mijn nieuwsgierigheid bedwingen tot 7:15. Toen ging het niet langer. Ik ging naar de eetkamer, waar ik door Moortje, de kat, met kopjes verwelkomd werd. Om even na 7 ging ik naar papa en mama en dan naar de huiskamer om mijn cadeautjes uit te pakken. Het was in de eerste plaats jou die ik kreeg te zien. Wat misschien wel een van mijn fijnste cadeaus is. Dan een bos rozen, een plantje, 2 takken pinksterrozen. Dat waren die ochtend de kinderen van Flora die op mijn tafel stonden. Maar er kwam nog veel meer. Van papa en mama heb ik een heleboel gekregen en ook door onze vele kennissen ben ik erg gewend. Zo ontving ik onder andere de Camera Obscura, een gezelschapsspel. Veel snoep, chocola, een puzzel, een brochet, Nederlandse zagen en legenden door Jozef Cohen. Daisy's bergvakantie, een enig boek en wat geld, zodat ik me mythen van Griekenland en Rome kan kopen. Fijn. Dan kwam Lies mij halen en wij gingen naar school. In de pauze trakteerde ik leraar en leerling op boterkoekjes en moesten we weer aan het werk. Nu moet ik ophouden. Dag, ik vind je zo fijn. So just even reading that Dutch passage, I'm not going to give you the English one yet, but I'm going to give you that this little first, June 14, 1942, she's not been captured yet because he talks about going to school. So, okay, here comes the English one. And I'll keep going with this back and forth till about 20 minutes, so you guys can have a little bit of a different way of that books like this are being read out loud all over the world, that you guys can kind of see that reading is not only in England, America. Sunday, June 14th, 1942. I begin from the moment I got you, the moment I saw you lying on the table. Among my other birthday presents, I went along when you were bought, but that doesn't count. On Friday, June 12th, I was awake at 6 o'clock, which isn't surprising since it was my birthday. But I'm not allowed to get up at that hour, so I had to control my curiosity until 7:15. When I couldn't wait any longer, I went to the dining room where Moortje, the cat, welcomed me by rubbing against my legs. A little after 7, I went to Daddy and Mama, and then to the living room to open my presents. And you were the first thing I saw, maybe one of my nicest presents. Then a bouquet of roses, some peonies, and a potted plant. From Daddy and Mama, I got a blue blouse, a game, a bottle of grape juice, which to my mind tasted a bit like wine. After all, wine is made from grapes. A puzzle, a jar of cold cream, 2.5 guilders, and a gift certificate for 2 books. I got another book as well, Camera Obscura, but Margot already has it, so I exchanged mine for something else. A platter of homemade cookies, which I made myself, of course, since I've become quite an expert at baking cookies. Lots of candy and a strawberry tart from Mom, and a letter from Grammy right on time, but of course it was a coincidence. Then Hanley came to pick me up when we went to school. During recess I passed out cookies to my teachers and my class, and then it was time to get back to work. I didn't arrive home until 5, since I went to the gym with the rest of the class. I'm not allowed to take part of my shoulders and hips tend to get dislocated. As it was my birthday, I got to decide which game my classmates would play, and I chose volleyball. When I got home, Son Lederman was already there. Ilse Wagner, Hannelie Groslar, and Jacqueline von Marsa came home with me after gym, since we were in the same class. And you know, it's kind of funny because I'm reading this English side of the book, and they have a lot more details to it. It's kind of interesting. And then again, I picked something off the internet to kind of see what it is all about. But the short life of Anne Frank, I'll just keep going in Dutch because I don't get to read Dutch often. So I'll do Monday, June 15, 1942. Zondagmiddag had ik mijn verjaardagspartij. We hebben een film gehad, De Vuurtoren wachten, met Rin Tin Tin, die zeer in de smaak viel bij mijn klasgenootjes. We hadden heel veel pret en het was erg gezellig. Er waren veel jongens en meisjes. Moeder wil nog altijd weten wie ik later zou worden trouwen. Wie ik later zou willen trouwen. Ze kan nooit vermoeden dat het Peter Wezel is, omdat ik haar destijds zo zonder blinken af blozen uit het hoofd gepraat heb. Marlies Gozen en Sanne Houtman ben ik al jaren bevriend. Het waren mijn beste vriendinnen. Intussen heb ik Jopie de Waal op het Joods Lyceum leren kennen. We zijn al heel veel samen en zij is nu al beste vriendin. Lies is nu meer met andere meisjes samen. En Sanne is op een andere school en heeft daar vriendinnen. So here already in June 15th, in the Dutch translation, they're already talking about different schools for the Jewish people and the regular non-Jewish people, where she already lost a friend because of that separation of races. She already talked about her best friend already making new friends because of she's in a different school. So it's kind of already June 15th, so in 1942, and then the war started in 1940 around. Let me go see a little bit further down the road, a little bit later in. Let's see if I can go down a little bit more. So this is Wednesday, 29th of March, 1944. She's starting to talk about Lieveke die gisteravond sprak minister Bolkestein voor de Oranjezender erover dat er na de oorlog een inzameling van dagboeken en brieven van deze oorlog zou worden gehouden. Nou, natuurlijk stormen ze allemaal direct op mijn dagboek af. Stel je eens voor hoe interessant het zou zijn als ik een roman van het achterhuis zou uitgeven. Aan de titel alleen zouden de mensen denken dat het een detective roman is. Maar nu in het ernst. Het ongeveer 10 jaar na de oorlog al grappig aandoen. Als wij vertellen hoe wij als Joden hier geleefd, gegeten en gesproken hebben. Al vertel ik je veel van ons. Toch weet je nog maar een heel klein beetje van ons leven af. Hoeveel angst de dames hebben als ze bombarden. Bijvoorbeeld zondag, toen 350 Engelse machines een 500.000 kilo bommen op IJmuiden gegooid hebben. Hoe dan huizen trillen als een grassprietje in de wind. Hoeveel epidemieën hier heersen. Voor al die dingen weet je niets van af. Ik zou heel de dag aan het schrijven moeten blijven. Als ik alles in de finesse zou moeten navertellen. So this is kind of cool what happened here. Even myself, I just picked random place in the book. And I, recommend you guys sometimes just picking up a book and start reading. So she talks on March 29th, 1944. I just picked this randomly out of this original book about the English people, the Dutch that escaped to England had a radio station where they asked people to keep their war diaries. So Anne Frank already knew about this through the secret radio station, and she already talked about having a book published because the way she is dialoguing every day. She also talks about the difference between living it and telling it. I can tell it to you right now, but living it itself, it's completely different. She talks about how if you live it, the fear of being discovered, the fear of living in a small place, the fear of not knowing what you're going to eat tomorrow. You can't put that into writing, that sensation and feeling of that. So she talks about how the English bombs, 350 airplanes bombed a city just a little bit, I think northeast of Amsterdam, how it shook the ground all over the place. The diseases, the illnesses they fought. We've got the flu going around. Imagine, 4 people, 5 people stuck in a small little room and then having to, go to the bathroom and being sick. She says she could write about this stuff the whole day, but you can't talk about it. I mean, you can write about it, but you just can't describe that feeling of living in that moment. She talks about looting. She talks about people in line for groceries, for healthcare, little kids looting things because they can't find anything. It's just kind of a tough time for all people. Let me see a little bit more. That's the cool thing about just picking up a book randomly. Just kind of find a cool spot and you just kind of make it your own. That's kind of neat. Let's see if I can find the end, the last one. So, no, I love reading a variety of things. And I recommend you guys reading as well, just whatever your interest is. If it's books, if it's articles, if it's news, be informed. So, she talks about Friday, June 9th, June 44. So, yeah, it goes 1945. Yeah, so if you ever go over to Europe, if your mom and dad take you, or everyone, if whoever listen, go visit a concentration camp. Just the sheer feeling you get walking around is worth the experience for you to be able to understand what would have happened back in 1940, between 1940 and 45. So basically, here's her last diary entry in the Dutch book, at least, happened on August 1st, 1944. And she talks a little bit about, the longer she writes, the more in depth she goes with her feelings, her emotions, and the way she experiences things. It's starting to be more less superficial, more in depth, because you can only talk about one thing at a time, so much for so many times, and then you're just going to be done. And she talks about being constantly emotionally sick. She's getting tired of being stuck in a room, and she's done. She wants to be done. So, and then in August 4th, the same day, she was captured by the Germans, and then her house was being gone. I mean, the Nazis raided the whole place, and then you guys know the story, the rest of it. So I hope you guys enjoyed this little back and forth between Dutch and English. Everyone, please read, be informed, whatever it is. Enjoy your Friday.
All right, how was that? The amazing Mr. Cook. He is so fun, and I love that reading it in Dutch, because that would have been her language. So kind of how it would have sounded. I think that makes it even a little bit more interesting and useful. Okay. We just barely talked. We finished up with the girl in the well is me. And you can see that's kind of a little bit of a shorter, realistic fiction about this girl being trapped in the well. And don't forget, if you're watching the stream here, you can always just down at the bottom, you can just click that bar and you can go back and see some of the other titles that we've read, if you want to. But right now, we are going to be reading from a favorite author of mine, Marissa Mayer, and she has done a number of books that I really like. I really liked her Lunar Chronicles series that starts with Cinder, about this like cyborg Cinderella. I just love telling students that. You're like, this is a cyborg Cinderella. But she really did a good job too with this one here, Renegades. And I really like this idea of superheroes, and that at least I kind of grew up with like Superman and Spider-Man, and you think about like superheroes, right? They have these extra powers. You like, especially with Spider-Man, like with great power comes great responsibility kind of thing, right? It's like, of course, if you had superpowers, of course you would always just use this to help people. But then you introduce something where you're like, hey, what would the normal person do if all of a sudden they were more powerful than anyone else around them? And you would hope that they would do the right thing and they would want to help people. But what if they didn't? So, and we're gonna get to a little bit of that here at the beginning of Renegades. But it's set in the future where a lot of these people have these special abilities and powers like superheroes, but it gets a little bit complicated after that. So this is Renegades by Marissa Mayer, and this is she's got 2 books on this out now: Renegades and Arch Enemies, and they're both fantastic. So this is just from the first book. Renegades. Renegades by Marissa Mayer. Chapter 1. Although this is probably... So she's got like a pre-prologue. We were all villains in the beginning. For hundreds of years, prodigies were feared by the rest of the world. We became hunted, tormented, feared, and oppressed. We were believed to be witches and demons, freaks and abominations. We were stoned and hanged and set afire while crowds gathered to watch with cruel eyes, proud to be ridding the world of one more pariah. They were right to be afraid. Hundreds of years? Who would have stood for it? Ace Anarchy changed everything. He united the most powerful prodigies he could find, and together they rebelled. He started with the infrastructure. Government buildings torn from their foundations, banks and stock exchanges turned to rubble, bridges ripped from the sky, entire freeways reduced to rocky wasteland. When the military sent jets, he plucked them from the air like moths. When they sent tanks, he crushed them like aluminum cans. Then he went after the people who had failed him, failed all of them. Whole governments gone. Law enforcement disbanded. Those fancy bureaucrats who had bought their way into power and influence, all dead. And in a matter of weeks. The anarchists cared little for what would come next once the old world crumbled. They cared only for change. And they got it. Soon, a number of villain gangs began to crawl out from society's ashes, each hungry for their own slice of power. And it wasn't long before Ace Anarchy's influence spread across the globe. Prodigies banded together for the first time in history, some full of wrath and resentment, others desperate for acceptance that never came. They demanded fair treatment and human rights and protection under the law, and in some countries the panicking governments hastened to cater to them. But in other countries, the rebellions turned violence, and the violence dissolved into anarchy. Chaos rose up to fill the void that civilized society had left behind. Trade and manufacturing ground to a halt. Civil wars erupted on every continent. Gatlin City was largely cut off from the world, and the fear and distrust that prevailed would go on to rule for 20 years. They call it the Age of Anarchy. Looking back now, people talk about the anarchists and the other gangs like they were the worst part of those 20 years, but they weren't. Sure, everyone was terrified of them, but they mostly left you alone as long as you paid up when it was your due and didn't cause them any trouble. But the people, the normal people, they were far worse. With no rule and no law, it became every man, woman, and child for themselves. There were no repercussions for crimes or violence, no one to run to if you were beaten or robbed, no police, no prisons, not legitimate ones anyway. Neighbors stole from neighbors, stores were looted, and supplies were hoarded, leaving children to starve in the gutters. It became the strong against the weak. And as it turns out, the strong were usually jerks. Humanity loses faith in times like that. With no one to look up to, no one to believe in, we all became rats scrounging in the sewers. Maybe Ace really was a villain. Or maybe he was a visionary. Maybe there's not much difference. Either way, the gangs ruled Gatlin City for 20 years, while crime and vice spread like sewage around a backed-up pipe. And the age of anarchy might have gone on for another 20 years, 50 years, an eternity. But then, seemingly overnight, hope, bright and sparkling hope, dressed up in capes and masks, beautiful and joyous hope, promising to solve all your problems, rain justice down upon your foes, and probably give a stern talking to a few jaywalkers along the way. Warm and promising hope, encouraging the normal folks to stay inside where it was safe while they fixed everything. Don't worry about helping yourselves. You've got enough on your plate. What with all that hiding and moping you've been doing lately? You take a day off. We're superheroes. We got this. They called themselves the Renegades. Prologue. Nova had been collecting syringes from the alleyway behind her apartment for weeks. She knew her parents would take them away if they found out, so she'd been hiding them in an old shoebox, along with an assortment of screws, zip ties, copper wires, cotton balls, and anything else she thought might come in handy for her inventions. At 6, going on 7 years old, she'd already become aware of how important it was to be resourceful and thrifty. She couldn't exactly make a list and send her dad to the store for supplies after all. The syringes would come in handy. She had known it from the start. She attached a thin plastic tube to the end of one and stuck the opposite end of the tube into a glass of water she'd filled up in the bathroom sink. She pulled up the plunger, drawing water into the tube. Tongue sticking out through the gap where she'd recently lost her first tooth, she grabbed a second syringe and affixed it to the opposite end of the tube, then dug through her toolbox for a strip of wire long enough to secure it to the pulley system she'd built at the top of her dollhouse. It had taken all day, but finally she was ready to test it. She tucked some of the dollhouse furniture onto the elevator's platform, picking up the syringe and pressed in the plunger. Water moved through the tube, extending the second plunger upward and setting the complicated series of pulleys into action. The elevator rose. Nova sat back with a grin. Hydraulic-powered elevator? Success. A cry from the next room intruded on the moment, followed by her mother's cooing voice. Nova looked up at her closed bedroom door. Evie was sick again. It seemed like she was always running a fever these days, and they'd run out of medicine for her days ago. Uncle Alec was supposed to be bringing more, but it might be hours still. When Nova had overheard her father asking Uncle Alec if he might be able to find a children's ibuprofen for the baby's fever, she'd considered asking for more of the fruit-flavored gummies he'd given her on her birthday last year, too, or maybe a pack of rechargeable batteries. She could do a lot with rechargeable batteries. But Papa must have seen the request brewing in her eyes and had given her a look that silenced her. Nova wasn't sure what it meant. Uncle Alec had always been good to them, bringing food and clothes and sometimes even toys from his weekly spoils, but her parents never wanted to ask for anything special, no matter how much they needed it. When there was something specific, they had to go into the markets and offer up trades, usually the things her father made. The last time her dad had gone to the markets, he'd come back with a bag of reusable diapers for Evie and a jagged cut above his eyebrow. Her mom stitched it up herself. Nova watched, fascinated to see that it was exactly like how her mother sewed up Dolly Bear when her seams came open. Nova turned back to the hydraulic system. The lift was just shy of being level with the dollhouse's second floor. If she could increase the capacity of the syringe or make some adjustments to the lever system... Beyond her door, the crying went on and on. The floorboards were squeaking now as her parents took turns trying to comfort Evie, pacing back and forth through the apartment. The neighbors would start to complain soon. Sighing, Nova sat down the syringe and stood. Papa was holding Evie in the front room, bouncing her up and down and trying to press a cool washcloth against her flushed brow, but it only made her wail louder as she tried to shove it away. Through the doorway into their tiny kitchen, Nova saw her mom digging through cabinets, muttering about misplaced apple juice, though they all knew there wasn't any. "Want me to help?" said Nova. Papa turned to her, distress shadowing his eyes. Evie screamed louder as he forgot to bounce her for 2 whole seconds. "I'm sorry, Nova," he said, bouncing again. "It's not fair to ask you to do it. But if she could just sleep for another hour or two, rest would be good for her, and Alec might be here by then." I don't mind," said Nova, reaching for the baby. "It's easy." Papa frowned. Sometimes Nova thought he didn't like her gift, though she didn't know why. All it had ever done was make the apartment more peaceful. He crouched down and settled Evie into Nova's arms, making sure her hold was secure. Evie was getting so heavy, nothing like the tiny infant she had been not quite a year ago. Now she was all chubby thighs and flailing arms. She'd be walking any day now, her parents kept saying. Nova sat down on the mattress in the corner of the room and stroked her fingers through Evie's baby-soft curls. Evie had worked herself into a tizzy, big tears rolling down her plump cheeks. She was so feverish that holding her felt like holding a miniature furnace. Nova sank into the tossed blankets and pillows and placed her thumb against her sister's cheek, scooping away one of the warm tears. She let her power roll through her, an easy, gentle pulse. The crying stopped. Evie's eyes fluttered, her eyelids growing heavy. Her mouth fell open in a shuddering "oh." Just like that, she was asleep. Nova looked up to see her dad's shoulders sink in relief. Mom appeared in the doorway, surprised and curious, until she spotted Nova with the baby tucked against her. "This is my favorite," Nova whispered to them, "when she's all soft and cuddly and quiet." Mom's face softened. "Thank you, Nova. Maybe she'll feel better when she wakes up." "And we won't have to start looking for another place to live," Papa muttered. "Charlie's kicking people out for less than a crying baby." Mom shook her head. "He wouldn't risk angering your brother like that." "I don't know," Papa frowned. "I don't know what anyone would or wouldn't do anymore. Besides, I don't want to be in Alec's debt any more than we already are." Mom retreated into the kitchen to start putting away the cans and boxes she'd scattered across the linoleum, while Papa sank into a chair at the apartment's only table. Nova watched him massage his temples for a moment before he squared his shoulders and started to work on some new project. Nova wasn't sure what he was making, but she loved to watch him work. His gift was so much more interesting than hers. The way he could pull threads of energy out of the air, bending and sculpting them like golden filigree. It was beautiful to watch, mesmerizing even as the glowing strips emerged from nothing, making the air in the apartment hum, then quieting and darkening as her father let them harden into something tangible and real. "What are you making, Papa?" He glanced over at her, and a shadow passed over his face even as he smiled at her. "I'm not sure yet," he said, his fingers tracing the delicate metalwork. Something I hope will put to right some of the great injuries I've caused this world." He sighed then, a weighted sound that brought a frown to Nova's face. She knew there were things her parents didn't talk to her about, things they tried to shelter her from, and she hated it. Sometimes she would overhear conversations between them, words passed through the long hours of night when they thought she was asleep. They whispered about falling buildings and entire neighborhoods being burned to the ground. They murmured about power struggles and how there didn't seem to be any safe place left, and how they might flee the city, but that the violence seemed to have consumed the whole world now, and besides, where would they go? Only a week ago, Nova had heard her mother say, "They'll destroy us all if no one stops them." Nova had wanted to ask about it, but she knew she would get only vague answers and sad smiles and be told that it wasn't for her to worry about. "Papa," she started again after watching him work for a while, "are we going to be okay?" A figment of copper energy spluttered and disintegrated in the air. Her father fixed her with a devastated look. "Of course, sweetheart, we're going to be fine." "Then why do you look so worried?" He set down his work and leaned back in his chair. For a moment, she thought he might be on the verge of crying, but then he blinked, and the look was gone. "Listen to me, Nova," he said, slipping off the chair and crouching in front of her. "There are many dangerous people in this world, but there are also many good people, brave people. No matter how bad things get, we have to remember that. So long as there are heroes in this world, there's hope that tomorrow might be better." "The renegades," she whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of awe. A wisp of a smile crossed her father's features. "The renegades," he confirmed. Nova pressed her cheek against Evie's soft curls. The renegades did seem to be helping everyone these days. One had chased down a mugger who tried to take Miss Olgive's purse, and she'd heard that a group of renegades had broken into one of the gang's storehouses and taken all the food to a private children's home. "And they're going to help us?" she said. "Maybe we can ask them for medicine next time." Her father shook her head. "We don't need that sort of help as much as some other people in this city do." Nova's brows furrowed. She couldn't imagine anyone needing that sort of help more than they did. But, her father said, when we need them, when we really need them, they'll be there, all right? He swallowed and sounded more hopeful than convincing when he added, they'll protect us. Nova didn't question it. They were superheroes. They were the good guys. Everybody knew that. She found Evie's pudgy fingers and started to count off each knuckle while running through all the stories she'd heard. Renegades pulled a driver from an overturned delivery truck. Renegades breaking up a gunfight in a nearby shopping district. Renegades rescuing a child who'd fallen into Harrow Bay. They were always helping, always showing up at just the right moment. That's what they did. Maybe, she thought, as her father turned back to his work, maybe they were just waiting for the right moment to swoop in and help them too. Her gaze lingered on her father's hands, watching them mold, sculpt, tug more threads of energy from the air. Nova's own eyelids started to droop. Even in her dreams, she could see her father's hands. Only now he was pulling falling stars out of the sky, stringing them together like glowing golden beads. A door slammed. Nova woke with a start. Evie huffed and rolled away from her. Groggy and disoriented, Nova sat up and shook out her arm, which had fallen asleep, under Evie's head. The shadows in the room had shifted. There were low voices in the hallway, Papa sounding tense, her mom murmuring, "Please, please." She pushed off the blanket that had been draped over her and tucked it around Evie, then crept past the table where a delicate copper-colored bracelet sat abandoned, an empty space in the filigree waiting to be filled with precious stone. When she reached the front door, she turned the knob as slowly as she could, prying the door open just enough so she could peer out into the dim hall. A man stood on the landing, stubble on his chin and light hair pulled into a sleek tail. He wore a heavy jacket, though it wasn't cold outside. He was holding a gun. His indifferent gaze darted to Nova as she shrank back, but his attention slid back to her father as if he hadn't even seen her. It's a misunderstanding," said Papa. He had put himself between the man and Nova's mom. Let me talk to him. I'm sure I can explain." "There's been no misunderstanding," the man said. His voice was low and cold. "You have betrayed his trust, Mr. Artino. He does not like that." "Please," said her mom. "The children are here. Please have mercy." He cocked his head, eyes shifting between them. Fear tightened in Nova's stomach. "Let me talk to him," Papa repeated. "We haven't done anything. I'm loyal. I swear I always have been. And my family. Please don't hurt my family." There was a moment in which it looked like the man might smile, but then it passed. "My orders were quite clear. It is not my job to ask questions or to have mercy." Her father took a step back. "Tala, get the girls. Go!" "David," her mother whimpered, moving toward the door. She had barely gone a step when the stranger lifted his arm. A gunshot. Nova gasped. Blood arced across the door, a few drops scattering across her brow. She stared, unable to move. Papa screamed and grabbed his wife. He turned her over in his arms. He was trembling while her mom wheezed and choked. "No survivors," the man said in his even, quiet voice. "Those were my orders, Mr. Artino. You only have yourself to blame for this." Nova caught sight of her on the other side of the door. His eyes widened, full of panic. "Nova, run!" Another gunshot. This time Nova screamed. Her father collapsed over her mom's body, so close she could have reached out and touched them both. She turned and stumbled into the apartment, past the kitchen, into her bedroom. She slammed the door shut and thrust open her closet. Climbed over the books and tools and boxes that littered the floor. She yanked the door shut and crouched down in the corner, gasping for breath. The vision of her parents burned into her thoughts every time she shut her eyes. Too late, she thought, that she could have gone for the fire escape. Too late. Too late, she remembered. Evie. She'd left Evie out there. She'd left Evie. A shuddering gasp was met with a horrified cry, though she tried to swallow both of them back. Her hand fell on the closet door, and she tried to gauge how fast she could get out to the living room and back if there was any chance of snatching the baby up without being seen. The front door creaked, paralyzing her. She pulled her hand back against her mouth. Maybe he wouldn't notice Evie. Maybe she would go on sleeping. She listened to slow, heavy footsteps, squealing floorboards. Nova was shaking so hard she worried the noise of her clattering bones would give her away. She also knew it wouldn't matter. It was a small apartment. There was nowhere for her to run. "The renegades will come," she whispered, her voice a little more than a breath in the darkness. The words came unbidden to her head, but they were there all the same. Something solid, something to cling to. Bang! Her mother's blood on the floor. She whimpered, "The renegades will come." A truth inspired by countless news stories heard on the radio, a certainty patched together from the words of gossiping neighbors. They always came. Bang! Her father's body crumpling in the hall. Nova squeezed her eyes shut as hot tears spilled down her cheeks. The renegades will come. Evie's shrill cry started up in the main room. Nova's eyes snapped open. A sob scratched at the inside of her throat, and she could no longer say the words out loud. Please let them come. A third gunshot. The air caught in Nova's lungs. Her world stilled. Her mind went blank. She sank into the mess at the bottom of the closet. Evie had stopped crying. Evie had stopped. Distantly, she heard the man moving through the apartment, checking the cabinets and behind the doors. Slow, methodical. By the time he found her, Nova had stopped shaking. She couldn't feel anything anymore, couldn't think. The words still echoed in her head, having lost all meaning. The renegades will come. Doused in the stark lights from her bedroom, Nova lifted her eyes. The man stood over her. There was blood on his shirt. Later, she would remember how there had been no regret, no apology, no remorse. Nothing at all as he lifted the gun. The metal pressed against her forehead where her mother's blood had cooled. Nova reached up and grabbed his wrist, unleashing her power with more force than she ever had. The man's jaw slackened, his eyes dulled and rolled up into his head. He fell backward, landing with a resounding thud on her bedroom floor, crushing her dollhouse beneath his weight. The whole building seemed to shake from his fall. Seconds later, deep, peaceful breathing filled the apartment. Nova's lungs contracted again. Air moved through her throat, shuddering in and out. She forced herself to stand and rub the tears and snot from her face. She picked up the gun, though it felt awkward and heavy in her hand, and she slipped her finger over the trigger. She took a step closer, one hand gripping the doorframe as she left the sanctuary of the closet. She wasn't sure where she should aim. His head, his chest, his stomach. She settled on his heart, got so close to him she could feel his shirt brushing against her bare toes. Bang, her mother was dead. Bang, her father. Bang, Evie. The renegades had not come. They weren't going to come. Pull the trigger, she whispered into the empty room. Pull the trigger, Nova. But she didn't. Pull the trigger. She couldn't. Minutes, maybe hours later, her uncle found her. She was still standing over the stranger's sleeping form, ordering herself to pull the trigger, hearing those gunshots over and over every time she dared to close her eyes. Nova! A plastic bag dropped to the floor, taking a plastic medicine bottle with it. Nova startled and turned the gun on him. Uncle Alec didn't even flinch as he crouched before her. He was dressed as he always was, the black and gold uniform, his dark eyes barely visible through the copper-toned helmet that disguised most of his face. Nova, Your parents. Your sister. He looked down and reached for the gun. Nova didn't resist as he took it from her. His attention turned to the man. I'd always thought you might be one of us, but your father wouldn't tell me what it was you could do. He met Nova's eyes again, pity, and perhaps admiration. With that look, Nova fell apart, throwing herself into his arms. Uncle Alec, she wailed, sobbing into his chest. He shot them. He killed. He picked her up, cradling her against his chest. I know, he murmured into her hair. I know, sweet, dangerous child. But you're safe now. I'll protect you. She barely heard him over the noise in her head, the tumult pressing against the inside of her skull. Bang, bang, bang. You can't call me Alec anymore. Not out there, all right, my little nightmare? He smoothed her hair. The handle of the gun bumped against her ear. To the rest of the world, I'm Ace. You understand? Uncle Ace. But she wasn't listening, and maybe he knew that. In the midst of her cries, he squeezed her tight, aimed the gun at the sleeping man, and fired. Chapter 1. 10 years later. The streets of downtown Gatlin were overflowing with fake superheroes. Kids ran amok in orange capes, screeching and waving blacklight branded sparklers over their head or shooting one another with tsunami-themed squirt guns. Grown men had squeezed themselves into blue leggings and painted shoulder pads to look like the captain's armor, and now sat clinking glasses together inside the roped-off beer gardens that dotted the main street. Gender swapping was a big thing this year, too, with countless women having shown up in risque versions of the Dread Warden's signature bodysuit, and plenty of men having strapped cheap replicas of Thunderbird's black feathered wings to their back. Oh, how Nova despised the Renegade Parade. The street vendors weren't any better, hawking everything from cheesy light-up wands to tiny plush versions of the famous Renegade Quintet. Even the food trucks were celebrating the day's theme, with Captain Chromium funnel cakes and Tsunami fish and chips baskets and one sign advertising Dread Warden's favorite popcorn chicken. Get some now before it disappears. If Nova had had an appetite to start with, she was sure she would have lost it by now. A great cheer rose up through the crowd, and the noise of a marching band broke through the din. Trumpets and drums and the steady thumping of hundreds of synchronized musicians moved through the street. The music grew louder, bearing down on them now. Cannons blasted overhead, dousing the crowd with confetti. The children went nuts. The adults weren't much better. Nova shook her head, mildly disappointed in humanity. She stood at the back of the crowd, unable to see much of the actual parade, which was fine by her. Arms crossed defensively over her chest, fingers drumming an impatient rhythm against her elbow. Already it felt like she'd been standing there for an eternity. The cheering turned suddenly to loud, exuberant boos, which could only mean one thing. The first floats had come into view. It was tradition for the villain floats to go first, to really get the crowd riled up and to remind everyone what it was they were celebrating. Today was the 9th anniversary of the Battle for Gatlin, when the Renegades had taken on the anarchists and other villain gangs in a bloody fight that had ended with dozens of deaths on both sides. The Renegades had won, of course. Ace's revolutionaries were defeated, and the few villains who didn't perish that day either crawled away into hiding or left the city entirely. And Ace? Ace Anarchy was dead, destroyed in the explosion that leveled half of the cathedral he had made his home. The day officially marked the end of the Age of Anarchy and the start of the Council's rule. They called it the Day of Triumph. Nova looked up to see an enormous balloon spanning nearly the width of the street as it floated between the high-rises. It was a cartoon-like replica of the Atomic Brain, who had been one of Ace's closest allies before the Renegades had killed him nearly 15 years ago. Nova hadn't known him personally, but she felt a spark of resentment to see the balloon's treatment of him. The bloated head and grotesquely disfigured face. The crowd laughed and laughed. The tiny transmitter crackled inside her ear. "And so it begins," came Ingrid's voice, wry and unamused. "Let them laugh," Phobia responded. "They won't be laughing for much longer. Nightmare, are you in position?" "Roger," Nova said, careful to move her lips as little as possible, though she doubted anyone in the crowd was paying attention to her. "I just need to know which rooftop you want me on." "The council hasn't left the warehouse yet," said Phobia. "I will alert you once they do." Nova glanced across the street to the second-level window of an office building where she could barely see Ingrid, or the detonator, as the public knew her, peering out through the blinds. The booing of the crowd started up again, more enthusiastic than before. Over the heads of the spectators, Nova caught glimpses of an elaborate parade float. It was a miniature-scale version of the Gatlin skyline, and standing among the buildings were actors wearing over-stylized costumes meant to resemble some of the most well-known members of Ace's gang. Nova recognized Rat and Brimstone, both killed at the hands of renegades. But before she could be offended on their behalf, she spotted a dark figure near the top of the float. A surprised laugh escaped her, easing some of the anxiety that had been building all morning. "Phobia," she said, "did you know they were going to put you on the villain float this year?" A hiss came back to her through the earpiece. "We are not here to admire the parade, Nightmare." "Don't worry, you look good up there," she said, eyeing the actor. He had donned a long black cloak and was carrying an enormous plastic scythe with a bunch of rubber snakes glued to the handle. But when he opened his cloak, rather than being consumed by shadows, the actor revealed a pale, skinny physique wearing nothing but lime green swimming briefs. The crowd went berserk. Even Nova's cheek twitched. "They may have taken a few liberties." "I think I like it better," said Ingrid with a snort, watching the parade from the window. "It certainly inspires terror," agreed Nova. Phobia said nothing. "Is that—" started Ingrid. "Oh, my holy bomb squad! They have a queen bee this year!" Nova looked again. At first, the actress was concealed on the other side of the cityscape, but then she moved into view and Nova's eyebrows shot upward. The woman's blonde wig was twice the size of her head, and her sequined black and yellow dress could not have been any gaudier as it sparkled in the afternoon sunlight. She had black mascara running down her cheeks and was embracing a large stuffed bumblebee to her bosom, wailing about the unfair treatment of her little honeymakers. "Wow," said Nova. That's actually not a bad impersonation." "I can't wait to tell Honey," said Ingrid. "We should be recording this." Nova's eyes darted around the crowd for what might have been the 1,000th time. Standing still made her edgy. She was wired for movement. "Are you offended they don't have a detonator?" she asked. There was a long pause before Ingrid said, "Well, I am now." Nova turned back to the parade. She stood on her tiptoes trying to make out if any of their other comrades were among the costumes when a loud crash startled the crowd. The top of the tallest building on the float, the replica of Merchant Tower, had just blown upward, and a new figure was emerging, laughing madly as he raised his hand toward the sky. Nova clamped her jaw shut. The moment's amusement doused beneath a rush of fury. The Ace Anarchy costume was the closest to reality. The familiar black and gold suit, the bold, iconic helmet. The audience's surprise passed quickly. For many, this was the highlight of the parade, even more of a draw than seeing their beloved council. Within seconds, people had started to reach for the rotten fruits and wilted cabbages they had brought with them for just this purpose. They started pummeling the villain float, shouting obscenities and mocking the villains on board. The actors took it with remarkable resilience, ducking down behind the buildings and screeching in feigned horror. The Ace Anarchy impersonator took the brunt of the attack, but he never dropped character, shaking his fist and calling the children at the front of the crowd stinking rascals and little nightmares, before he had finally ducked down into the hollow building and pulled the top back over himself, setting up the surprise for the next street of onlookers. Nova swallowed, feeling the knot in her stomach loosen only once the villain float had passed. My little nightmare. He had called her that too all those years ago. The floats were followed by a band of acrobats and a Thunderbird balloon gliding overhead. Nova spotted a banner being propped up on tall poles advertising the upcoming renegade trials. Bold, valiant, just. Do you have what it takes to be a hero? She faked a loud gagging sound. Aww. An elderly woman nearby gave her a sour look. A body crashed into her and Nova stumbled backward, her hands instinctively landing on the kid's shoulders and tightening her and righting her before she fell onto the pavement. Watch it, said Nova. The girl looked up, a domino mask over her eyes making her look like a smaller, scrawnier, girlier version of the Dread Warden. What was that, Nightmare? Ingrid said into her ear. Nova ignored her. The girl pulled away with a muttered sorry, then turned and wove her way back into the teeming crowd. Nova adjusted her shirt and was about to turn back to the parade when she saw the kid crash into somebody else. Only rather than set her right as Nova had done, the stranger stooped low, grabbed the girl's ankle, and turned her upside down in one swift motion. Nova gaped as the stranger hauled the girl, screaming and swatting his chest back in Nova's direction. He was roughly her age, but much taller, with dark skin, close-cut hair, and thick-framed eyeglasses. The way he strolled through the crowd made it seem more like he was carrying one of those cheesy Captain Chromium plush dolls than a ferocious, flailing child. He stopped in front of Nova, a patient smile on his face. "Give it back," he said. "Put me down!" the girl yelled. "Let me go!" Nova looked from the boy to the child, then took a quick scan of the nearby crowd. Far too many people were watching them. Watching her. That wasn't good. "What are you doing?" she said, turning back to the boy. "Put her down." His smile became even more serene, and Nova's heart stammered. Not just because he had one of those easy smiles that made other girls swoon, but because there was something unsettlingly familiar about him. And Nova immediately began racking her brain to figure out where she knew him from and whether or not he was a threat. "All right, Mini Magpie," he said, somewhat patronizing. "You've got 3 seconds before I send in a request to put you on probation. Come to think about it, I'm pretty sure the janitorial crew has been needing some help lately." The girl huffed and stopped struggling. Her mask had begun to slip and was close to sliding off her brow. "I hate you," she growled, then reached into a pocket. She pulled out her hand and held it toward Nova, who uncertainly extended her own. A bracelet. Her bracelet dropped into her palm. Nova looked at her wrist, where a faint tan line shone where the bracelet had been worn every day for years. Ingrid's voice rattled in her head. "What's happening down there, Nightmare?" Nova didn't respond. Tightening her fist around the bracelet, she fixed a glare on the child, who only glared back. The boy dropped her with little ceremony, but the girl rolled easily when she hit the pavement and had sprung back to her feet before Nova could blink. "I'm not going to repeat this," said the boy, "because I believe you're going to make better choices after this. Right, Magpie?" The girl shot him a disgusted look. "You're not my dad's sketch," she yelled, then turned and stomped off around the nearest corner. Nova squinted at the boy. "She's just going to rob someone else, you know." Ingrid's voice buzzed in her ear. "Nightmare? Who are you talking to? Who's getting robbed?" "I can hope it will make her rethink her options," the boy was saying. His eyes met hers briefly, then dropped down to her closed fist. "Do you want help with that?" Her fingers clenched tighter. "With what? The bracelet?" He nodded, and before Nova realized what was happening, he had taken her hand and started peeling open her fingers. She was so stunned by the action that he had freed the bracelet from her grip before she thought to stop him. "When I was a kid," he said, taking the copper-colored filigree into his fingers, "my mom used to always ask me to help with her He paused. "Oh. The clasp is broken." Nova, who had been scrutinizing his face with wary bewilderment, looked down at her bracelet. Her pulse skipped. "That little brat!" "Nova?" crackled Ingrid's voice. "Have you been compromised?" Nova ignored her. "It's okay," said the boy. I can fix it." "Fix it?" She tried to snatch the bracelet away from him, but he pulled back. "You don't understand. That bracelet, it isn't, it's..." "No, trust me," he said, reaching into his back pocket and pulling out a fine-tipped black marker. "This wrist, right?" He pulled the bracelet around Nova's wrist, and again the sensation of such a rare, unexpected touch made her freeze. Holding the bracelet with one hand, he uncapped the marker with his teeth and bent over her wrist. He began to draw onto her skin in the space between the two ends of the broken bracelet. Nova stared at the drawing. Two small links connecting the filigree, and between them, a delicate clasp, surprisingly ornate for a drawing made in marker, and perfectly matched to the style of the bracelet. When he had finished, the boy capped the pen using his teeth again, then brought her wrist up closer to his face. He blew a soft, barely there breath across the inside of her wrist that sent goosebumps racing up her arm. The drawing came to life, rising up out of her skin and taking physical shape. The links merged with the ends of the bracelet until Nova could not tell where the real bracelet ended and the forged clasp began. No, that wasn't entirely true. On closer inspection, she could see that the clasp he had made was not quite the same coppery gold color, but had a hint of rosiness to it, and even a faint line of blue where the drawing had crossed over one of the veins beneath her skin. "What about the stone?" the boy said, turning her hand over and tapping his marker against the empty spot once intended for a precious gem. That was already missing," stammered Nova. "Want me to draw one anyway?" "No!" she said, yanking her hand away. Her eyes lifted just in time to catch a flash of surprise, and then she hastily added, "No, thank you." The boy looked about ready to insist, but then he stopped himself and smiled. "Okay," he said, tucking his marker into his back pocket again. Nova twisted her hand back and forth. The clasp held. The boy's smile took on a subtle edge of pride. Obviously a prodigy, but he was also... "Renegade?" she asked, making little effort to keep the suspicion from her tone. "Renegade?" cried Ingrid. "Who are you talking to? Nova, why aren't you—" The crowd burst into a new frenzy of hollers and applause, drowning out Ingrid's voice. A series of fireworks shot upward from the parade float that had just emerged, exploding and shimmering to furious cheers from the people below. "Looks like the headliners have arrived," said the boy, somewhat disinterested as he glanced over his shoulder toward the float. Phobia's voice crackled. "West Station, Nightmare. West Station." Purpose jolted down Nova's spine. "Roger." The boy turned back to her, a small wrinkle forming over the bridge of his glasses. "Adrian, actually." She took a step back. "I have to go." She turned on her heel and pushed her way through the group of consumed Renegade supporters. "Renegade trials next week," one of them said, shoving a piece of paper at her. "Open to the public. Come one, come all." Nova crumpled the flyer in her hand without looking at it and crammed it into her pocket. Behind her, she heard the boy yelling, "You're welcome." She didn't look back. "Target, now passing outcrop," said Phobia as Nova ducked into the shadows of an alleyway. "What's your status, Nightmare?" Nova checked that the alley was empty before lifting the lid of a dumpster and hauling herself up onto its edge. Her duffel bag greeted her, resting at the top of the heap. "Just grabbing my things," she said, snatching up the bag. She dropped back to the ground. The dumpster lid crashed shut. "I'll be on the roof in 2 minutes." "Make it 1, said Phobia. "You have a superhero to kill." So, Renegades, right? We got a little bit of the backstory, and we got a little bit of that next. So, in the next scene is when they go and they try to run an assassination. And so that's what happens. So then there's this big hoop-de-doo, and we get to meet a bunch of the other heroes. But that little bit at the end where he's talking about superhero tryouts. So they, I think it's once a year, they bring in a bunch of people who want to be part of the Renegades, and they try them out. And the people who have the best skills and who are the best at it, they take them and they make them part of the team. And so that's going to be a big part of the story, because Nova has got to infiltrate the Renegades, and so she's got to go try out, and it gets all complicated after that in a wonderful sort of way. So that's Renegades by Marissa Mayer. The next book, Arch Enemies, is out, which is equally as good, and she does a really good job with her endings. Okay. All right, let's... All right, give me just a second. I'm going to get the next book all set up, and then we'll get started. Just give me just a second. Water. All right. Do you have a favorite author? Some of you will, some of you won't. I have a favorite author. Well, I have a lot of really. I'm a librarian. I have a lot of favorite authors. But if I had to pick one that was my favorite above everybody else's, it would be Brandon Sanderson. Now, I'm not going to read you from, let's see, do I have it here? Here's the most recent book that he did. I have the first book too. And I dropped it. All right. So here is The Way of Kings. It's a really big book. It's this epic fantasy book. But this would be a little bit too much to read. This is The Way of Kings, and man, I was like 400 or 500 pages into it, and I was super into it. It's like super interesting, but I was like, who is the bad guy? I still had no idea what the book was about. So I'm going to be reading to you from one of his little novellas. So a novella is like kind of a long short story. Is that even a thing? A long short story. And what he writes is he writes fantasy. And one of the things that I like best about him, or a lot of things, but one of the things is his magic systems. His magic systems always seem to make sense. So you can't just like break the rules of his magic system. There are always these rules. And sometimes the characters are finding that the rules aren't what they always thought, but they always make sense. And this one is this really fascinating magic system where you can use these stamps to change an object's history. So it gets really interesting. But what happens in this story is there's the emperor, right, the person in charge, had a wound to his head. I think it was a crossbow bolt or something to his head. So they were able to repatch his brain, right? So they had healers there that could heal his brain. But the problem was is that they could heal the brain, but they couldn't heal the information that was inside of his brain. So he's kind of been left as this like vegetable kind of person. So he can't move, he can't talk, he just lays there. He's alive, but kind of not alive. And so that's the problem that they have. And I think we're going to get to the part where they talk about how they're going to solve that problem. But our main character is not a part of this government. In fact, she's a criminal, and they caught her trying to steal from the palace. So she's what you call a forger, and we're gonna get into that a little bit. But remember, when you're talking about fantasy or even some science fiction books like The Renegades, the first thing that the author is trying to do, and the first thing that you should be looking for, is kind of what are the rules of this place. If there's magic, what kind of a magic is it? If it's science fiction, like what kind of history is this? What's different? What are some of the technology pieces that are in? So as we start the book here, that's kind of what you're trying to piece together, is what kind of character this is and what kind of a world that they live in. So this is The Emperor's Soul by Brandon Sanderson. Prologue. Gautona ran his fingers across the thick canvas, inspecting one of the greatest works of art he had ever seen. Unfortunately, it was a lie. "This woman is a danger," hissed voices came from behind him. "What she does is an abomination." Gautona tipped the canvas toward the hearth's orange-red light, squinting. In his old age, his eyes weren't what they had once been. Such precision, he thought, inspecting the brushstrokes, feeling the layers of thick oils, exactly like those in the original. He would never have spotted the mistakes on his own. A blossom slightly out of position, a moon that was just a sliver too low in the sky. It had taken their experts days of detailed inspections to find the errors. "She's one of the best forgers alive." The voices belonged to Gatona's fellow arbiters, the Empire's most important bureaucrats. "She has a reputation as wide as the Empire. We need to execute her as an example." "No." Frava, leader of the arbiters, had a sharp nasal voice. "She is a valuable tool. This woman can save us. We must use her." "Why?" Gautona thought again. "Why would someone capable of this artistry, this majesty, turn to forgery? Why not create original paintings? Why not be a true artist? I must understand." "Yes," Frava continued, "the woman is a thief, and she practices a horrid art. But I can control her, and with her talents, we can fix this mess we have found ourselves in." The others murmured worried objections. The woman they spoke of, Wan Shai Lu, was more than a simple con artist. So much more. She could change the nature of reality itself. That raised another question. Why would she bother learning to paint? Wasn't ordinary art mundane compared to her mystical talents? So many questions. Gautona looked up from his seat beside the hearth. The others stood in a conspiratorial clump around Frava's desk, their long, colorful robes shimmering in the firelight. "I agree with Frava," Gautona said. The others glanced at him. Their scowls indicated they cared little for what he said, but their postures told a different tale. Their respect for him was buried deep, but it was remembered. "Send for the forger," Gautona said, rising. "I would hear what she has to say. I suspect she will be more difficult to control than Frava claims, but we have no choice. We either use this woman's skill, or we give up control of the Empire." The murmurs ceased. How many years had it been since Frava and Gautona had agreed on anything at all, let alone on something so divisive as making use of the forger. One by one, the other 3 arbiters nodded. "Let it be done," Frava said softly. Day 2. Shy pressed her fingernail into one of the stone blocks of her prison cell. The rock gave way slightly. She rubbed the dust between her fingers. Limestone. An odd material for use in a prison wall, but the whole wall wasn't of limestone, merely that single vein within the block. She smiled. Limestone. That little vein had been easy to miss, but if she was right about it, she had finally identified all 44 types of rock in the wall of her particular pit of a prison cell. Shy knelt down beside her bunk using a fork. She'd bent back all the tines but one, to carve notes into the wood of one bed leg. Without her spectacles, she had to squint as she wrote. To forge something, you had to know its past, its nature. She was almost ready. Her pleasure quickly slipped away, however, as she noticed another set of markings on the bed leg. Lit by her flickering candle, those kept track of her days of imprisonment. So little time, she thought. If her count was right, only a day remained before the date set for her public execution. Deep inside, her nerves were drawn as tight as strings on an instrument. 1 day. 1 day remaining to create a soul stamp and escape. But she had no soul stone, only a crude piece of wood, and her only tool for carving was a fork. It would be incredibly difficult. That was the point. This cell was meant for one of her kind, built of stones with many different veins of rock in them to make them difficult to forge. They would come from different quarries and each have unique histories. Knowing as little as she did, forging them would be nearly impossible. And even if she did transform the rock, there was probably some other failsafe to stop her. Nights! What a mess she had gotten herself into. Notes finished, she found herself looking at her bent fork. She had begun carving the wooden handle after prying off the metal portion as a crude soul stamp. You're not going to get out this way, Shy, she told herself. You need another method. She'd waited 6 days searching for another way out. Guards to exploit, someone to bribe, hints about the nature of her cell. So far, nothing had. Far above, the door to the dungeons opened. Shy leaped to her feet, tucking the fork handle into her waistband at the small of her back. Had they moved up her execution? Heavy boots sounded on the steps leading into the dungeon, and she squinted at the newcomers who appeared above her cell. 4 were guards, accompanying a man with long features and fingers. A grand, the race who led the empire. That robe of blue and green indicated a minor functionary who had passed the tests for government service, but not risen high in its ranks. Shy waited, tense. The Grand leaned down to look at her through the grate. He paused for just a moment, then waved for the guards to unlock it. The arbiters wish to interrogate you, forger. Shy stood back as they opened her cell's ceiling, then lowered a ladder. She climbed, wary. If she were going to take someone to an early execution, she'd have let the prisoner think something else was happening, so she wouldn't resist. However, they didn't lock Shy in manacles as they marched her out of the dungeons. Judging by their route, they did indeed seem to be taking her toward the arbiter's study. Shy composed herself. A new challenge, then. Dared she hope for an opportunity? She shouldn't have been caught, but she could do nothing about that now. She had been bested, betrayed by the imperial fool, when she'd assumed she could trust him. He had taken her copy of the Moon Scepter and swapped it for the original, then ran off. Shy's uncle, Juan, had taught her that being bested was a rule of life. No matter how good you were, someone was better. Live by that knowledge, and you would never grow so confident that you became sloppy. Last time she had lost. This time, she would win. She abandoned all sense of frustration at being captured and became the person who could deal with this new chance, whatever it was. She would seize it and thrive. This time she played not for riches, but for her life. The guards were strikers, or, well, that was the grand name for them. They had once called themselves Muladil, but their nation had been folded into the empire so long ago that few used the name. Strikers were a tall people with a lean musculature and pale skin. They had hair almost as dark as Shy's, though theirs curled while hers lay straight and long. She tried with some success not to feel dwarfed by them. Her people, the Maipon, were not known for their stature. "You," she said to the lead striker as she walked at the front of the group. "I remember you." Judging by that styled hair, the youthful captain did not often wear a helmet. Strikers were well regarded by the Grands, and their elevation was not unheard of. This one had a look of eagerness to him, that polished armor, that crisp air. Yes, he fancied himself bound for important things in the future. "The horse," Shy said. "You threw me over the back of your horse after I was captured. Tall animal, gurish, decent, pure white. Good animal. You know your horse flesh." The striker kept his eyes forward, but whispered under his breath, "I'm going to enjoy killing you, woman." Lovely, Shy thought, as they entered the imperial wing of the palace. The stonework here was marvelous, after the ancient Lamino style, with tall pillars of marble inlaid with reliefs. Those large urns between the pillars had been created to mimic Lamino pottery from long ago. Actually, she reminded herself, the heritage faction still rules, so the emperor would be from that faction, as would the Council of Five Arbiters, who did much of the actual ruling. Their faction lauded the glory and learning of past cultures, even going so far as to rebuild their wing of the palace as an imitation of an ancient building. Shy suspected that on the bottom of those ancient urns would be soul stamps that had transformed them into perfect imitations of famous pieces. Yes, the Grands called Shy's power an abomination, but the only aspect of it that was technically illegal was creating a forgery to change a person. Quiet forgery of objects was allowed, even exploited, in the Emperor so long as the forger was carefully controlled. If someone were to turn over one of those urns and remove the stamp on the bottom, the piece would become simple, unornamented pottery. The strikers led her to a door with gold inlay. As it opened, she managed to catch a glimpse of the red soul stamp on the bottom inside edge, transforming the door into an imitation of some work from the past. The guards ushered her into a homey room with a crackling hearth, deep rugs, and stained wood furnishings. 5th century hunting lodge, she guessed. All 5 arbiters of the heritage faction waited inside. 3. 2 women, 1 man, sat in tall back chairs at the hearth. 1 other woman occupied the desk just inside the doors. Frava, senior among the arbiters of the heritage faction, was probably the most powerful person in the empire other than Emperor Ashravan himself. Her graying hair was woven into a long braid with gold and red ribbons. It draped a robe of matching gold. Shah had long pondered how to rob this woman, as, among her duties, Frava oversaw the imperial gallery and had offices adjacent to it. Frava had obviously been arguing with Gautona, the elderly male grand, standing behind the desk. He stood up straight and clasped his hands behind his back in a thoughtful pose. Gautona was the eldest of the ruling arbiters. He was said to be the least influential among them, out of favor with the emperor. Both fell silent as Shy entered. They eyed her as if she were a cat that had just knocked over a fine vase. Shy missed her spectacles, but took care not to squint as she stepped up to face these people. She needed to look as strong as possible. "Bon Shai Lu," Frava said, reaching to pick up a sheet of paper from the desk. "You have quite the list of crimes credited to your name." "The way you say that. What game was this woman playing?" "She wants something of me," Shy decided. "That's the only reason to bring me in like this." The opportunity began to unfold. impersonating a noblewoman of rank, Frava continued, breaking into the palace's imperial gallery, reforging your soul, and of course the attempted theft of the moon scepter. Did you really assume that we would fail to recognize a simple forgery of such an important imperial possession? Apparently, Shai thought, you have done just that, assuming that the fool escaped with the original. It gave Shai a little thrill of satisfaction to know that her forgery now occupied the moon scepter's position of honor in the imperial gallery. And what of this? Frava said, waving long fingers for one of the strikers to bring something from the side of the room. A painting, which the guard placed on the desk. Han Shuzhen's masterpiece, Lily of the Spring Pond. We found this in your room at the inn, Frava said, tapping her fingers on the painting. It is the copy of the painting I myself own, one of the most famous in the Empire. We gave it to our assessors, and they judged that your forgery was amateur at best. Shai met the woman's eyes. Tell me why you have created this forgery, Frava said, leaning forward. You were obviously planning to swap this for the painting in my office by the Imperial Gallery, and yet you are striving for the moon scepter itself. Why plan to steal the painting too? Greed? My Uncle Juan, Shai said, told me to always have a backup plan. I couldn't be certain the scepter would even be on display. Ah, Frava said. She adopted an almost maternal expression, though it was laden with loathing, hidden poorly, and condescension. You requested arbiter intervention in your execution, as most prisoners do. I decided on a whim to agree to your request because I was curious why you had created this painting. She shook her head. But, child, you can't honestly believe we'd let you free with sins like this. You are in a monumentally bad predicament, and our mercy can only be extended so far. Shai glanced toward the other arbiters. The ones seated near the fireplace seemed to be paying no heed, but they did not speak to one another. They were listening. Something is wrong, Shai thought. They're worried. Gautona still stood just to the side. He inspected Shai with eyes that betrayed no emotion. Frava's manner had the air of one scolding a small child. The lingering end of her comment was intended to make Shai hope for release. Together, that was meant to make her pliable, willing to agree to anything in the hope that she'd be freed. An opportunity indeed. It was time to take control of this conversation. You want something from me, Shai said. I'm ready to discuss my payment. Your payment? Frava asked. Girl, you are to be executed on the morrow. If we did wish something of you, the payment would be your life. My life is my own, Shai said, and has been for days now. Please, Frava said. You were locked in the forger's cell with 30 different kinds of stone in the wall. 44 kinds, actually. Gautona raised an appreciative eyebrow. Knights, I'm glad I got that right. Shai glanced at Gautona. You thought I wouldn't recognize the grindstone, didn't you? Please, I'm a forger. I learned stone classification during my first year of training. That block was obviously from the Lao quarry. Frava opened her mouth to speak, a slight smile on her lips. Yes, I know about the plates of Ralkest, the unforgeable metal hidden behind the rock wall of my cell, Shai guessed. The wall was a puzzle meant to distract me. You wouldn't actually make a cell out of rocks like limestone, just in case a prisoner gave up on forgery and tried to chip their way free. You built the wall, but secured it with a plate of Ralkest at the back to cut off escape. Frava snapped her mouth shut. The problem with Ralkest, Shai said, is that it's not a very strong metal. Oh, the grate at the top of my cell was solid enough, and I couldn't have gotten through that. But a thin plate? Really? Have you heard of anthracite? Frava frowned. It is a rock that burns, Gautona said. You gave me a candle, Shai said, reaching into the small of her back. She tossed her makeshift wooden soul stamp onto the desk. All I had to do was forge the wall and persuade the stones that they're anthracite. Not a difficult task. Once I knew the 44 types of rock, I could burn them and then melt that plate behind the wall. Shy pulled over a chair, seating herself before the desk. She leaned back. Behind her, the captain of the strikers growled softly, but Frava drew her lips into a line and said nothing. Shy let her muscles relax, and she breathed a quiet prayer to the unknown god. Knights! It looks like they actually bought it. She'd worried they'd know enough about forgery to see through her lie. I was going to escape tonight, Shy said, but whatever it is you want me to do must be important, as you're willing to involve a miscreant like myself. And so we come to my payment. I could still have you executed, Frava said, right here, now. But you won't, will you? Frava set her jaw. I warned you she would be difficult to manipulate, Gautona said to Frava. Shy could tell she had impressed him, but at the same time his eyes seemed sorrowful? Was that the right emotion? She found this aged man as difficult to read as a book in Svordish. Frava raised a finger, then swiped it to the side. A servant approached with a small cloth-wrapped box. Shy's heart leaped upon seeing it. The man clicked the latches open on the front and raised the top. The case was lined with soft cloth and inset with 5 depressions made to hold soul stamps. Each cylindrical stone stamp was as long as a finger and as wide as a large man's thumb. The leather-bound notebook set in the case atop them was worn by long use. Shy breathed in a hint of its familiar scent. They were called essence marks, the most powerful kind of soul stamp. Each essence mark had to be attuned to a specific individual and was intended to rewrite their history, personality, and soul for a short time. These 5 were attuned to Shy. 5 soul stamps to rewrite a soul, Frava said. Each is an abomination, illegal to possess. These essence marks were to be destroyed this afternoon. Even if you had escaped, you'd have lost these. How long does it take to create one? Years, Shy whispered. There were no other copies. Notes and diagrams were too dangerous to leave, even in secret, as such things gave others too much insight into one's soul. She never let these essence marks out of her sight, except on the rare occasion they were taken from her. Will you accept these as payment? Frava asked, lips turned down as if discussing a meal of slime and rotted meat. Yes. Frava nodded, and the servant snapped the case, closed. Then let me show you what you are to do. Shy had never met an emperor before, let alone poked one in the face. Emperor Ashravan of the 80 Sons, 49th ruler of the Rose Empire, did not respond as Shy prodded him. He stared ahead blankly, his round cheeks rosy and hale, but his expression completely lifeless. What happened? Shy asked, straightening from beside the emperor's bed. It was in the style of the ancient Lamino people, with a headboard shaped like a phoenix rising toward heaven. She'd seen a sketch of a headboard in a book. Likely the forgery had been drawn from that source. Assassins, Arbiter Gautona said. He stood on the other side of the bed along 2 surgeons. Of the strikers, only their captain, Zu, had been allowed to enter. The murderers broke in 2 nights ago, attacking the emperor and his wife. She was slain. The emperor received a crossbow bolt to the head. That considered, Shy noted, he's looking remarkable. You are familiar with resealing? Gautona asked. Vaguely, Shy said. Her people called it flesh forgery. Using it, a surgeon of great skill could forge a body to remove its wounds and scars. It required great specialization. The forger had to know each and every sinew, each vein and muscle in order to accurately heal. Resealing was one of the few branches of forgery that Shy hadn't studied in depth. Get an ordinary forgery wrong, and you created a work of poor artistic merit. Get a flesh forgery wrong, and people died. Our resealers are the best in the world, Frava said, walking around the foot of the bed, hands behind her back. The emperor was attended to quickly following the assassination attempt. The wound to his head was healed, but But his mind was not? Shai asked, waving her hand in front of the man's face again. It doesn't sound like they did a very good job at all. One of the surgeons cleared his throat. The diminutive man had ears like window shutters that had been thrown open on a sunny day. Resealing repairs a body and makes it anew. That, however, is much like rebinding a book with fresh paper following a fire. Yes, it may look exactly the same, and it may be whole all the way through. The words, though, the words are gone. We have given the Emperor a new brain. It is merely empty. Huh, Shai said. Did you find out who tried to kill him? The 5 arbiters exchanged glances. Yes, they knew. We are not certain, Gautona said. Meaning, Shai added, you know, but you couldn't prove it well enough to make an accusation. One of the other factions in court, then? Gautona sighed. The Glory faction. Shai whistled softly. But it did make sense. If the Emperor died, there was a good chance that the Glory faction would win a bid to elevate his successor. At 40, Emperor Ashravan was young still, by grand standards. He had been expected to rule another 50 years. If he were replaced, the 5 arbiters in this room would lose their positions, which, by imperial politics, would be a huge blow to their status. They'd drop from being the most powerful people in the world to being among the lowest of the empire's 80 factions. The assassins did not survive their attack, Frava said. The Glory faction does not yet know whether their ploy succeeded. You are going to replace the Emperor's soul with... She took a deep breath. With a forgery. They're crazy, Shai thought. Forging one's own soul was difficult enough, and you didn't have to rebuild it from the ground up. The arbiters had no idea what they were asking, but of course they didn't. They hated forgery, or so they claimed. They walked on imitation floor tiles past copies of ancient vases. They let their surgeons repair a body, but they didn't call any of these things forgery in their own tongue. The forgery of the soul, that was what they considered an abomination, which meant Shai really was their only choice. No one in their own government would be capable of this. She probably wasn't either. Can you do it? Gautona said. I have no idea, Shai thought. Yes, she said. It will need to be an exact forgery, Frava said sternly. If the Glory faction has any inkling of what we've done, they will pounce. The Emperor must not act erratically. I said I could do it, Shai replied. But it will be difficult. I will need information about Ashravan and his life, everything we got. Official histories will be a start, but they'll be too sterile. I'll need extensive interviews and writings about him from those who knew him best. Servants, friends, family members. Did he have a journal? Yes, Gautona said. Excellent. Those documents are sealed, said one of the other arbiters. He wanted them destroyed. Everyone in the room looked toward the man. He swallowed, then looked down. You shall have everything you request, Frava said. I'll need a test subject as well, Shai said. Someone to test my forgeries on. A grand, male. Someone who was around the Emperor a lot and knew him. That will let me see if I have the personality right. Knights! Getting the personality right would be secondary. Getting a stamp that actually took? That would be a first step. She wasn't certain she could manage even that much. And I'll need soulstone, of course. Frava regarded Shai, arms folded. You can't possibly expect me to do this without soulstone, Shai said dryly. I could carve a stamp out of wood if I had to, but your goal will be difficult enough as it is. Soulstone. Lots of it. Fine, Frava said, but you will be watched these 3 months closely. 3 months, Shai said. I'm planning for this to take at least 2 years. You have 100 days, Frava said. Actually, 98 now. Impossible. The official explanation for why the Emperor hasn't been seen these last 2 days, said one of the other arbiters, is that he has been in mourning for the death of his wife. The Glory faction will assume we are scrambling to buy time following the Emperor's death. Once the 100 days of isolation are finished, they will demand that Ashravan present himself to the court. If he does not, we're finished. And so are you, the woman's tone implied. I'll need gold for this, Shai said. Take what you're thinking, I'll demand, and double it. I will walk out of this country rich. Done, Frava said. Too easy, Shai thought. Delightful. They were planning to kill her once this was done. Well, that gave her 98 days to find a way out. Get me those records, she said. I'll need a place to work, plenty of supplies, and my things back. She held up her finger before they could complain. Not my essence marks, but everything else. I'm not going to work for 3 months in the same clothing I've been wearing while in prison. And as I consider it, have someone draw me a bath immediately. So, that is Emperor's Soul by Brandon Sanderson. And so it goes on. You can see how complicated this is going to get, where she's trying to create a person's soul with these stamps. Through the story, you learn a lot about what the stamps can and can't do, and why she needs someone to test them on. The magic system in here is absolutely brilliant, and the way he builds her character, Shai. She's such a likable character. She does things, and the conversations between her and Gautona are really, really good. And then it's all up to like who can think ahead more. Are Frava and the Arbiters going to be able to think ahead more and be able to make her do this and then kill her at the end, or is she going to find a way to escape? So that is Emperor's Soul by Brandon Sanderson. Okay. Let's look and see what we have next. I think what we'll do next is we have Mr. Gerhardt is the IT director for our school district. And he read some books with his children. And I think we will turn to that now. I'll give my voice a little rest. And you can listen to Mr. Gerhardt and his kids read a couple stories that they chose. So enjoy some wonderful stories.
Hi everyone, this is Mr. Gerhardt, and I'm here today with my 3 children, and we're going to participate in the World Read Aloud Day by reading some books to you. So we're going to start with Max, and he is going to be reading The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle.
In the light of the moon, a little egg laid on a leaf. One Sunday morning, the warm sun came up and pop! Out of the egg came a little and very hungry caterpillar. He started to look for food. On Monday, he ate through one apple, but he was still hungry. On Tuesday, he ate through 2 pears, but he was still hungry. On Wednesday, he ate through 3 plums, but he was still hungry. On Thursday, he ate through 4 strawberries, but he was still hungry. On Friday, he ate through 5 oranges, but he was still hungry. On Saturday, he ate through 1 piece of cake, 1 ice cream cone, 1 pickle, 1 slice of Swiss cheese, 1 salami, 1 lollipop, 1 piece of cherry pie, 1 sausage, 1 cupcake, 1 slice of watermelon. On the next day was Sunday. Again, the caterpillar ate through 1 nice green leaf, and after
he felt
much better. Now he wasn't hungry anymore, and he wasn't a hungry caterpillar anymore. He was a big fat caterpillar. He built a small home called a cocoon. Around him, he stayed inside for more than 2 weeks. Then he nibbled a hole in the cocoon, pushed his way out, and he was a beautiful butterfly. Thanks for watching, guys.
Hi, I'm Addie. I'm going to read Robert the Rose Horse. Robert was a happy little horse. He lived on a farm. He lived with his mother and father. One day, Robert had a party. It was his birthday. All his farm friends came to the party. They had a big cake. "Happy birthday, Robert," they said all of his friends. "Happy birthday to you." The cake was very pretty. It had red roses all around it. Robert liked the roses. He put his nose right onto one. He took a big sniff, and then Robert got a funny feeling. His eyes began to itch, his nose began to itch, and then, kerchoo! Robert sneezed. What a sneeze! Up went his farm friends, up went the cake, up went the roses. And Robert fell down flat. His mother called the doctor. The doctor looked at Robert. "Say, ah," said the doctor. "Ah," said Robert. "Aha," said the doctor. I know what made him sneeze. I know I'm right, said the doctor. You will see. Here, Robert, take a little sniff. Robert put his nose onto the roses. He took a little sniff, his nose began to itch, and his eyes began to itch. Kerchoo! Went Robert. Bang went the window. Bang went the door. Up went the roses, and the doctor fell down flat. I was right, said the doctor. Roses are very bad for you. There are too many roses on this farm. You have to get away from them. You must go to the city. So Robert had to go goodbye. He said to his mother and father, I will be all right in the city. I will find a work and I will find a job. Robert did find a job in the city. He went to work for a milkman. He took the milkman and his wagon around all around the city. It was a good job, and Robert was happy. Robert liked this kind of job. One day, a man walked right next to Robert. The man had a flower in his coat. The flower in his coat was a rose, and right under his nose, Robert got that funny feeling again. His nose began to itch, and his eyes began to itch, and kerchoo went Robert. Crash went the wagon. Splash went the milk. Up went the milkman, and the man with the rose fell down flat. Go away, the milkman told Robert. You cannot work for me anymore. So Robert began to look for work again, but it was hard for a horse to find a job. He looked for many days. One day he saw some horses. They had people on them. Say, I could do work like that, said Robert. I will ask for a job. Robert went to the door. A man came out. You look like a horse, the man told Robert. Can you work for me? But you'll have to work hard. You'll have to do everything you are told. So Robert went to work. He did just as he was told. When he was told to go slow, he went slow. When he was told to go fast, he went fast. Robert did everything he was told. I like this work, Robert said, and I'm going to keep this job. One day, he took a woman for a ride. Everything was going well. But all at once, look, the woman said, look at those pretty roses. I want one of those roses. Robert, take me over there at once. What could Robert do? He had to do as he was told. He took the woman to the roses. Again, he got that funny feeling. His nose began to itch, his eyes began to itch, and kerchoo went Robert. Away went the wagon, away went the flowers, up went the woman, and the flower man fell flat. Once more, Robert was out of a job. Robert had to look for work again. He looked and looked. Fathers had work, mothers had work, even one had some kind of work. But there were not many jobs for a horse. Robert walked and walked. He looked and looked. Then at last Robert saw something. He saw a job he could do. He could be a police horse. I will go in. I will ask for the job, he said. Robert came out. He was a police horse. He did good police horse. He was a good police horse. He did all kinds of police work. One day, Robert worked on a bank street. Some men came down the street. 3 men. One of them had a black bag. They went into the bank. Robert did not see him. Then, all at once, someone called out, "Help! Police, help!" Robert looked around. He saw 3 men. They were bank robbers. Bank robbers! The robbers ran right at Robert. They ran right over him. and away they went. Robert got up fast. He had to stop those robbers, but how? How could he do it? And then Robert saw a rose. It was not a big rose, but it was a rose. Robert began to think. He began to think fast. Robert went over to the rose. He put his nose right in that rose. He took a big sniff. A big sniff. He began to get that old funny feeling. His eyes began to itch. His nose began to itch. Then Robert sneezed. Everyone there, a sneeze like that. Away went the cats, away went the hats, up went the dogs, down came the birds. Bang went the guns, up went the black bag, and the robbers fell down flat. Hooray, hooray for Robert! Everyone yelled. The bank man was happy. The policemen were happy. Everyone was happy. Robert had stopped the robbers. He had sneezed the robbers flat. The next day there was a party. It was for Robert. His mother and father came. His farm friends came. The doctor came. All the policemen came too. Then one of them got up. Robert said, I have something for you. Roses, yelled the doctor. Hold on to your hats. Here comes a sneeze. Robert will sneeze us all to Chicago. Robert took a little sniff. His nose did not itch. His eyes did not itch. Then Robert took a big sniff. He did not get that funny feeling. That big kerchoo had done it. Robert at last was all sneezed out, and the roses never made Robert sneeze again. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Samantha, and I'm going to be reading Russell the Sheep by Rob Scotton. Russell the Sheep lived in Frog's Bottom Field. At the end of a long, busy day, night fell and the sheep got ready for bed. Soon, all was quiet, except for Russell. No matter how hard he tried, Russell could not fall asleep. Maybe if it were really dark, he thought, I'd be able to sleep. But the really dark really scared him. Perhaps I'm too hot, he thought. Perhaps I'm not. Russell pulled up a pillow, but the pillow hopped away, hopping mad. Maybe I need a better place to sleep, he decided and went for a walk. Russell spied the trunk of the rusty car. It was too cramped. He tried the hollow of a tree. That was too creepy. Russell even tried sleeping on a branch, but it was too crowded. What's a sheep to do? Russell thought he would never get to sleep, but then he had a brilliant idea. What if he tried to count things? That wouldn't make him fall asleep. Russell counted his feet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not tired. I guess I need more feet, he decided. What next? The stars! Russell counted each and every one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 million, billion, and 10. And Russell was wide awake. He counted them again. 600 million, billion, and 10. And still was wide awake. Russell thought very hard. In fact, he thought so hard that his hat went zigzaggy. I know, he shouted. I'll count sheep. 1,
Hi, I'm Dale Miller with the Grand Island Independent. I'm a sports writer there, and I'm going to read a couple of my favorite things today. I love humor, I love sports, and I've got a couple of things that are a little bit of a combination of both. The first is I Really Didn't Say Everything I Said, the Yogi Berra book by Yogi Berra. Very famous baseball player, but he's mainly known more for these little odd sayings he would be quoted for. After he passed away a few years ago, I think his yogiisms, as they were called, were kind of the things everybody's remembering about. And part of the foreword in the book probably describes them better than I can. Fans have labeled Yogi Berra Mr. Malaprop, but I don't think that's accurate. He doesn't use the wrong words. He just puts words together in ways nobody else would ever do. You may laugh and shake your head when Yogi says something strange like, "It ain't over till it's over," but soon you realize that what he said actually makes perfect sense. And you find yourself using his words yourself because they are, after all, the perfect way to express a particular idea. Now, in this book, there's just a series of yogiisms, as they're called, and then Yogi Berra himself tried to explain what he was saying. It's a real light read. I mean, there's about 120 pages that you could easily zip through in about 15 minutes, and it's worth quite a few chuckles there. So I'll just go through for a few of them as the famous Yogi Berra tries to explain what he was actually trying to say. I really didn't say everything I said. This was a comment I made when someone asked me about quotes that I didn't think I said. Then again, I might have said them, but you never know. Thank you for making this day necessary. I think this was a saying that got it all started. Yogi Berra Day, 1947. I was being honored by my friends on the Hill in St. Louis. You can't think and hit at the same time. If you ask me, this is true with any sport. I said it in 1946 when I was with the Newark Bears playing AAA. My manager told me not to swing at balls out of the strike zone. He said, "Yogi, next time you're up, think about what you're doing." I struck out in 3 pitches. A writer asked me what makes a good manager. I answered, good players. Here's one of his most famous ones. Nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded. I was talking to Stan Musial and Joe Garagiola in 1959 about Ruggeri's restaurant in my old neighborhood in St. Louis. It was true. A nickel ain't worth a dime anymore. Who would doubt this? I notice it especially when I go to buy my papers in the morning at Henry's in Verona, New Jersey. The only reason I need these gloves is 'cause of my hands. This is a doozy. Carm, Tim, and I were in the backyard gardening. I began complaining about getting scratches and mud all over my hands. Carmen really let me have it. She finally threw me a pair of gloves, and this was my reply. We were overwhelming underdogs. I was reminiscing with Nolan Ryan one day about the 1969 Amazing Mets. And Nolan Ryan responded in the book, if Yogi had gone to college, they would have made him talk clearer, but not better. The other teams could make trouble for us if they win. Well, if they lose, they're no trouble at all. Here's another famous one. It's deja vu all over again. My comment after Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris hit back-to-back home runs for the umpteenth time. Makes perfect sense to me. When asked the time, I replied, "You mean now?" I don't know when I first said this, but for some reason it stuck with me and I say it all the time. We made too many wrong mistakes. I said this after the 1960 World Series between the Yankees and Pirates. It was a 7-game series that ended when they hit a doggone home run over my head. There's no other way to explain how we ever lost that series. And finally, if people don't want to come to the ballpark, how are you going to stop them? Yes, I said this. I was talking to Commissioner Bud Selig when attendance was down around the league. I think it was due to the threat of a strike. And there's another good 60 pages of yogiisms, which I recommend if anybody wants a light, quick read there. They're always good for a chuckle or two. The other book I brought is a collection of columns by Rick Riley, a famous sports columnist. I read some from a couple of years ago from his collections from when he was Sports Illustrated. This one is called Tiger Beat My Sister and Other Things I Probably Shouldn't Have Said. This is from his later points of his career when he went to ESPN last decade and started writing for ESPN the magazine and ESPN.com. The first one I've selected was titled, Please, No Signs Allowed That Might Make the Coach Feel Sad. And it was published on September 3rd, 2008. Do you miss Beijing? Are you pining for some good old-fashioned totalitarianism? Enjoy seeing any small voice squashed like a ladybug under a Hummer? Then come to the University of Virginia. At Virginia, a new rule bans signs of any kind at all sporting events, including football and basketball. Not advertising signs, of course. Not beer $8 signs. Not give to the Virginia Scholarship Endowment signs. No, only signs about Virginia teams, such as the one then third-year biomedical engineering student David Becker held up at last year's Duke football game, which read, Fire Grow. That's Al Grow, the Virginia football coach who always manages to beat the Davids, but rarely the Goliaths. No signs, the official told Becker in taking away the sign. Becker asked why. Nobody knew, so he made another sign. This time smaller, thinking maybe it violated some kind of size limit rule. They took that one too. Becker asked why again. Word from the athletics department, the guard said. So he wrote Fire Grow on a sheet of notebook paper. The guard took that too, saying signs of a negative nature weren't allowed, and that if Becker wanted to go for one more, he'd gladly pitch him out under an exit sign. Now, no signs at all, pro or con, at Virginia, the nation's first secular university, founded by Thomas Jefferson himself in 1819, framer of the Constitution, champion of certain inalienable rights like free speech, the man who once wrote, "A little rebellion now and then is a good thing." Who exactly is Virginia protecting here? Grow? The man can handle himself. After all, he was once the head coach of the New York Jets. Seems odd, says former Virginia star and current Bucks cornerback Rondé Barber. If you think if there was one university that would stand up for free speech, it'd be Virginia. When I was there, the signs were really clever. I'd go further than that. I've covered plenty of games where the only clever part of the game was the signs. College football without signs is like pretzels without salt. Who can forget these signs from last season? Kansas football, a tradition since September. Jayhawk fan. If you can read this, you are not a Cornhusker. Colorado fan versus Nebraska. Or, my favorite sign of all time in any sport, from a Bruins game in the 70s, Jesus saves and Esposito scores on the rebound. Virginia's athletic department says it instituted the policy to promote a positive game day environment. Ugh. Sounds like some $150 an hour therapist wrote that one. Someone with tissues in all their pockets and a banned dodgeball bumper sticker on their car. Whoever wrote it doesn't get this. 99% of sports signs are positive. Can you imagine what Jefferson himself would have thought of this new jackbooted policy? True, he grew to rue freedom of expression a little toward the end of his life, since the press was hammering him on his longtime affair with one of his slaves, Sally Hemings. This might be why, to this day, Virginia still doesn't have a journalism school. But I ask you, what's the point of founding a free university if that university is going to tell its students what they can say? For instance, how are Virginia students supposed to express themselves about the Cavs' 52-7 home opener loss to USC last Saturday? White t-shirts and Sharpies? Sign language? Hats worn at an angry angle? That's the thing, says Robert O'Neill, director of the Jefferson Center for the Protection of Free Expression, also in Charlottesville. We don't quite know what constitutes a sign. Paint on someone's chest? A t-shirt? It's not quite clear. One thing is clear. This is un-American. This isn't Havana. What's next? No yelling? No grumbling? No heavy sighing? How are students supposed to affect change at their school? Morse code flashlights? And if they can censor students at the stadium, what's to keep them from doing it on the lawn? And if we worry about positive game day environment, shouldn't Grow be held to it too? Remind me, what's so positive about 52-7? This Saturday, the Cavs play Richmond, and they'll be wearing special throwback jerseys. Seems superfluous. Virginia's already a throwback to 1775. Here's what Virginia students should do for every home game from now on. Bring signs that say nothing. Bring signs that say, "This is not a sign," Or bring 60,000 signs and let the athletics department goons try to sort them out. Because sometimes rebellion isn't just a good thing, it's the only thing. Postscript. After this ran, the students at Virginia rose up. They forwarded this column all around campus and came up with a plan. With 2 minutes left in each quarter, 7,000 plus Virginia students stood up, silently, wearing blank t-shirts and holding signs with nothing written on them. It worked. That Monday, the Virginia AD reversed his decision. The next Rick Riley column I'm going to read was published on June 6, 2010, and it's called Make $100 the Sleazy Way. Are you a male who'd like to make $100 the sleazy way? Then I have a deal for you, but you have to act by June 25th. Of course, you'll have to cash in your basic moral decency to do it and incur the wrath of every woman in your life, including your mom, and feel worse about yourself than Donald Trump's barber. But we're talking $100. Here's how to do it, but I wouldn't let the wife read this. It so happens that on May 8th, 2004, the Oakland A's had a Mother's Day promotion. There was a Fight Breast Cancer 5K run before the game, free mammograms, and the first 7,500 women through the gate got floppy plaid hats for Macy's. Nice day for the ladies. Except that last part really hacked off a man named Alfred G. Rava. He was incensed that men weren't getting a floppy plaid sun hat for Mother's Day. He was so mad about it that he sued. It gets worse. He nearly won. A judge has given preliminary approval to a $510,000 settlement, roughly half to lawyers and the rest to the victims, the poor, downtrodden, gender-disadvantaged waifs like Rava who didn't get their floppy Mother's Day hats. This is where you come in. If you can prove you were one of the first 7,500 people there that day, you get $50 in cash, 2-for-1 A's tickets, and a $25 Macy's coupon. It won't be hard. All you have to do is A. State under oath that you are a male, B. Show some kind of receipt for your ticket, and C. Swear you were there early. That's good enough. There's no video, and nobody's going to spend $5,000 deposing you about $100. So how many guys have lined up to get their rightful floppy hat equivalent payment that was stolen from them by those selfish Mother's Day manipulating women? Well, I haven't taken a single call so far, said the 1888 operator at the firm handling claims, and I'm here just about every day. A's fans are not just ignoring Rava in droves. They're angry. The entire settlement should be donated to the Breast Care Center at UCSF, said A's fan Ben Huber. No good deed goes unpunished. Isn't it good to know that most American males still have a spine? Save for cough cough. 1. Turns out Rava is a lawyer. In fact, this is not his first minism lawsuit. He's been part of more than 40 male anti-discrimination lawsuits, sometimes as a plaintiff, like in Oakland, and sometimes as a plaintiff's attorney. He has sued Club Med for a ladies-only promotion. He sued the Angels for giving away a $1.45 tote bag to women in 2005. He has sued restaurants and nightclubs and theater companies. Mr. Rava gets incensed a lot. Oh, and he doesn't even work in Oakland. He works in San Diego. Gee, I wonder what a sue-happy lawyer from San Diego would be doing at an A's Twins game the very day they were holding a women-only giveaway. I called and asked, but Rava wouldn't say. Season ticket holder? I asked. Rava wouldn't say. You went to a game on Mother's Day, to a game that was promoting breast cancer awareness, and you felt victimized by not getting a floppy plaid sun hat? Rava insisted it was a fishing hat, and he thinks the fact he didn't get one is offensive. Not just to him, he says, but to the state of California, which has a very strong policy against discriminating on the basis of sex. Dude! Look, Rava said, if ESPN were giving away free autographed Nolan Ryan baseballs to men only on Father's Day, would that be fair? These weren't autographed baseballs. They were women's sun hats. Plaid, floppy sun hats. Rava, fishing hats. I'm surprised he didn't want his free mammogram, too. Personally, I find Mr. Rava as odorous as a bag of dyspeptic hamsters. He's a greasy manipulator who has found a small leak in American law and stuck an open wallet under it. When they wrote California's Civil Rights Act in 1959, the act Rava cites in his suits, they never thought soulless creatures like him would someday slink about the earth. We are not a collection of legal briefs, appellate rulings, and city ordinances. We are people. We are grandfathers and sisters and uncles and girlfriends, all woven into the fabric of this wonderful thing called sports. And if once in a while we want to do something nice for each other and not want anything for ourselves, is that so wrong? What are you going to do? Sue? Yes, Al Rava is going to sue and keep suing. What's next, Mr. Rava? Kids' helmet night? Age discrimination. Wheelchairs along the rail with a view? Health discrimination. Mullets get in free day? Clean hair statutes. Lawyers like Rava suck the fun out of everything. What's amazing is that Rava's own mother died of breast cancer at age 53. How would she feel about his crass action lawsuit? I am sure my mom would be proud of my lawsuit against this Major League Baseball franchise that denied male and female consumers under 18 years of age-free fishing hats based on sex and age, he says. Sun hats, tool. And in the proscript, the latest brave victory for Mr. Rava's organization, the NCFM, National Coalition for Men, was over Los Angeles area Four Seasons Ladies Night promotion. And you just thought it was half off of drinks. And final column I've picked here from Rick Riley. It's called Presidential Fantasy. It's called from October 20th, 2008. I have the absolute worst fantasy league football partner. Just try to get the guy to return a call or a text. You need a court order. He's Barack Obama. And yeah, I guess he's busy. But why was I the one who had to fly to Dayton, get frisked and have bomb dogs drool on my bags just so I can meet him getting off his tricked out chartered 757? He can't meet a guy halfway? I asked each candidate to be my running mate for 1 week in a fantasy league, just to see what kind of president he'd make, how he'd handle decisions under pressure and balance a budget. Still, you talk about bossy. I thought he'd let the professional sports writer do most of the picking, while the wonk occasionally looked up from some Pakistan brief and nodded. Yeah, not exactly. When I got on his campaign bus, all 3 flat screens were tuned to ESPN. Obama was sitting in a black leather swivel chair, reading the paper. Hey man, I'll be with you in a second, he said. I'm poring over the latest economic news. It was the USA Today NFL stats page. He is taller, grayer, and quicker to laugh than I expected. Moves sort of like an athlete, cool and smooth. Now, you're the expert, he began, and I'll gladly be the junior partner in this, but I really think we should take Drew Brees. He could have a big week. Oakland's secondary is a wreck. Oh, so that's how it's going to be. Well, I like Carson Palmer, I said. He's due for a big week. Plus he plays in Ohio, and I figure that's the state you need, so... He looked at me like I'd stuck my elbow in his soup. Man, this is more important than politics, he insisted. This is football. This is a man who could potentially audit me forever. We paid $7.3 million for Brees. He wanted Clinton Portis. I wanted Adrian Peterson. We took Portis, $6.6 million. He wanted Brandon Marshall. I wanted Bernard Berrien. We took Marshall, $5.7 million. Doesn't work well with others. Check. Have to admit, though, he knows his stuff. Turns out he played a little. He was a tight end in 9th grade until a coach told him to trample an opponent's back. He gave up football for hoops. In 2004, when Mike Ditka considered running against him for Senate, Obama, remembering how Ditka let William Perry score a Super Bowl TD instead of Walter Payton, said that anybody who would give the ball to Refrigerator Perry instead of Sweetness doesn't have very good judgment. Ditka didn't run. Too bad, Obama says. We were hoping he would. Likes to bait Hall of Famers. Check. It took us 30 minutes to pick 9 slots. The man was into it. I said I need to talk to him the following week about how we did. Cool, he said. How's Tuesday? Sorry, I said. Getting married Tuesday. He looked stunned. Who'd marry you? Wise guy. Check. We wound up in a dark tunnel under 5th Third Field in Dayton for a campaign event. He was telling me a story about throwing out a first pitch when suddenly I heard over the PA system, the next President of the United States, Barack Obama. He looked at me, said, "Gotta go," and sprinted up some steps to a thunderclap of a roar. Afterward, while signing books, he asked if I thought we'd win. Win, I said. There's like a gazillion teams in this thing. He glared a hole in me. You think we're just messing around? Then Sunday came. Man, did he get lucky. The guys he made us choose, Brees and Portis, went nuts. The guys I wanted, not so much. We finished 32,190th for the week. But wait, that puts us in the 81.2 percentile, which means we beat 4 out of every 5 teams. Of course, he already knew, because like so many Americans, he was checking the fantasy stats all day, even while he was supposed to be prepping for his final debate. He emailed to say he wished he had followed my advice on Berrien, who smoked Marshall, but he was pumped up about our numbers, and he congratulated the newlyweds. I emailed back and said that if he wins this election, the ambassadorship to Tahiti would make a nice wedding present. Postscript. Ronald Reagan was once a sportscaster. Richard Nixon always wanted to be a sports writer, but we've never had a president as tuned into sports as Barack Obama. He's an admitted SportsCenter freak, relishes his Chicago teams, and even has the audacity to fill out his March Madness bracket each year on ESPN, where he's finished in the top third of the millions who fill one out with him. And that is from Rick Riley's collection of columns, Tiger, Meet My Sister, and other things I probably shouldn't have said. Thank you.
Maybe explain who you are.
Okay. Hi, Mrs. Geist here. I'm the instructional coach at Walnut Middle School, and I've seen a lot of you around. I have a picture book today. It's called Sparrow Girl. It's one of my favorites because it's got fantastic pictures and a fantastic story. Part of the story is true. It's about something that actually happened in China in the 1950s. And it's also one of my favorite stories because it's got a great theme about the power of one and the power of kids. And here we go. It's also about sparrows, which are small birds. So here we go. Sparrow Girl by Sarah Pennypacker. One day, not too long ago, war was declared in China. Sparrows are our enemies. They eat too much grain. We must drive them from the land. Older brother held out a bag of firecrackers that father had given him to fight the war. I like sparrows, Ming Li said quietly, walking home with older brother. She looked up and tried to imagine the sky empty, silent. Mother and father were talking about the plan, too. The village barn is empty now. Next year it will be full of grain. I could help you plant more seeds in the spring, father, Ming Li said, and weed the fields and... You are not a farmer, father patted her head. You're only a small girl. That night, Ming Li couldn't sleep. Something bothered her, scratching at her thoughts like a monkey. She crept to older brother's sleeping mat. How will the other birds know? She whispered, shaking his shoulder. Older brother rubbed his eyes and scowled in the moon. Won't our noises frighten the other birds too? What if the nightingales fly away? Or the swallows? Or pigeon? Younger sister, your brain is as small as a sparrow's, hissed older brother. Our leader's plans are always perfect. They told us at school. Now, go to sleep. The next morning, a tremendous din woke Ming Li. She ran to the window. A sea of people flooded the village, clanging gongs, crashing cymbals, beating drums, and shouting in their loudest voices. Firecrackers exploded like gunshots. "Dress warmly," Mother said, handing her a rice cake. "You will be gone all day and into the evening." Ming Li and older brother picked up their pots and spoons and went outside. The villagers were running through the streets, making so much noise the ground itself rumbled. They were looking up to search for enemy sparrows, but not down to see if they might trample a small girl. Ming Li clutched older brother's hand. He led her away from the thundering crowd and into the orchard. Older brother stopped under a grove of apricot trees and lit a firecracker. Boom! A cloud of sparrows rose and flew across to a row of pear trees. He followed and lit another firecracker beneath them. Ming Li clapped her hands over her ears and squeezed her eyes shut, but the firecrackers' loud golden sparks were exploding inside her head now. She wanted to fly away like a sparrow to someplace high and safe. Ming Li set out for the road, but just as she reached it, she saw something fall from the sky like a stone. A group of villagers saw it too and hurried over. "It's been frightened to death," Ming Li cried. "We have to stop." "Dead sparrows don't eat grain," crowed an old man beside her. More birds fell to the ground, lifeless. "Aye, we're winning the sparrow war," cheered the others. Ming Li ran home. She climbed to the peak of the roof to check on Pigeon, but his cage was empty. Older brother must have sent his pet out today. Suddenly, a plump silver bird flew toward her. "You've come home!" Ming Li held out her arm for Pigeon to land on, but he only fluttered in the air for a moment and then fell with a soft thud on the curved clay tiles. Pigeon lay limp and still, except for his heart pounding beneath the pearly feathers of his breast, and then even that was still. Tears filled Ming Li's eyes. She tucked the bird into her jacket, climbed down from the roof, and set out for the orchards. Older brother was standing beneath a walnut tree, preparing to set off a firecracker, when Ming Li touched his elbow. "Wait." Older brother's face crumpled and his shoulders fell. He dropped his firecracker, and together they buried Pigeon under the walnut tree. "The noise parade will kill all the sparrows in China, and maybe all the birds. We have to do something," Ming Li said. "Will you help me?" Older brother nodded, his eyes red. "But no one can disobey our leader. What can we do?" "Maybe some of the sparrows that fall to the ground are still alive like Pigeon was. We could rescue them." All that afternoon, whenever she saw a bird fall, Ming Li hurried to that spot. Time after time, she was too late. But then, just as the lanterns were being lit, a small brown bird dropped beside a quince bush, then fluttered up for a moment. Ming Li's hope rose with it. She ran to the bush and found a sparrow struggling to its feet. She scooped the exhausted bird into her jacket. "You're safe now, little friend," she whispered. Around her, people were walking home, congratulating one another. "In 2 more days, there won't be a single sparrow left in all of China." Ming Li wrapped her jacket more closely around her. She could feel the bird's tiny heart beating against her own. "Yes, there will," she promised. She found older brother in the crowd. "Just one," she told him, letting him peek inside. Together they brought the little sparrow to Pigeon's empty cage. Ming Li filled the water cup and broke her rice cake into bits. The next morning, she and older brother hurried out to search for birds to save. If any villagers were nearby, when Ming Li ran to a fallen sparrow, older brother distracted them. "Look, to the west, a flock of enemies!" By noon, the birds were falling from the sky at a terrible rate. "They're like raindrops," said older brother. "The sky is raining birds." "No," said Ming Li, "they're like teardrops. The sky is crying birds." By nightfall, they had rescued 4 more sparrows. On the 3rd day, the sky was nearly empty. Still the villagers poured through the streets, clanging gongs, clashing cymbals, beating drums, and shouting in their loudest voices. Ming Li and older brother found only 2 more birds alive. 7 sparrows, said Ming Li, later looking into the cage on the rooftop, when there used to be thousands. 7 sparrows, said older brother, when there could have been none. That night Ming Li lay awake. Her sparrows would need room to fly soon, but if she let them loose, the villagers would hunt them. The next morning she arose before dawn. She hurried to the rooftop, climbed down with the cage, and ran with it through the fields to the village barn. She released the birds inside. "Someday you'll fly under the sun again," she promised them. Each day after school, Ming Li visited her sparrows. She watched them fly between the rafters, then swooped down to peck at worms and bugs. But then spring came, and Ming Li worried. As soon as the first crop was harvested, the farmers would open up the barn. Where could she hide her sparrows then? Already father and older brother had begun planting. Ming Li ached to go with them. "Let me help you," she begged each day. "You are not a farmer," her father smiled. "You are only a small girl." One day in midsummer, Ming Li noticed her father looked worried when he came back from the fields. "There's to be a meeting of all the farmers tomorrow, in front of the village barn." The village barn? What if they went inside? The next morning, Ming Li followed her father. She hid beside the barn. The farmers sat in a circle, their faces serious. "I will have no grain this year," said one. "The locusts are eating it all." "The plums in my orchard are full of worms," cried another. "Weevils are eating my rice," added the third, "and grasshoppers are chewing through the beanstalks." "There will be famine," said Ming Li's father. "Our families will starve." And then there was silence while the truth settled over them, cold and dark as a winter night. Ming Li couldn't help herself. She ran out from beside the barn. "It's because there are no sparrows. There are no sparrows to eat the insects now." "Ming Li, go home," cried her father. But the eldest farmer held up his hand. "She's right. The sparrows were never our enemies." "What does it matter?" said the second farmer. "What is done is done." Ming Li whispered something in her father's ear. He stood. "Show us." Ming Li led the farmers to the barn and threw open the doors. She held her breath. How great would her punishment be? Inside, the sparrows rose from the rafters and flew out into the fresh summer air. The farmers gasped in wonder. "Your daughter brings us a miracle," they cried. "She brings us 7 miracles. From this day, sparrows will be safe in our village, and we will tell everyone we meet from other villages about the wisdom of the sparrow girl." "Yes," agreed Ming Li's father, "my daughter is a sparrow girl, but she's something more." He lifted her to his shoulder. Ming Li is a true farmer. Thanks for letting me share one of my favorite books with you. Have a great day.
All right, that was amazing. I really admire both of those people that came in and read for us. So I'm glad that they were able to come in. All right. Now I'm getting set up here for the next book. And that will only take me just a second. And then we'll get to it because we've got like 2 books that we're going to read and an author who's going to read it for herself. So if you give me just 30 seconds, we'll be back on. Okay, so we're going to do this in 2 parts. I'm going to read to you from the first book, and then we have the author who sent us a video for us to see, for us to have her read something from the most recent book that just came out. Now, I found Ginger Rue's book through her books through Brand New Emily, which is an amazing story of this girl who is getting bullied at school. And so when she goes on a trip with her dad, she ends up blackmailing this PR agency to represent her at the high school to change her image so that she can stop being bullied. And the things that she learned along there and just her approach to the world was just like, it was amazing. Her dialogue was so smooth and so fluid. It's like what the characters would actually say, and the way that she developed her characters and her humor that she put into it, while it was still tackling a really serious topic, was just amazing. So I try to stock my library with as many Ginger Rue books as I can find. But interestingly enough, especially for any students who are watching that are thinking about writing, her newest book, Alakazam is a Wonder, she came up with this idea for this story when she was very young. And she's told me before that she just wishes she would have had the papers that she wrote it on, because she remembered that it's a story about a girl who can stop time, but she didn't remember much about what she had written about it before, and she just wishes that she had her stuff from when she was writing when she was a child. So if you're writing something or you're writing stories, hold on to it. You never know when you might want it in the future. So this is Alakazam is a Wonder. And I'm going to read the first couple of chapters just so we get the flavor for the story. And then Miss Rue is going to read to us from her most recent book. So here we go. This is Alakazam is a Wonder by Ginger Rue. And let's see if I can pull up. Alakazam. And there we go. Alakazam is a wonder. So this is book 1 by the incomparable Miss Gingeroo. 1. Chapter 1. Everybody's got a thing but me. Maybe time tests aren't your thing, my mom said as we waited in the carpool line before school. What is my thing? I asked. See, Mom? That's the thing. I don't have a thing. Sure you do, Mom replied. Everyone has a thing. Then what's mine? Oh, Alika, you're good at lots of things. Name one. Well, Mom began, you're very good at... You're very... Well, you have a wonderful sense of humor. No, I don't, I said. I'm not good at telling jokes. But you laugh at all the right places in funny movies, Mom insisted. Laughing at stuff that's funny isn't a thing, Mom, I replied. Being a loser, that's your thing, said my sister Dylan from the front seat. She could be really mean sometimes, especially since she started middle school last year. Dylan, that's unkind and uncalled for, Mom scolded. And on your sister's birthday of all days. She made Dylan apologize and say happy birthday. Dylan did it, but she didn't mean it. Deep down, I knew Dylan was right. If I had a thing at all, it was being a loser. It certainly wasn't singing like Dylan, or swimming like my best friend Maria, or soccer or gymnastics or dancing or anything else. And it sure wasn't math, which was why I was so stressed out that morning. It was Wednesday, so we were having another timed test. I'd practiced at home all weekend, but whenever Miss Floberg put a test on my desk, my hands got sweaty and the room started spinning. We were supposed to do 50 problems in 3 minutes, but I could never finish in time with a 90% or better, which meant that I didn't get a Jolly Rancher when the tests were returned the following day. Pretty unfair, if you ask me, because A, Jolly Ranchers are delicious, and B, Jolly Ranchers given out by a teacher taste better. Don't ask me why, they just do. Plus, being forced to smell other people's blueberry, raspberry, and cherry Jolly Ranchers while you sit there math-shamed is just plain wrong. I know you're worried about the test today, Alika, Mom said, but all you can do is give it your best shot. It won't matter, I shook my head. Miss Floberg hates me. I'm sure that's not true, said Mom. Why wouldn't she like you? Because Miss Floberg loves Madison, and Madison can't stand me. I can't imagine that your teachers would be childish enough to play favorites, Alika. I don't have to imagine it. I live it. Mrs. Floberg knows how bad I am at math, but she always calls on me to work the hardest problems on the board, I insisted. She does it to embarrass me. She's probably just trying to help you reach your full potential, Mom offered. Miss Floberg doesn't care about my potential, I replied. Every time it's the same thing. She calls me up for the hardest problem. I stand there like a dork with no idea what the answer is. And then she says, is there someone who has been paying attention, unlike Alika? And then Madison raises her hand and solves the problem, and Miss Floberg tells her how great and wonderful she is. I'm sure you're exaggerating, Alika, Mom said. Just try your best on the test, and think good thoughts about your birthday dinner tonight. I'm making all your favorites. Mom stopped the car, and a safety patrol boy opened my car door. Mom called, Good luck, sweetheart. The safety patrol boy snickered. Good luck, loser, Dylan called just as the safety patrol boy shut the car door. I should have been mad at Dylan for calling me a loser again, but really, I figured I could use all the luck I could get. Chapter 2. A thing called mojo. 10, Maria squealed as she greeted me at the coat cubby. Double digits! How does it feel? You ought to know, I replied. Maria had turned 10 2 months before. I can't wait for the skating party, Maria exclaimed, and I can't wait to give you your present. You're going to love it. Don't tell me what it is, I warned her. Maria had a hard time keeping secrets. Not that she was a blabbermouth or anything. She was just so honest. Plus, she got super excited about giving presents. Of course I'm not going to tell you, Maria said. But do you want a hint? Maria, I was about to remind her that she always gave hints that were too big. But before I could, Madison and Jordan walked by. They were wearing white ribbons around their ponytails, the kind all the soccer girls wear. Our moms are making us come to your stupid party Saturday night, Madison said. Not that we want to, added Jordan. Wow, thanks, I said. Then I muttered under my breath so they couldn't hear. Don't do me any favors. Feel free to get sick or something. Their ponytails bounced as they walked away. Maria said something under her breath, too, and at first I thought she said we ought to chase them, which didn't seem like the best idea. But what she actually said was no manches, which is what Maria says when she means unbelievable, because she knows 2 languages. Then she added, in cartoons, there are always anvils or pianos falling out of the sky and whacking bad people on the head. Why can't that happen in real life? Maria always knew how to make me feel better. In 1st and 2nd grade, Madison had been our friend. We had done everything together. Our parents had called us the 3 amigas. But then Madison joined the soccer team with Jordan. And that was the end of the 3 amigas. I tried playing too, but I was klutzy. The other girls on the team were always mad at me for messing up. Mom let me quit even though she'd paid the fee for the full season. Maria hadn't tried to play soccer. She'd been too busy with swim team. Can't you just picture the 2 of them squished from a falling anvil? With a big flat top, the spot on top of their heads? Maria added. Or folded up and making that accordion sound when they walk? We both giggled. Then Maria turned serious again. So, are you ready for the test? As ready as I'll ever be, I replied. Ask me something. Maria fired off a few division problems. I answered them all perfectly and fast. This is it, Maria declared. You're going to ace this one. I can always answer the questions until the test comes, I fretted. Then I freak out. Why should today be any different? Because today, you have mojo, Maria said. What's mojo? I asked. Is it a disease? I put my hand on my forehead. I didn't know why exactly, but that's what my mom does whenever I get sick. Mojo is like good special luck, a kind of magic. What makes you think I have any of that? I asked. I don't know. I just have a feeling your luck is about to turn around. Today is the day everything changes for Alakazam. Today is the day everything changes for Alakazam. I said Maria's words in my head over and over. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to have mojo, and lots of it. But I didn't hold out much hope. It turns out Maria was right. Chapter 3. Time Stands Still. When class began, however, I didn't feel any mojo at all. Nothing seemed to be changing for the better. In fact, everything seemed to be worse. As soon as everyone was seated, Miss Floberg clapped her hands and announced, "Class, I have to step out of the room for a moment." I thought it was kind of illegal for a teacher to leave kids alone in the room without an adult. But if it was, Mrs. Floberg didn't seem to care. While I'm gone, I expect you to be on your best behavior. No talking whatsoever. Brett Lassiter high-fived one of his friends. There was some giggling from another area of the room. But just to be certain, continued Miss Floberg, Madison, I would like you to come up to the board and take names. Madison walked up to the whiteboard and took the purple marker from Mrs. Floberg, like she was accepting an award for discovering a new planet or something. Madison, if anyone so much as whispers, you write their name on the board and put a check mark next to their name for every time they misbehave again. Understand? Yes, Miss Floberg, Madison practically sang. I will be right back, Mrs. Floberg reminded us. Then she left the room. No one uttered a word. Madison stood at the board eyeing all of us. She had this big, I'm the boss of you grin on her face. All of a sudden, she turned to write a name on the board. I wondered who had spoken. I hadn't heard anything. When she started writing a big purple A, I couldn't believe it. By the time she had finished the L-E-C-A, I was outraged. I didn't talk, I protested. Madison put a check mark next to my name. That's not fair, I fumed. Madison put a second check mark. You can't do that. Another check mark. Who do you think Mrs. Floberg's going to believe? You or me? Madison said with a mean grin. She had a point. But wait, I had a room full of witnesses. Everyone in this room knows you're lying, I pointed out. Madison grinned even more wickedly. Raise your hand if you will tell Miss Floberg that Alika didn't talk. Only one hand went up. Maria's. So Madison wrote Maria's name on the board, right under mine. Maria made a face of terror. She'd never gotten in trouble in her life. It was one thing for Madison to torment me, but I couldn't let her do this to Maria. That's it, I cried. I went up to the board and tried to wrestle the marker out of Madison's hand. I had almost gotten the purple symbol of injustice out of her grip when I heard my name. Alika! Miss Floberg was back. What in the world do you think you're doing? Not only was Mrs. Floberg back, but she'd brought the principal, Mr. Vine, with her. Mr. Vine was skinny and tall and had a curved posture, all of which made him look kind of like, well, a vine. He had a face like a hound dog, all sad and droopy, and he always had two lines between his eyebrows, like maybe he had been thinking about something for a long time, and even though his brain was finished thinking about it, his face wasn't yet. It's not what it looks like, I began. Miss Floberg, Madison interrupted. Thank goodness you were here. Alika was talking and wouldn't stop. And when I put her name on the board and put the checks beside it, she went nuts and attacked me. I did not, I argued. That's exactly what happened, said Jordan. Isn't it, everybody? I wouldn't say that everyone agreed, but some people said yes, and some didn't say anything. Only Maria spoke up to defend me. It's not true, Maria insisted. You can't believe her, Madison said. She's Alika's friend, and she was talking too. That's why her name is on the board. Maria, I'm surprised at you, Miss Floberg scolded. It's not like you to be dishonest. I think Alika's been a bad influence on her, Madison suggested. Are you kidding me? I spluttered, and then turned to Miss Floberg. You're not really going to believe any of this, are you? Young lady, I know what I saw. Mr. Vine, this student has trouble written all over her. I think it's time you take stern action to modify her behavior before it gets any worse. That sounds like a good idea, Mr. Vine replied with a frown. But I didn't do anything. I realized I had just raised my voice at the principal, but I couldn't help it. It was all so unfair. How dare you raise your voice at me? Mr. Vine exclaimed. He took a notebook and pen out of his suit pocket. What is your full name? Alakazam, I said softly. I braced myself for what would come next. But Mr. Vine didn't say anything. Neither did Mrs. Floberg. Or anyone else. In fact, the whole room became quiet. Scary quiet. I looked at Mr. Vine. He was still as a statue. His eyebrows were knitted together in a scowl. I turned my head to look at Mrs. Floberg. She was also still as a statue. No one in the entire classroom was moving at all. Everything was silent. So I don't know if you can deduce what the key part was for her on how she can stop time, but then it's her exploring this ability and all the amazing things that can happen because of it, and maybe all of the problems that can come up because of it. But helping her find her place in her classroom and working through friendships. Just a fabulous, fabulous story. So now it's going to take me just a second to pull this up, but then we've got a short video here by Ginger Rue, the author of Alakazam is a Wonder, reading from the most recent one, which is number 4, and I'll let her introduce that here in just a second. All right, stand by. I'm trying to get the volume to work. Give me just 1 second.
Hey, I'm Ginger Rue. Bedroom, which has never happened to me, but would be awesome if it did. And hey, you never know. I had found out I could.
All right, we got it. Sorry about the complication. But here we go. This is the next part of Alakazam is a Wonder, this time by the author.
Hey, I'm Ginger Rue. I'm the author of the Alakazam series, and today I'm going to be reading from Alakazam Travels Through Time, which is the 4th book in the series. I'm going to start with Chapter 1. Chapter 1, The Importance of Proper Footwear for Invisible Bridges. I could hardly sleep. Ever since I'd turned 10, my life had been more exciting than coming home to find a dozen monkeys wearing overalls in your bedroom, which has never happened to me, but would be awesome if it did, and hey, you never know. I had found out I could stop time just by saying my name, Alakazam. That meant I was a wonder, a person with a magical ability. I was like my great-aunt Zephyr and her brothers, who had also become wonders when they'd turned 10. Before I'd known that I was a wonder, I hadn't thought there was anything special about me at all. But now here I was, feeling very special, what with my ability to stop time, my teleporting great-aunt, and my new friend Ford, who could see stuff from the past and the future. Like he could see this bridge we were going to try to cross. That was not something just everybody got to do. When I had gotten home from school that day, I'd found Aunt Zephyr a complete mess, watching a soap opera on TV and feeling all losery about herself because she thought she couldn't wonder anymore. But I'd gotten her out of her funk by telling her that Ford had actually walked on the bridge only he could see, and she had promised me that we, meaning Aunt Zephyr and me, could try to figure out a way to see Ford's bridge and maybe even walk on it too. I couldn't think of a good reason to wait until the next day to try this, but Aunt Zephyr could think of 3 reasons. First, it was getting dark outside by the time she finally agreed to my plan, and she figured that if we were going to try to make 7-year-old Ford walk all the way across a bridge, we ought to wait until it was at least daytime so that it would be somewhat less scary for him. I should also mention that the bridge we were going to try to cross didn't exist anymore. Also, Ford was the only person who could actually see the bridge. Second, Aunt Zephyr needed to rest because her teleporting had been way jacked up, and she'd had a hectic day of landing in places where she hadn't intended to go. Third, none of us could drive to school. You'd think that a lady as old as my great-aunt would have a driver's license, but why drive when you can just think yourself somewhere? She'd never bothered to learn how to drive a car, so we needed to wait for Mom to take me to school the next day since the bridge we were crossing was just a few steps away from the school. But that meant we also had to come up with an excuse for why Aunt Zephyr would be going with me. We had decided that we'd tell Mom that Aunt Zephyr was going to be giving a talk to my class about geography because she had been everywhere in the world at least twice. I suppose it should go without saying, my mom said when we told her the excuse the next morning, but you won't be mentioning to the children that you teleported to these distant lands, will you? Oh, Harmony, Aunt Zephyr chuckled. Sometimes we don't tell people the whole story for their own good. Don't you agree? Mom did agree. She just didn't know that we weren't telling her the whole story. Because the whole story was that Aunt Zephyr would technically be lecturing the class about world geography, but nobody would hear it because time would be stopped and they'd all be frozen. But she would still give a short lecture, even if no one heard. I did wish Aunt Zephyr had toned down her outfit because I didn't think it was a good idea to draw attention to ourselves on a day when we were going to cross a secret bridge, but Aunt Zephyr rarely toned down anything, not her outfits, hairdos, or even the things she said. She was wearing a dress that had multicolored sequins the size of pennies all over it. And as if the sequins weren't enough, the dress also had a lace collar and hem and big buttons down the front. She was also wearing a scarf in her hair and big hoop earrings and high-heeled shoes with fringe that looked like fireworks exploding. "Why is everyone staring at us?" she asked as we walked into the building. "Because you are wearing every color of the rainbow and you are shiny," I replied. "I will have you know that this dress is from one of the most famous designers in Italy," Aunt Zephyr said. "Obviously, these children don't know fashion." "Obviously, they're only in pre-K through 5th grade," I said. "And obviously, you are not in Italy, but in Prophet's Porch, Texas. What did you expect?" "Young lady, it is not every day that I attempt something as monumental as merging wonder abilities. This occasion calls for something special." "You sure nailed special," I said. And I guess she had a point, because we were going to try to do something probably nobody else had ever done before. I mean, how many people do you know who have actually walked on a bridge from the past that no one else can see? Of course, Ford had been too scared to try to walk all the way across it by himself. I couldn't see the bridge at all, and when I'd try to walk on it with him, I'd fallen. Not far, but enough to know that there wasn't a bridge there for me. But Ford had kept on walking, and to me it had looked like he was walking on air. I couldn't stand it. I had to walk on that bridge too and see where it went. So Ford and I had cooked up this plan with Aunt Zephyr to see if we could figure out how to make it so I could see the bridge too. But we had to get all three of us together at once to try. "Hi, Alika. Hi, Miss Zephyr." It was my best friend, Maria. She stayed a few feet away from us, and I didn't blame her. The last time she'd been around Aunt Zephyr, my aunt had rubbed noses with her. Rubbing noses is a form of greeting in one of the countries that my aunt likes to teleport to. But Maria hadn't known that, and she had been pretty weirded out. You would be too if a complete stranger with orange sherbet hair suddenly stuck her nose against your nose. "Hi, Maria," I said. "You're probably wondering what Aunt Zephyr is doing at school today." Here we go again, I thought. I was going to have to make up a story to tell Maria. I couldn't tell her the truth because wondering was super top secret. We had to keep it secret because Aunt Zephyr said that duds, regular people, might be scared of wonders, or bad duds might try to hurt us in some way. So we couldn't tell anyone, especially not people who had a hard time keeping a secret like Maria. Maria was the best friend I'd ever had, and I so wanted to tell her that I had magical powers, but Aunt Zephyr had forbidden it. I had to keep making up reasons for the strange things that had been happening around me, like why the principal's pants had fallen down, or why two mean girls had had their hair suddenly glued together, or why a bug had appeared inside a bully's mouth. Luckily for me, Maria didn't really have a sneakiness radar. Otherwise, she would have been on to me pretty fast. "I was kind of wondering," Maria admitted. She was eyeing Aunt Zephyr's get-up, and who could blame her? "Wow, don't those shoes hurt your feet?" "Yes, they absolutely do," Aunt Zephyr beamed at Maria. "And thank you for noticing. I do hate to suffer for fashion and not have anyone notice." "Wait," I said, "you're suffering? On purpose? Why would you do that?" "Why, vanity, of course," replied Aunt Zephyr. "What other reason could there be? My toes are crammed into these things like useless knowledge in the brain the night before a big test. And every so often, one of my calves has a muscle spasm that would knock a professional wrestler to his or her knees. But these shoes complete my outfit in the most spectacular of ways. Don't you agree?" "I have some rain boots in my cubby if you want to borrow them," Maria offered. I was just glad the discussion of shoes had distracted Maria from her original question about what Aunt Zephyr was doing at school. "Here, Aunt Zephyr," I said, gesturing to a bench outside our classroom. "Maybe you ought to have a seat and rest your calves and your crammed toes," I suggested. "Maria, I'll catch up with you in a minute." Once Maria had left and Aunt Zephyr had hobbled over to the bench, I sat down beside her and whispered, "Your shoes really hurt that bad?" "Terrifically," she replied. "Aunt Zephyr, no offense, but what were you thinking?" "I already told you I was thinking about how beautifully the fringe accents my dress." No, I said. I mean, the whole purpose of walking you to school, or bringing you to school, was to see if we could walk across Ford's Bridge. It would be hard to walk across a normal bridge in those things, but this is a magical bridge. Don't you think it would be best not to have to worry about uncomfortable feet at a time like this? Aunt Zephyr pondered. I guess it was pretty silly of me. I'll call Mom and ask her to bring your sneakers. Nonsense. I wouldn't dream of putting your mother through the trouble. Besides, she isn't at home anyway. Remember, she had to take Dylan to that doctor's appointment today. Oh yeah, I said. My older sister Dylan was having a wart removed. I guess you could try Maria's rain boots. That was a nice gesture, but they'd never fit, Aunt Zephyr said. Nothing to worry about, Alika. She looked around to make sure no one was watching. I'll just teleport home quickly and change shoes. I'll be back before you know it. But, I began. Before I could finish my thought, which was that Aunt Zephyr's teleporting hadn't been very reliable lately, she was gone. On the upside, her teleporting had worked immediately. On the downside, there was no guarantee that she'd teleported home.
All right, so that is from the most recent, book. All right. That's from the most recent Alakazam is a Wonder, which just came out a little while ago. If you have an opportunity to pick up any of Ginger Rue's books, her other series is Tig Ripley. Just absolutely amazing. Her characters and her dialogue are fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Okay. So here we go. Next up, we have Wolf Hollow. So a lot of the books that I'm reading today are Nebraska Golden Sower books, and they just do a really good job of picking some amazing books. But this one was a really big standout. I haven't finished it all the way through, but I started reading it to see if I wanted to read it for today, and I went in like 10 chapters, and I was like, oh my goodness, I had a hard time stop reading it just because it was so fascinating. We have something here that's kind of closely related to The Girl in the Well Is Me, except for she's not stuck in a well. She maybe has some other issues that she has to deal with that are fairly similar, but not the same. So here we go. This is Wolf Hollow. And I wonder if one of the reasons that I hadn't picked it up is because on the back there is no it doesn't look like there's a summary. There's no summary on the back. It just has a lot of the awards that it's won. And so without having something to go on, I probably just kind of left it there until the end. But I'm glad I tried it out because it was really, really good. We just have another really good main character put into a really interesting situation. So this is happening in 1943. So this is right after the United States entered World War II. So this is Wolf Hollow by Lauren Wolk. Prologue. The year I turned 12, I learned how to lie. I don't mean the small fibs that children tell. I mean real lies, fed by real fears. Things I said and did that took me out of the life I'd always known and put me down hard into a new one. It was the autumn of 1943 when my steady life began to spin. Not only because of the war that had drawn the whole world into a screaming brawl, but also because of the dark-hearted girl who came to our hills and changed everything. At times I was so confused that I felt like the stem of a pinwheel surrounded by whir and clatter. But though that whole unsettling time I knew that it simply would not do to hide in the barn with a book and an apple and let events plunge forward without me, it would not do to turn 12 without earning my keep. And by that I meant my place, my small authority, the possibility that I would amount to something. But there was more to it than that. The year I turned 12, I learned that what I said and what I did mattered. So much sometimes that I wasn't sure I wanted such a burden. But I took it anyway, and I carried it as best I could. Chapter 1. It began with a china piggy bank that my Aunt Lily had given me for my 5th Christmas. My mother was the one who noticed when it went missing. "Are you hiding your piggy bank, Annabelle?" She was scrubbing down the baseboards in my bedroom while I put away my summer clothes. She must have noticed that the bank was missing because there was little else in my small room, beyond the furniture itself and the windows, a comb and a brush and a book beside my bed. "Nobody's going to take your things," she said. "You don't need to hide them." She was on her hands and knees, her whole body wagging as she scrubbed, the soles of her black work shoes turned up for a change. I was glad she couldn't see my face. I was folding a too pink church dress that I hoped to outgrow by next spring, and I imagined that my face was turning the same awful color. When I'd come home from school that day, I had shaken the china pig to get out a penny and had dropped it by mistake, breaking it into bits and spilling out the coins that I'd been saving for years and which must have added up to nearly $10 by now. I'd buried the pieces of broken china beyond the kitchen garden and gathered the coins in an old hanky, tied up the corners, and hidden the bundle in a winter boot under my bed, along with a silver dollar that my grandfather had given to me on my last birthday from his collection. I'd never put that silver dollar in my bank because I didn't think of it as money. It was like a medal that I imagined wearing someday. So beautiful was the woman on it, so splendid and serious in her spiky crown. And I determined that I would part with a penny, maybe even more, but I would not give up that silver dollar to the terrible girl waiting on the path that led into Wolf Hollow. Every day to get to school, I walked with my brothers, Henry, who was 9, and James, who was 7, down into Wolf Hollow and then back up out of it again to return home. And that was where a big, tough, older girl named Betty had said she'd be waiting for me after school. She'd been sent from the city to stay with her grandparents, the Glengarrys, who lived above the bank of Raccoon Creek, just past the end of the lane to our farm. I'd been afraid of her since the day she appeared at the schoolhouse 3 weeks earlier. It was whispered that Betty had been sent to the country because she was incorrigible, a word I had to look up in the big dictionary at schoolhouse. I didn't know if living in the country with her parents was meant to be a punishment or a cure, but either way, I didn't think it was fair to inflict her upon us, who had not done anything so terribly wrong. She arrived at our school one morning without any fanfare or much in the way of explanation. There were already nearly 40 of us, more than the little school was meant to hold, so some had to double up at desks, 2 in a seat intended for 1, 2 writing and doing sums on the slanted and deeply scarred desktop, 2 sets of books in the cubby under the lid. I didn't mind so much because I shared a seat with my friend Ruth, a dark-haired, red-lipped, pale girl with a quiet voice and perfectly ironed dresses. Ruth liked to read as much as I did, so we had that one big thing in common. And we were both skinny girls who took regular baths, which wasn't true of all the students in Wolf Hollow School. So sitting tight together wasn't a bad thing. Our teacher, Mrs. Taylor, said, "Good morning," when Betty arrived that day and stood at the back of the classroom. Betty didn't say anything. She crossed her arms over her chest. "Children, this is Betty Glengarry," which sounded to me like a name from a song. We were expected to say good morning, so we did. Betty looked at us without a word. "We're a little crowded, Betty, but we'll find a seat for you. Hang up your coat and lunch pail." We all watched in silence to see where Mrs. Taylor would put Betty, but before she had a chance to assign a seat, a thin girl named Laura, apparently reading the writing on the wall, gathered up her books and wedged in next to her friend Emily, leaving a desk free. This became Betty's desk, It was in front of the one I shared with Ruth, close enough so that within a couple of days I had spitballs clinging to my hair and tiny red sores on my legs where Betty had reached back and poked me with her pencil. I wasn't happy about the situation, but I was glad that Betty had chosen to devil me instead of Ruth, who was smaller than I was and dainty. And I had had brothers who had inflicted far worse upon me, while Ruth had none. For the first week after Betty arrived, I decided to weather her minor attacks, expecting them to wane over time. In a different kind of school, the teacher might have noticed such things. But Mrs. Taylor had to trust that what was going on behind her back wasn't worth her attention. Since she taught us all, the chairs clustered at the front of the room by the chalkboard were always occupied, but by whatever grade level was having a lesson, while the rest of us sat at our desks and did our work until it was our turn at front. Some of the older boys slept through a good part of the day. When they woke up for their lessons at the chalkboard, they were so openly contemptuous of Mrs. Taylor that I believe the lessons she taught them were shorter than they might have been. They were all big boys who were useful on their farms and didn't see the point of going to school that wouldn't teach them to sow or reap or hurt anything. And they knew full well that if the war was still going on when they were old enough, school wouldn't help them fight the Germans. Being the farmers and ranchers who fed the soldiers might save them from the war or make them strong enough to fight, but school never would. Still, in the coldest months, the work they might be asked to do at home was tedious and difficult, mending fences and barn roofs and wagon wheels. Given the choice to spend a day snoozing and at recess roughhousing with the other boys instead of working in the freezing wind, the boys generally chose school, if their fathers let them. But when Betty arrived that October, the days were still warm, and so those awful boys were not regularly attending school. If not for her, the schoolhouse would have been a peaceful place, at least until everything fell to pieces that terrible November, and I was called upon to tell my catalogue of lies. Back then, I didn't know a word that described Betty properly, or what to call the thing that set her apart from the other children in that school. Before she'd been there a week, she'd taught us a dozen words we had no business knowing, poured a well of ink on Emily's sweater, and told the little kids where babies came from, something I only just learned from my grandmother the spring before when the calves were born. For me, learning about babies was a gentle thing that my grandmother handled with grace and humor of someone who had borne several of her own, every one of them on the bed where she still slept with my grandfather. But for the youngest of the children at my school, it was not gentle. Betty was cruel about it. She scared them to bits. Worst of all, she told them if they tattled to their parents, she would follow them through the woods after school and beat them, as she later did me. Maybe kill them. And they believed her, just as I did. I could threaten my brothers with death and dismemberment a dozen times a day, and they would laugh at me and stick out their tongues. But when Betty merely looked at them, they settled right down. So they might not have been much help had they been with me that day in Wolf Hollow when Betty stepped out from behind a tree and stood in the path ahead of me. When I was smaller, I asked my grandfather how Wolf Hollow got its name. They used to dig deep pits there for catching wolves, he said. He was one of the 8 of us who lived together in the farmhouse that had been in our family for 100 years, 3 generations tucked together under one roof after the Depression had tightened the whole country's belt and made our farm the best of all places to live. Now, with the Second World War raging, lots of people grew victory gardens to help feed themselves. But our whole farm was a giant victory garden that my grandfather had spent his whole life tending. He was a serious man who had always told me the truth, which I didn't always want, but sometimes asked for anyway. When I asked him how Wolf Hollow got its name, for instance, he told me even though I was only 8 at the time. He was sitting in a chair near the stove in the kitchen, his elbows on his knees, hands hanging loose from his big wrists, pale feet ready for his boots. Different times of the year, he looked like a younger man, open-eyed. That morning, even though it was only just June, he looked beat. The top of his forehead was as white as his feet, but his nose and cheeks were brown, just like his hands and his arms, up to where he rolled his sleeves. I knew how weary he was, even though he spent a good part of every day sitting in the shade doing small work. What did they want to catch wolves for? I mean, you couldn't milk a wolf, or hitch it to a plow, or eat it for dinner. I didn't think. So there wouldn't be as many running around here anymore. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at his hands. Even though they were already tough as hide, he had a weeping blister at the base of each thumb from helping my father with the planting. Eating chickens? I asked. Sometimes I woke up in the morning to my mother screaming at a fox that had dug its way into the hen house. I wasn't sure even my mother would go after a wolf that way. Among other things. He sat up straight and rubbed his eyes. Weren't enough people hunting wolves anymore. They were getting too brave and too many. I thought about a pit full of wolves. Did they kill them after they got in the pit? My grandfather sighed. Shot them. Turned in their ears for the bounty. $3 a pair. Their ears? If there were pups, did they keep them for pets? My grandfather didn't make much noise when he laughed. It was a matter of his shoulders shaking a couple of times. You think a wolf would get along with dogs? There were always plenty of dogs on the farm. I couldn't imagine the place without 6 or 7 running around. Once in a while, one would disappear, but after a time, another would show up to take its place. But they could have raised the pups right, made dogs out of them. My grandfather pulled his suspenders up over his shoulders and began to put on his socks. A wolf is not a dog and never will be, he said, no matter how you raise it. When he had his boots on and laced, he stood up and put one of his big hands on the top of my head. Killed the pups too, Annabelle. Probably didn't give it much thought. Don't forget you weren't the least bit bothered when I mashed that young copperhead last spring. The snake had kept the imprint of his boot like it was made of clay. Copperheads are poisonous, I said. That's different. Oh, not to the snake it isn't, he said, or to the god who made it. Chapter 2. I thought about that snake as I stood on the path out of Wolf Hollow, Betty waiting ahead of me. The hair on the back of my neck rose up, and I felt a distant kinship with the wolves that had died here. Betty was wearing a gingham dress and a blue sweater that matched her eyes, and black leather shoes. Her yellow hair was pulled back in a ponytail. On the whole, but for the expression on her face, she looked harmless. I stopped when I was still 10 feet away from her. Hey, Betty, I said. I held tight to the book cradled in my right arm. It was a history book that was so old it didn't even count Arizona as a state, but it had some good heft to it, and I thought maybe I could throw it at her if she got too close. My lunch pail wasn't heavy enough to be much good, but I gave it a little swing with my left hand so she'd see I wasn't completely unarmed. What kind of a name is Annabelle? She had a deep voice, almost boyish. She looked at me steadily, her head down like a dog's when he's thinking about whether or not to bite. She was half smiling, her arms limp at her side. She cocked her head to one side. I shrugged. I didn't know what kind of a name I had. You're the rich girl, she said. It's a rich girl's name. I looked behind me to see if there was someone else on the path. Someone rich. You think I'm rich? It had never occurred to me that I might be considered rich, although my family was an old one that had given land for the church and the school and still had enough left for a good-sized farm. My ancestors lay beneath the finest headstones in the graveyard, and our house was, in fact, big enough for the 3 generations that now lived there, albeit cheek by jowl. We had running water. A couple of years earlier, Mr. Roosevelt had sent us the electric, and we had had the wherewithal to wire up the house. We had a telephone mounted on our sitting room wall, which we still regarded as something of a miracle. Moreover, we did eat at Lancaster's and Swickley maybe twice a year. But most amazing of all was the indoor privy, which my parents had recently installed, now that my grandparents were old enough to deserve it. But we were not rich. "You got a purple window," Betty said. I didn't know what she was talking about until I remembered the lilac glass in our front hall window, one of the things I loved best about our house. That and the gables and the slate roof that looked like silver feathers, the big fireplaces in every room, and the windows tall as doors. "My grandma told me about your purple window," Betty said. "Never heard of a purple window before, 'cept in a church or a kingdom. Nobody has a purple window unless they're rich." I didn't know what to say to that, so I didn't say anything. Betty picked up a stick from along the path. It was dead wood, but I could tell from how she held it that it was still heavy. "Tomorrow, you bring me something, or I'm going to beat you with this stick." She said it so calmly that I thought she was joking, but when she took a step toward me, I went hot and felt my heart thumping. "Like what?" I said. I imagined myself lugging the purple window through the woods. "Like whatever you have." I didn't have much, just my piggy bank and the coins in it, and my silver dollar and my books, a beaver muff my grandfather had once made for my grandmother and which she'd given to me when it got too ratty, a lace collar that I snapped onto my church dresses, a pair of white cotton gloves that were too small for me now, and a sweater frog that I had borrowed from my Aunt Lily and she had not asked about since. I catalogued these assets quickly in my head, but I was not convinced that I would give Betty anything until she said, "I'll wait for your brothers if you don't come." They were tough little boys, my brothers, but they were smaller than I was, and they were mine to look after. I didn't say anything as Betty leaned the stick against a tree and continued up the path away from me. "And don't tell nobody about it, or I'll use a rock on the little one." James. She meant James, the little one. I waited until she was out of sight, then I got my breath back and thought about what it would feel like to be hit with a stick. A year earlier, Henry had thrown a toadstool the size of a dinner plate at me, and I'd stepped back out of the way and tripped over a dog and broken my arm. I'd burned myself a couple of times, stepped on a hoe blade and snapped the handle back into my forehead, sprained my ankle in a groundhog hole. Nothing much else had done me bodily harm in my 11 years on earth, but I'd been hurt enough to know that a whack with a branch wouldn't kill me. Still, as I passed it, I heaved the particular stick she had chosen as far as I could into the woods. There were plenty of other sticks around, but I felt a little better as I cast this one beyond her reach. I decided, as I plodded slowly up the path, that Betty wouldn't go after Henry or James until she tried me, so I'd wait to see if she was a barker or a biter before telling my parents anything that might make Betty a whole lot angrier than she already was. But I confessed to myself that I was afraid in a way I hadn't known before. I hadn't felt very much true fear in my life, except about the war, and that it might still be raging when my brothers grew old enough to fight the Nazis, even though farm boys were often spared, even though by that time someone would surely have won, and I was afraid of that too. Who would win? Who would lose? We girls in the 4-H club had made a flag to hang in the church, adding a blue star every time someone from the township went off to fight. When one of them died, we changed the blue star to a gold one. Just 2 so far, but I had been to their funerals, and I knew that there was no just about it. I sometimes sat with the grown-ups and listened to the radio in the evenings after the supper dishes were done. Nobody said anything when the news came on. My mother listened with her head bowed, her hands nested and still in her mending. The talk was of concentration camps, which I thought at first meant places where people went to think hard thoughts. I do wish they were that, my father said. But they're not, Annabelle. They're prisons for people Hitler doesn't like. I had a hard time imagining why Hitler disliked so many people. Who does he like? I asked. My father thought about his answer. People with blonde hair and blue eyes, he said, which made me glad to have hair that was brown and eyes too. We listened to news of bombs and submarines, smiled at the announcements that the Allies were close to retaking Italy, worried about everything else. No need to be afraid, Annabelle, my mother said, running her hands down my back. But I was. I wasn't afraid of my mother, though, despite how hard she could sometimes be. She had forgotten what it felt like to ride a swing up into the sky and to stop hoeing at the first sign of a blister, to expect anything to be easier than it was. She had been 17 when she'd had me, was only 28 the year I learned how to lie, not much more than a girl herself, in charge of 3 generations and a good bit of farm work, too. But even when she was most impatient with me, I did not fear her. Nor was I really afraid of my Aunt Lily, though she could be alarming. A tall, thin, ugly woman who might have been handsome as a man. Aunt Lily spent her days working as a postmistress and her nights praying and reading from her Bible and practicing dance steps in the small patch of floor at the foot of her bed. She sometimes invited me into her bedroom to listen to Peter and the Wolf on the phonograph, and now and then she put a penny into the china pig she'd given me, but her big square teeth and her feverish devotion to God frightened me. And there were times when I was afraid of my grandmother's ailing heart that forced her to go up the stairs backwards, sitting down. How weak and gray she became sometimes, no longer the strong and able woman she'd once been. When we could, she and I sat on the porch swing, playing I Spy, remarking on the butterflies in the front garden, hoping for a pheasant to come hopping out of the woods to poach the seeds that she scattered for the songbirds. She loved those birds, loved them. Even the drab little ones, especially the drab little ones. There was nothing about my grandmother that frightened me except the thought that she'd be gone soon. But I shared that fear with everyone in our house. Betty was mine to fear, and I decided that she was mine to disarm, if I could, on my own. But for now, I was simply happy that she was gone, and I followed so slowly that Betty was nowhere to be seen by the time I cleared the trees and made my way onto the field that was empty but for her footprints, which were deep and sharp, and suggested that she was more frightened than she could possibly be. So, we're just barely getting into it, right? She hasn't, right? She's been asked to bring something, and so we're gonna, you have to read it to find out what happens to it. But then it's her dealing with this girl and all the other things that she has to deal with in her life. Wolf Hollow by Lauren Wolk. Super, super good start. Okay. We now have the pleasure to hear from the superintendent for our school, for our district. And she's reading, well, she'll introduce it, but she's reading a little bit out of a leadership book that she's reading about Abraham Lincoln. So here we go. This is Dr. Grover.
Hello, all of our listeners on World Read Aloud Day. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I'm just thrilled to join other readers in sharing with especially our students as well as other adults. I am Tawana Grover, Superintendent of Grand Island Public Schools right here in the state of Nebraska, and I'm going to be reading today from a book I happened to pick up after listening to a speech at a conference, and the title of the book is Leadership and Lessons from the Presidents for Turbulent Times. And I find this to be a quite interesting read. It is quite thick, so I am taking it one page at a time. And I particularly like this book because it really helps me to just remember my purpose and my passion for the work. And I just find it quite interesting to be able to look back and to learn from others and to see how that impacts our work today. So I'd like to go ahead and get started. I'm going to read just a little bit from chapter 5. And the 4 presidents that are highlighted in the book would be Abraham Lincoln, Theodore Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, and Lyndon Johnson. And the chapter that I'm going to be reading from is chapter 5, and Abraham Lincoln is speaking for this chapter. And the title of the chapter is I Must Die or Be Better. By the time they were in their late 20s, all 4 young men knew that they were leaders. In public service, they had found a calling. They had been chosen to stand before the people and ask for their support, to make themselves vulnerable. Already, these young men resembled sketches of the leaders they would recognize in the years that followed. For these sketches to become fuller portraits, however, would require the ability to transcend both public and private adversity. Scholars who have studied the development of leaders have situated resilience, the ability to sustain ambition in the face of frustration, at the heart of potential leadership growth. While some people are able to extract wisdom from experience and others are not. Warren Bennis and Robert Thomas Wright remains a critical question. Some people lose their bearings. Their lives are forever stunted. Others resume their normal behaviors after a period of time. Still others, through reflection and adaptive capacity, are able to transcend their ordeal armed with a greater resolve and purpose. Soon, each of these 4 men would experience dramatic setbacks. All of them would fall into depression and consider leaving public life. So it was during a bleak winter in 1840, 32-year-old Abraham Lincoln fell into a depression so profound that his friends feared that he might kill himself. They confiscated all of the knives, razors, and scissors from his room. As the prairie state entered the 3rd year of recession, the legislature, despite Lincoln's passionate pleas to the contrary, had little choice but to halt work on finished railroads, canals, bridges, and roads. As one of the chief architects and advocates of the state's expansive dreams, Lincoln received the lion's share of the blame for the ensuing catastrophic situation. The crushing debt crippled the state, destroyed its credit rating for years, and deterred new prisoners from settling in Illinois. Land values plummeted, thousands lost their homes, banks and brokerage houses closed down. Lincoln's hopes of becoming the DeWitt Clinton of Illinois, a friend noted, faded away like the mist of morning. Acknowledging that he was no financier, Lincoln shouldered responsibility for the crisis and paid a heavy price for that admission. His belief in himself was shaken. He announced his retirement from the state legislature at the end of the current term. Most troubling to Lincoln was the realization that his reputation had become compromised. He had promised the people during his first run for office that if elected, he would support any law providing dependable roads and rivers so that the poorest and most thinly populated communities could thrive. That pledge, which he considered binding upon his honor, reputation, and character, had not been fulfilled. The burdens he had sought to lift the people, and instead it had been multiplied. Lincoln continues with the story and talks about his triumphs and how he became a lawyer that won the hearts of many of juries. And the story continues. 2 giant strides towards Lincoln's ascension to the presidency were ironically his 2 failed efforts in 1855 and in 1858 to become the U.S. Senator from Illinois. In 1855, in a clear-cut surrender of personal ambition to moral principle, Lincoln orchestrated his own defeat to ensure victory for a fellow anti-slavery man over a pro-Nebraska candidate. In January, when the 100-member state legislature convened to choose a new senator, Lincoln was clear. He was the clear first choice of 47 of the anti-Nebraska Whigs. The candidate of Douglas Democrats had 41 votes, and a small band of 5 independent Democrats who had broken from Douglas after the passage of Kansas-Nebraska Act held the balance of power. Led by Norman Judd of Chicago, this little band supported Democratic Congressman Lyman Trumbull for senator. A deadlock went on into the night until Lincoln instructed his Whig supporters to vote for Trumbull, fearing that the Douglas Democrat would win. Lincoln's supporters were heartbroken, claiming the unfairness of the 47 men being controlled by the 5. But they followed Lincoln's directive, and Trumbull was elected senator. The agony is over at last, Lincoln wrote a friend, but the defeat of Douglas Democrat gives more pleasure than my own defeat gives me pain. When Lincoln ran in 1858 for the U.S. Senate, he represented the new Republican Party assembled from the disparate opponents of the Nebraska bill. As the leader who had fused his fragile coalition in the prairie state, Abraham Lincoln was the overwhelming choice of Illinois Republicans to oppose the incumbent Democrat. Recalling the generosity Lincoln had exercised 3 years earlier in his first run for the Senate, when he had maneuvered his own defeat to ensure victory for the anti-slavery Democrat, hundreds of party activists stood ready to commit their energies to ensure Lincoln's victory. Lincoln's opening campaign statement offers a clear glimpse into his general blueprint for orating his followers by gentle education and persuasion. If we could first know where we are and whither we are tending, we could then better judge what to do and how to do it. With this simple statement, he launched upon a communal storytelling voyage with his audience so that they might collectively address a problem and together set about to forge a solution. A house divided against itself cannot stand. He began echoing the Gospels of Mark and Matthew, invoking an easily approachable image of union as a house in danger of collapse under the pressure of slavery advocates. By repealing the Missouri Compromise, he jeopardized the integrity of the entire structure. Despite the ominous metaphor of a collapsing house, the tone of Lincoln's speech was positive, and he began to recapture control of the nation's building blocks by restoring the laws that had prevented the extension of slavery. If slavery were again on a course to eventual extinction, people in all sections could once more live peaceably in the revered house their forefathers had built. We're so fortunate to have this opportunity to be able to highlight reading. And I'd like to encourage all of our students to think about the many facets of reading. As I demonstrated here today, reading allows us to go back and to have some insight into a piece of history that maybe we didn't witness or maybe we didn't fully understand. As well as reading gives us the ability to understand our current status within the world that we live. And it helps us to understand how reading can ignite a passion in us to be able to go out and make a difference in the world. And that seems pretty serious, but reading is also enjoyable. As I read these leadership books, I also like to read the daily newspaper, or I like to read magazines, or just some things that are fun and make me happy. And I like to read children's books. That's one of my favorites. It kind of takes me back to being a child when maybe life was a little bit more simpler than what was depicted in this text. And so I encourage all of my students to remember, it doesn't matter what you read. Just remember, reading is important, and you have the opportunity to read each and every day. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Grover. That was amazing. We were going to move on here to Slacker, but I have another guest that's supposed to be here any minute. So I'm going to start something, one of my little holdovers. This is actually the only picture book that I chose for today. So I might have to interrupt this halfway through, but don't worry, I'll finish it if we get interrupted. So this is from one of my other very I don't know, I shouldn't even use favorite authors. This is from an author that I love. And this is from Patrick Rothfuss. Now he writes epic fantasy and epic fantasy stories. I think I've got one back here. The Name of the Wind. He does an amazing job. As you can see, it's a nice, big, thick book. Just epic fantasy, super good. If you like fantasy, this is one of the best books that are out there. But he also wrote a picture book, and it's called "The Adventures of the Princess and Mr. Whiffle: The Thing Beneath the Bed." Now we might have to read this one. We might have to read this one twice. But we'll see how it goes. And like I said, we might get interrupted here any second. Let me check one thing. Okay, here we go. Well, here we go. The Princess and Mr. Whiffle, The Thing Under the Bed, The Thing Beneath the Bed, by Patrick Rothfuss. And since it has a signed copy sticker, we got to show. Signed by the man himself. Oh, and look, here's our vidder. So be looking for this, right? This is going to be exciting. And here is the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Sheard. Give us just a second to get it set up.
Can you hear me now?
You'll be able to see there. Yep.
Can you? Hello, world. This is Jack Sheard. I love to read, and I'm going to read. Something different than I normally would read out loud. I thought about it's World Read Aloud Day, right? And that's what we're calling this. I'm going to read from my favorite adult-like book, teen and older maybe, and one of my new favorite kid books with a special little story behind it. The first thing I'm going to read from, I don't have the actual book, so I had to look it up on my phone. I have the e-book at home, and I forgot to bring my e-reader. It's called The Curious Incident of the Dog at Nighttime by Mark Haddon. This is a book about a autistic teenager, and it's all in first person from him. It is maybe the most unique book I've ever read, and it was an eye-opening experience. So I'm just going to read a little bit from the middle, because that's what I could find for free online. This is The Curious Incident of the Dog at Nighttime. Chapter 19. Chapters in books are usually given the cardinal numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. But I have decided to give my chapters prime numbers, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, and so on, because I like prime numbers. This is how you work out what prime numbers are. First, you write down all the positive whole numbers in the world. Then you take away all the numbers that are multiples of 2. Then you take away all the numbers that are multiples of 3. Then you take away all the numbers that are multiples of 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and so on. The numbers that are left are prime numbers. The rule for working out prime numbers is really simple, but no one has ever worked out a simple formula for telling you whether a big number is a prime number or what the next one will be. If a number is really, really big, it can take a computer years to work out whether it is a prime number. Prime numbers are useful for writing codes, and in America they are classed as military material, and if you find one over 100 digits long, you have to tell the CIA, and they buy it off of you for $10,000. But it would not be a very good way of making a living. Prime numbers are what is left when you have taken all the patterns away. I think prime numbers are like life. They are very logical, but you can never work out the rules, even if you spent all your time thinking about them. Chapter 23. When I got to the police station, they made me take the laces out of my shoes and empty my pockets at the front desk in case I had anything in them that I could use to kill myself or escape or attack a policeman with. The sergeant behind the desk had very hairy hands, and he had bitten his nails so much that they had bled. This is what I had in my pockets: a Swiss Army knife with 13 attachments, including a wire stripper, a saw, and a toothpick and tweezers. A piece of string, a piece of wooden puzzle, 3 pellets of rat food for Toby, my rat, a red paperclip, a key for the front door. I was wearing my watch, and they wanted me to leave this at the desk as well, but I said that I needed to keep my watch on because I needed to know exactly what time it was. And when they tried to take it off of me, I screamed, so they let me keep it on. They asked me if I had any family. I said I did. They asked me who my family was. I said it was father, but mother was dead. And I said it was also Uncle Terry, but he was in Sunderland, and he was father's brother, and it was my grandparents too, but 3 of them were dead, and Grandma Burton was in a home because she had senile dementia and thought that I was someone on television. Then they asked me for father's phone number. I told them that he had 2 numbers, one for at home and one which was a mobile phone, and I said both of them. It was nice in the police cell. It was almost a perfect cube, 2 meters long by 2 meters wide by 2 meters high. It contained approximately 8 cubic meters of air. It had a small window with bars, and on the opposite side a metal door with a long, thin hatch near the floor for sliding trays of food into the cell, and a sliding hatch higher up so that policemen could look in and check that the prisoners hadn't escaped or committed suicide. There was also a padded bench. I wondered how I would escape if I was in a story. It would be difficult because the only things I had were my clothes and my shoes, which had no laces in them. I decided that my best plan would be to wait for a real sunny day and then use my glasses to focus the sunlight on a piece of my clothing and start a fire. I would then make my escape when they saw the smoke and took me out of the cell, and if they didn't notice, I would be able to wee on the clothes and put them out. I wondered whether Mrs. Shears had told the police that I had killed Wellington, and whether, when the police found out that she had lied, she would go to prison, because telling lies about people is called slander. Chapter 29. I find people confusing. This is for 2 main reasons. The first main reason is that people do a lot of talking without using any words. Sibon says that if you raise one eyebrow, it can mean lots of different things. It can mean, I want to do sex with you. And it can also mean, I think that what you said was very stupid. Sibon also says that if you close your mouth and breathe out loudly through your nose, it can mean that you are relaxed, or that you are bored, or that you are angry. And it all depends on how much air comes out of your nose and how fast and what shape your mouth is when you do it and how are you sitting and what you just said before and hundreds of other things which are too complicated to work out in a few seconds. The second main reason is that people often talk using metaphors. These are examples of metaphors. I laughed my socks off. He was the apple of her eye. They had a skeleton in the cupboard. We had a real pig of a day. The dog was stone dead. The word metaphor means carrying something from one place to another. I think it should be called a lie, because a pig is not like a day, and people do not have skeletons in their cupboards. And when I try to make a picture of the phrase in my head, it just confuses me, because imagining an apple in someone's eye doesn't have anything to do with liking someone a lot, and it makes you forget what the person was talking about. My name is a metaphor. It means carrying Christ, and it comes from the Greek word zyoptic, which means Jesus Christ, and opatviv, which is the name given to Saint Christopher because he carried Jesus Christ across a river. This makes you wonder what he was called before he carried Christ across the river. But he wasn't called anything because this is a apocryphal story, which means that it is a lie too. Mother used to say that it meant Christopher was a nice name because it was a story about being kind and helpful. But I do not want my name to mean a story about being kind and helpful. I want my name to mean me. It's just a slice of life for what it would be like to think like someone who's different. And that's what I love about that book. It's a mystery that the young man has to solve. It skipped a part where there's a dead dog, and there's a lot more to that book. It is an amazing little journey and mystery and look inside the head of a young man with autism. So it changed the way I look at the world in general. That book changed my life. You should read it. It's The Curious Incident of the Dog at Nighttime by Mark Haddon. We got time for, can I read another one?
Yeah.
All right. Off camera, he said yes.
The floor is yours.
All right. So I read a lot of kids' books to a lot of kids. I used to go to the bookstore and buy whatever I thought looked cool. I once bought a book called Duck Rabbit by Amy Cross Rosenthal and illustrated by Tom Lichtenheld. And I read that book for years and I loved it. And then I found another book by the same two called The OK Book. And I just read that the other day at Shoemaker Elementary. Actually read both of those to Shoemaker, 4th grade. You guys are awesome. I also have a third book by the two called I Wish You More. And this book's kind of special to me. I had a chance to work with the author, Amy Cross Rosenthal, on a project she had. I met her on Twitter and applied for a position and got to interact with her briefly on an adult book she was working on called Textbook Amy K. Rosenthal. Look it up. It's pretty cool. It's a different type of book. Before we could meet in person, she actually was battling cancer, and unfortunately she died from her battle. So she's pretty important to me. I've always liked her books. They've always made an impact when I've read them to kids. And then I stumbled onto, the day I actually found out that she died, I stumbled onto another book that she wrote when I was in the bookstore. It's called I Wish You More. And that's what I'm going to read to you today. It's called I Wish You More by Amy Cross Rosenthal and Tom Lichtenheld. And I'm going to maneuver because I hold a book like this when I read it. And I don't know if you're going to see the pictures, but this is how I read. I wish you more. I'm going to hold it at least where you can see it with a light. It's kind of shiny. I wish you more ups than downs. I wish you more give than take. I wish you more tippy toes than deep. I wish you more we than me. I wish you more hugs than Uggs. I wish you more woohoo than whoa. I wish you more will than hill. Especially my runner friends out there. I wish you more can than not. I wish you more snowflakes than tongue. I wish you more pause than fast forward. I wish you more umbrella than rain. I wish you more bubbles than bath. I wish you more treasures than pockets. I wish you more stories than stars. I wish all of this for you because you are everything I could wish for. And more. I wish I could read all day. But I can't. So thank you to Mr. Martin for putting this awesome day on again and letting so many awesome readers come in and take the mic. I probably interrupted one of his books, so...
We were just barely starting. It was perfect timing.
Perfect timing. All right. Well, you all have a great weekend. I'm out of here.
All right. So there was the amazing Mr. Jack Sheard. And I'm just putting out my little note here for our next book. And then we'll get started. So it'll take just a second. All right, you guys everybody ready to start? Let's do this thing. Okay. So we were talking about the adventures of the Princess and Mr. Whiffle, The Thing Beneath the Bed by Patrick Rothfuss. Illustrated by Nate Taylor. And these pictures are amazing. So there's just a little bit of the pictures there. Yeah. All right. So let's do this thing. Once upon a time, there was a princess who lived in a marzipan castle. I had to look up what marzipan was. I didn't even know what it was. It's this kind of sweet, like candy sort of thing. And they use it for shaping things. So she lived in a marzipan castle. She lived there all alone. Except for Mr. Whiffles, who didn't count because he was only a teddy bear. And the thing under the bed. Mr. Whiffle was the princess's best friend. They spent all their time together and had many fabulous adventures. They found buried treasure by the old stump. they defeated the Black Duke's rebellion at the Battle of Bainbridge. Victory came at a great price. The princess was sore wounded, and Mr. Whiffles was forced to take terrible revenge. They fought Greenbeard the pirate, and defeated him. Though in the heat of battle, Mr. Whiffle was nearly drowned. And was only saved due to the princess's quick thinking. But when her daytime adventures were over, the princess always returned to her marzipan castle. After she had dinner and washed her face, she and Mr. Whiffle went to bed. But they were not alone. The princess had never seen the thing under the bed because it did not like the lights. During the daytime, when the bright sun was out, it hid in the deep shadows under the bed. It even hid at night when the lamps were lit. That's why the princess always kept a candle burning. But some nights, when it was stormy out, there were drafts in her room. What do you think is going to happen now that the candle's out? And then the thing didn't need to hide anymore. The princess had never seen the thing, but she knew what it was like. It had great wide eyes that could see in the dark, and it had a great wide mouth for tasting things. It had thin, flat lips and a wide, flat tongue. Its skin was greenish, grayish, brownish. The princess thought it was prickly like a nettle, or scaly like a fish. Or slimy like a frog. But it was actually soft, like velvet, so the thing never made any noise at all when it moved. The princess knew it had great big hands with great long fingers. And its long, long arms had an extra elbow so it could reach out from under the bed. That's a tricky one to see. Reach up, then bend to reach the top of the bed. And tickle the princess silly. One of the things that Patrick Rothfuss likes to remind people is that this is a picture book, but it's not necessarily a kid's story. If you have young children watching, this might be where you want to end the story, because that's absolutely fabulous, right? Ticklified, that's great. So, viewer discretion is advised. One day, a package arrived for the princess. The princess loved the kitten. She and Mr. Whiffles spent a long time trying to decide what his name should be. The princess wanted to call him Mr. Muttonchop because of how he smelled. Mr. Whiffle wanted to call him Moloch because of his pointy claws. They compromised by calling him MM, or Emmy for short. But then, Emmy got lost. He wasn't in their treasure mine, or in the old cave. Mr. Whiffle suggested looking in the river. But Emmy wasn't there either. They knew he couldn't get over the wall. Or past the gate. They looked everywhere. But they still hadn't found Emmy by dinner time. That night, the princess couldn't sleep. Thinking about her lost kitten made her tummy hurt. Even worse, the candle was short. And the night was long. And her tummy hurt. Then the princess heard a noise from under the bed. She knew it couldn't be the thing, because it never made any noise, except sometimes a soft, velvety rustle. The noise sounded familiar to the princess. It was like the sound of an animal it would make if it wanted to cry out, but it was muffled and quiet. Then the noise stopped, and the princess heard a soft, velvety sound, like something was reaching and bending, reaching and bending. Then something wet and warm fell onto her face. Drip, drip, drip. Then the moon came out from behind a cloud. And the princess saw what the thing was holding. And this is kind of your last chance, right? Ending the second. Viewer discretion is advised. It was a big piece of marzipan. It was sticky and drippy because the thing had been eating it. He wanted to share and be friends. He was already friends with Emmy. They had been playing under the bed all day. Emmy had been trying to call to the princess, but he couldn't. He'd been eating marzipan with the thing, and his little kitten mouth was all gummed up. When he tried to mew, it came out as mwah. But now they were together again, and now that the princess had met the thing, she wasn't scared anymore. And so the princess ate them. And there was nothing left but sticky bones. So she and Mr. Whiffle made a fort out of them. And had tea. The end. This is the actual end of the story. But what I really love about this story is there may be some of you who are pretty surprised at the ending, right? Whoa, what happened, right? This isn't how we normally expect stories to go. But sometimes we get so caught up in what we think is happening that we forget to pay attention to what's all around us. I don't have time to do all of these, but I've got just a couple pictures I want to show you from the very beginning. After you see the ending, what do you notice about this picture? What does she have in the pot? What are those stains on the counter? This one right here, after the battle. Do you see the heads in the background? Put up on pikes. See the messenger guy? He's not waiting to see around who's going to pick out that package, right? He's hightailing it out of there. This one is a good one, right, where she wants to call him Mr. Mutton Chops because of how he smells. This one, right? What the heck is that knife doing right next to her? It's not how you usually cut ribbons. And it might be hard to see on the camera, but all of these suits of armor are completely battered and broken. One has its heart ripped out. This will be the last one. There's a couple other ones, but this one, right, with the wall. Is that wall designed to keep people in or keep people out? I don't know. I love the way that he wrote that, and he preyed upon the way we read genre so much, with like the dripping, the wet drippy liquid and everything. Now this book does have a sequel, and it's a lot thicker and it's totally different. This one is all about surprising you at the end, right? You expect one thing to happen, but you get something else. And the next one is super, super fun. Just another adventure that she goes on, but it also makes you ask a bunch of questions where we don't know the answers, which I think is his purpose, getting us to really think about a story, even a story as simple as this. Okay, we're moving on. We're getting close here to the end, and I wanted to read one of these. I wanted to read this really quick. Let's see if I can I'll pull up the message for it, and then we'll get to it. Where's my... Okay. If you like humor books with no real magic in them, just great characters going on adventures and doing just crazy funny situations, Gordon Corman really does a fantastic job doing books just like this. I chose this one because this is up for the Golden Sower this year, and it's one of his newer ones. But this is Slacker by Gordon Corman. And it's he's kind of trying to take a shortcut with an assignment that he has, and he ends up getting roped into a lot more than he wanted to. But we're just going to read the first little bit here of Slacker by Gordon Corman. Chapter 1. Cameron Boxer. It was ill being a good thing for it to be. The basement was dim. The couch was soft and comfortable, perfectly molded to the contours of my butt by the thousands of hours I'd spent on it. And the aliens coming out of the smoldering wreckage of the mothership were dazed and slow, ripe for the blasting. It was a moment to savor. But there was no time for savoring. The controller was an extension of my hands as I took aim and fired. My friends, Pavel and Chuck, had my back, and also this guy, Borhi, who was in Malmo, Sweden. Their voices rang out through my headset. We were a tight-knit team. Even though Pavel was playing from 3 doors down, Chuck from 2 blocks over, and Borhi at a distance of 5,000 miles, the aliens were shouting too, but they didn't seem to be as organized as we were, and definitely not as dedicated. I heard another voice, my mother's, coming from upstairs. I ignored it. Nothing that happened on Earth could be important right now. The basement lights began to flash on and off. Now that annoyed me. With great effort, I had created a cave-like atmosphere ideal for gaming, and here was Mom, standing outside the cave, flicking a switch and ruining my concentration. "What?" I hollered, my finger tapping the Y control, which created a steady pulse of omega radiation that the extraterrestrials were especially sensitive to. Another thing my mother didn't understand. What was not a real question. What meant I'm busy, or do not disturb, or even go shout at someone who isn't involved in a life and death struggle with 7-foot insects. She said something about having to go out, ziti in the oven in 10 minutes. What I heard was blah, 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 blah. Seriously, if she was going to be back in 10 minutes, why did I have to know about this at all? I had an alien hit squad on my tail. I focused on the screen, trying to peer through the burning extraterrestrial atmosphere. Suddenly, a voice, eerily like Darth Vader's, announced, "Cover me while I plant the heavy neutron seed." Chuck was the first to panic. "Cam, did you hear that? It's him!" "Yeah, but which one is he?" Pavel added desperately. Borhi was babbling excitedly, but when he got too amped up, he switched to Swedish, so he wasn't much help. I stared at the hideous aliens on the screen with their armored, insectoid bodies, undulating antennae, and cold, hooded eyes. It was impossible to tell which was being manipulated by the owner of that deep voice. I screamed one word. "Attack!" And we did, blasting away with lasers, disruptors, and antimatter grenades. I even threw rocks. That had to be the most intense battle we'd ever fought. It raged on and on and on. Pavel had to leave to eat dinner, and Borhi's dad caught him and made him go to bed. It was just me and Chuck against a lone enemy, holed up in the wreckage of his escape pod. We had him cornered, but you couldn't tell by the way he was firing at us through a breach in the strontium field. "You'll never reach me in here," the deep voice leered. Of course, we should have expected that the last alien standing would be him. The gamer with the Darth Vader voice synthesizer had been stalking me online for months, foiling my Normandy invasions, sacking my quarterbacks, forcing my chariots out into the Circus Maximus, and battering me with steel chairs in extreme wrestling matches. I didn't even know the guy's name. Well, not his real one, anyway. He went by his gamer tag, Evil McKillpeople, of Toronto, Canada, my arch nemesis. "What are we going to do, Cam?" Chuck was losing his nerve. "We can't blast through strontium." "Aim for the breach," I advised. "But he's aiming at us, and oh, hi, Mom. Dinner time already?" "Do not put down that controller," I ordered. "We've got him outnumbered." The next voice I heard wasn't Chuck's or Darth Vader's. It seemed to be coming from outside. What was it saying? I raised the headphones from my ears. "This is the Sycamore Fire Department. Is there anybody in the house?" Well, that had to be the stupidest question ever asked. Of course I was in the house. Why did the fire department want to know that? Without putting down the controller, I got up, ran to the high window, yanked away the pillow I'd jammed there for extra darkness, and peered outside. All I could see were fire engines and guys in heavy raincoats and rubber boots. What? I exclaimed aloud, and this time it didn't mean do not disturb or I'm busy. It meant, why is the entire Sycamore Fire Department parked on our lawn? An enormous crash shook the foundations of the house. Heavy running footfalls sounded upstairs. A moment later, the basement door was flung wide, and one of the giant raincoats appeared on the stairs, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Kid, what are you doing in here? I'm finally going to beat evil McKill people, I yelled back. Your house is on fire. He shoved me upstairs, the controller still clutched in my hand. By that time, another firefighter had invaded the kitchen and found the baked ziti, a cold, black, charred lump of carbon. False alarm, he announced. This casserole burned and the whole house filled with smoke. Neighbor reported it pouring out the windows. He turned to me. Good luck getting the black off the ceiling. My mother's blah, 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 blah came back to me then. Only this time it sounded a lot more like, I'm making a baked ziti for dinner. Wait 10 minutes and take it out of the oven. That would have been about an hour ago. You know, back when our house still had a front door. I'd always wondered why firemen carry axes. Now I know. I was bound to hear the whole lot about this later tonight. It was definitely going to disturb my lifestyle. Worst of all, when I finally went back down to the basement, the TV screen showed my character lying stone dead on the alien surface. Evil McKill people was standing over him, a leering grin on his green lips. Video games were exactly like life, only better. Both followed the laws of cause and effect. You take a turn too fast in a racing game, you roll your car. Or in the real world, if you don't hear your mom talking about ziti in the oven, the fire department will bust down your door. It was easy to get a new race car. That happened with the touch of a button on your controller. Our door, on the other hand, turned out to be a non-standard size. Festerman says it's going to take a month to custom make a new one, raved my father, explaining why we now lived with a piece of plywood nailed across the front entrance of our house. For the next month, we would have to use the back door. Dad wasn't shouting because he was mad at me. He was shouting to be heard over the roar of the giant fans that stood all around, blowing out the smoke and burnt smell left over from the ziti. He also happened to be mad at me, just not as mad as Mom. I asked one little thing of you, Cameron Boxer, she seethed. One thing. Take out the ziti after 10 minutes and turn off the oven. That's 2 things, I pointed out. 2 things any orangutan could do. No problem, she raged. Of course, you'd have to swing away from the game console for 30 seconds. Now, that bothered me. You know, I said, you and Dad run a furniture store because that's your lifestyle. Video games are my lifestyle. I'm not a big furniture fan, but I don't dump all over it because I respect your lifestyle. My father's eyes bulged. That lifestyle puts food on the table and clothes on your back, and it pays for things like video games and the electricity to run them. First prize at the Rule of the World is $10,000, I reminded them. That was the East Coast Gaming Championship up in November. Pavel, Chuck, and I were in training, although I hadn't decided yet which of those guys to take on as my wingman. We called ourselves the Awesome Threesome, but Rule the World only accepted twosomes. Mom sighed. It's not the money. It's not the dinner. It's not even the house full of smoke and the ruined door. It's a little bit about the door, Dad corrected her. And it'll be a little more if our insurance premium goes up because of this. Mom ignored him. Look at yourself, Cam. You're pale as a ghost. You look like you just got out of prison. The best thing I can say about your grades is that you're not failing. You've never played a sport. Too sweaty, I interjected. She forged on. Or did drama. Too showy. Or joined a club. Too many strangers. or participated in a single extracurricular activity. Cam, if you didn't have a birth certificate, it would be next to impossible to prove that you even exist. Your only interest is video games. She said this like it was a bad thing. I was proud of my lifestyle. I saw this guy on TV once who said the key to happiness was to find what you love to do and do it. I'd lived by that rule for every one of my 13 years. I mean, obviously I went to school and flossed and got haircuts and flu shots and all that. Even the TV guy admitted nobody could get away with only the good stuff. But if you could keep the balance in favor of doing what you love, 80-20, let's say, you could be at least 80% happy, which was still pretty ill. My dad looked up the lecture. We're not saying there's anything wrong with video games in moderation, but you don't do anything else. Sooner or later, it's going to cost you the chance to have any kind of life that doesn't come with an avatar on a screen. Not to mention that you're hogging the whole game system that was bought for the whole family. Your poor sister has to go to a friend's house if she wants to play at all because you're always on ours. Melody's not a serious gamer like me, I defended myself. I'm in training. Doesn't that show initiative and involvement? Dad took a deep breath. Listen up, kid. First of all, we're going to be using the back door for the next month. In that time, you will find something else to be interested in besides video games. It can be a sport, it can be a club, it can be anything you want, so long as it involves real human beings and it doesn't happen on a screen. I was horrified. But what about Rule the World? I've been practicing for months. Mom spoke up. We're not taking your games away yet. But we're not kidding, Cameron. Your life is going to change. Is it the ZD? I demanded. It's the ZD, right? When I win the contest, I'll buy you $10,000 worth of ZD. Don't be ridiculous. Your future is more important than any amount of ZD. This is going to happen, Cameron. It's going to happen before we have a real door again. And if it doesn't, you will lose that game system. I staggered back, honestly, like I'd been punched. I remembered something else the TV guy had mentioned. There were always going to be people trying to mess up your lifestyle. I'd been on guard for those people my entire life, but I'd never dreamed they'd turn out to be my own parents. Chapter 2. Pavel Dyson. Technically, Cam hadn't chosen me yet as his Rule the World partner, but it was coming any day now. For starters, I was tops in the 8th grade in academic average. Oh, sure, school smarts didn't necessarily translate into video gaming skills, but problem solving was a big part of it. Also logic and quick thinking. What more could anybody ask for in a wingman? It wasn't so much that I was better than Chuck, just more level-headed. I could play myself out of any tight spot. When Chuck got himself backed into a corner, he'd panic and do something crazy. 9 times out of 10, he'd get himself killed and would lose a life or spend health points or waste times waiting for him to respawn. That wasn't the kind of guy you'd want as your partner in real competition. Mind you, every now and then, by sheer random chance, Chuck would go nuts on his controller and wipe out the enemy single-handed. If Cam was thinking about one of those times, he might get it in his head to pick Chuck over me. I'd be happy for him, and I'd still cheer for them at Rule the World, but I'd be wasting my time because they'd definitely lose. And now there was this other problem. Technically, you couldn't blame Mr. and Mrs. Boxer for being ticked off. Cam could have burned their whole house down and himself with it. As it was, every room smelled like a luau gone out of control, and the kitchen cabinets and ceiling were all black. But banning Cam from gaming was like telling Bill Gates to give up computers and count on his fingers. There'd be no rule of the world for any of us. Regardless of whether the partner ended up being me or Chuck, there was never any question that the main guy was always Cam. What are you going to do? I asked him the day after the great ZD Inferno. He shrugged, dangling a long gummy worm and directing it into his upturned mouth. My parents say I gotta be involved, show initiative, whatever that's supposed to mean. I provided a definition. Initiative is the drive or ambition to get something done. Chuck looked worried. We're dead. Nobody has less of that than Cam. I have initiative, Cam defended himself. It takes a lot of work to do as little as I've done for the past 13 years. The three of us were in our usual after-school haunt, Sweetness and Light, the only candy store left in Sycamore now that everything had moved out to the new mall. Cam was positive that gummy worms were a kind of brain food that made you sharper at video games. The science behind that was technically zero. We can kiss that $10,000 goodbye, Chuck pronounced darkly. Not necessarily, I countered. Cam's folks want him to get involved, so all he has to do is join something. Cam flinched, and a gummy worm bounced off his cheek and hit the floor of the little shop. I thought of that, he admitted. The problem is, when you join something, they expect you to do it. He shuddered. Participate. Man, I hate that word. Yeah, I challenged. But if it's the only way to save rule of the world, you don't understand, he persisted. Let's say I join the soccer team. I'd have practice every day and go to games on the weekend, or drama. They're always rehearsing and performing. Even the chess club. Can you see me waiting 20 minutes for some guy to make a move? None of that stuff fits my lifestyle. I'm in the chess club, I reminded him. School champion, 2 years running. Chuck was in true pain. You can't just give up. Listen, said Cam. Some people knock themselves out for straight A's. I get straight A's, I protested. Yeah, but it's normal for you to get straight A's, just like it's normal for me to just squeak by. Some people play sports or jump out of airplanes or climb mountains. I could do those things, but it wouldn't be me. I would be some guy who cares about that stuff. I took a bite of gummy worm, but the candy turned acid in my mouth. Take it from a guy who actually understood the chemical process behind that. A lot of the words had been used to describe Cameron Boxter over the years. Goof off, loafer, shiftless, slouch, lazy blob of protoplasm. Those all said it pretty well. But he was more than that, too. What people couldn't see is that there was something special about Cam. Yes, he was a slacker, but Cam was a slacker the way LeBron James was a basketball player. Through a mixture of rare natural gift and intense practice. I spun my stool around and peered through the plate glass window of the shop. Main Street was normally quiet since the Sycamore Mall had opened, but now the road was clogged with high school kids soaking wet and covered in what looked like soap suds. What is going on out there? I asked Mrs. Bachman, who owned Sweetness and Light. The storekeeper followed my gaze, scowling. Those friends of Fuzzy, washing cars, are they? Secretly, we referred to Mrs. B as Mrs. Backwards because that's how she said everything, as in, gummy worms you boys want? I was surprised she was so down on the friends of Fuzzy, who were really famous in our town for doing good things like fundraising and charity work. They operated out of Sycamore High. The name came from the high school's mascot, Farley J. Peachfuzz. Foam-spattered teenagers moved along among the passing vehicles, dancing and trying to wave drivers onto the shoulder, where even foamier kids waited with sponges and buckets. A large banner was strung between two light poles. First annual car wash for spleen health, clean car, healthy spleen. Well, I didn't know the difference between a healthy spleen and an unhealthy one. I made a mental note to Google it, though. But it sure didn't seem like the kind of thing anyone could be against. Chuck thought so, too. What's wrong with the Friends of Fuzzy? Everybody likes the things they do. Blocking traffic, those kids, Mrs. B said disapprovingly. An honest living I'm trying to earn. It's for a good cause, I think, I offered. She snorted. Ruining people's livelihoods, such a good cause. Some advice I'll give you. Don't get involved. All at once, Ken snapped to attention. I'd seen that expression on his face before when he'd found the cheat code on this shady Korean website that got us a free combat prestige upgrade. But nothing like that was happening now. Then it came to me. Mrs. B had just said the magic word, involved. Chuck didn't pick up on it. Oh, we're not allowed in the Friends of Fuzzy, he told the storekeeper. It's just for high school. We're in 8th grade. But what if someone started something like the Friends of Fuzzy at our school? I regarded him warily. Like who? Like me. Chuck was completely baffled. What are you talking about? I thought I knew, but surely I had it wrong. Mrs. B sounded suspicious. The street you won't be blocking? Cam laughed. I guarantee you've got nothing to worry about. I had a sinking feeling that the head worrier was about to be me. All right. So there you go, right? He's going to start up a club with the idea of being involved in something, but then making sure that it doesn't to try to do as little as possible, right? Just be there, present. And then this is the adventure between his friends and the crazy stuff that they get themselves roped into. Slacker by Gordon Corman. Well, thank you so much for participating in World Read Aloud Day from wherever you are. We're going to go close it out for today. I'm sure there's lots of other people doing some things for World Read Aloud. But if you haven't yet, read aloud to somebody. Read aloud to somebody and share that with them. Reading is one of the most important skills that anybody can have. And the more you read out loud to them, the better chance they have of being fantastic readers. So thank you so much, and good luck.